This week on PTL, we hand out awards for Rookie of the Split, catch up with China in the LPL playoffs, and break down the North American and European semifinals.
Rivington Bizzle III is a trained helium professional under adult supervision. Do not try this at home.
We welcome you to the Lollipop Guild. Primetime League starts right now.
Triple kill for Tyrus. It could still be the Quadra. That's a dropping spider. Quadra coming in for Tyrus.
The Unicorns of Love are going to Sweden, and they are going to face Fnatic.
Oh my God! Rookie is incredible. Turns it all around. Rookie does think it all. Hold my drink. I'm going in, boys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Primetime League. I am still Rivington Bizzle III, but now along with me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kanzler, and we are here with a playoff-packed episode.
That's right. Teams from around the world are battling out for spots at tournaments, seeding in the playoffs, and seats at Worlds. There's a lot happening, so let's jump right into the action.
Let's get it. We'll start things out in China, where the LPL wrapped up their summer split and wasted no time getting straight into the playoffs. Edward Gaming finished this split the same place they finished the last split, first place. But this time around, newcomer QG surprised everyone and locked in second place.
And thanks to their 2-0 sweep over Snake in the final week of the split, IG was able to grab third place, while it was N3 who managed to sneak into the playoffs by taking 8th.
Feels pretty good. And with the 8 playoff teams locked in, the LPL started their postseason on Tuesday with Uzi and 7th place OMG taking on M3.
All right, Tuesday, OMG took out M3 3-0, and Wednesday, VG beat OMG 3-1.
Yep, and that loss for OMG means that Uzi will not be making his third straight appearance at Worlds. Pretty crazy. After reaching the title game with Starhorn Royal Club 2 years in a row, Uzi signed with OMG at the beginning of the year to create a team that really many considered to be a serious contender for the Summoners Cup. But OMG's loss to VG on Wednesday not only ended Uzi's streak, it also puts a rest to a turbulent and pretty disappointing year for them.
Yeah, they've had so many changes, swapping people in and out, benching Going and Uzi and bringing them back, but all for naught.
All for naught. On the flip side, VG's win means they advance to the quarterfinals seeding, where they're earlier this morning, they took on LGD. Both teams will advance to the quarterfinals, win or lose. But this match determined who they will play in that series.
Game number 1 here. Oh, this is the worst feeling. World 6 walks right into TBQ, who is already in the brush, and that gives up first blood to Godv, something you never want to do.
Nope. When everything feels like it's going to go right and it just goes wrong, that usually means other wrongs are to follow. TBQ with good timing in the top lane, they're going to start hitting up onto Dandy now, and things would just start to domino effect against VG.
Yeah, TBQ with actually some good timings all this game. Here, PYL gets caught on Bard, but he's Bard, the best thing. He's able to kite them over through the bottom lane, and the rest of LGD Collapse going to be able to clean them up here despite the shockwave. Acorn goes in for a nice Gnar ultimate onto World 6.
What a change in the fight immediately. Everything, Pong's Ori ultimate, the command shockwave used in defense when everything started in offense. LGD with great fight movement.
I feel like Bard's greatest strength is when he's being chased through the jungle and he's able to lead you on that magical journey.
Well, when you can get away with that much low health, it is a magical journey.
Look at this, though. Another first blood going to go to Godv to start this one out on the Kassadin, and he would be a force to be reckoned with all game long.
Yep. You can see one step ahead there. It's always VG trying to recuperate after something happens. A good hit up there coming from World, and they go for the fight.
Yep, they're able to get the dragon, and the ensuing fight here gets off a pretty long channel there, but Godv with the timely Zonias will dodge the damage.
It all looks so good in the beginning. VG feels like they have the comfort for the fight, and really LGD just can stand still. You didn't see them trying to get each other in or out of the fight. They just knew they could take it. They're that far ahead.
Yeah, Godv with an incredible scoreline there, but LGD overstep a little bit.
Yep.
And the first pick rise from Dandy does come to shine in the late game.
Always going to happen a few times. When you get a little ahead of yourself, things do not go well. Imp, trying to represent on the Twitch, just gets taken down with the rest of his team. Like you said, that rise.
They're so concerned with taking out Bane. Dandy free firing.
Full health on the end. Still Godv on that on that score on the bottom. Still one of the top players for the team throughout this series. 1-1 now as we move into game 3. 17 minutes in. Dragon is the name of the game.
Oh man, the Gnar ultimate able to knock back TBQ and they get a kill, but Imp on Kalista is still gonna keep up the chase here.
A much different story than the Twitch. He can get himself in, out, and around these fights. Godby with the flash over the wall and calculated. Gonna be able to take down the Vayne. Very nicely played.
Yep, can't life steal enough there. Acorn also going to be able to pick up another. And everybody goes down for the ace. Lulu swapping hands multiple times throughout this series. Imp, though, this is going to be a solo play for him. And he gets out the teleport cooldown as well. So much pressure from Imp's Kalista.
You can see VG really trying to make plays there, but things are not going their way. Turrets? What are turrets? PYL disengaging the team so they can figure it out while taking down the turret. Who else they want to kill?
Yep, Imp's able to save PYL, then Godby turns around, kills the turret right before he goes down.
Push Pong out, he won't be able to do much. Everybody's chasing him. Another surrender coming in. 3 of them throughout this entire game. 2-1 here, so I guess it can happen. What came out of game 3?
Yep, this is going to be the third one. Look at this outplay from Imp. Oh my goodness, condemning him through the Valkyrie just as it started into the wall. And Imp, no reaction there. Able to just conduct a business as usual on his Vayne. He's going to continue chasing down the team. Look at this, full speed ahead, flashes over the wall as well.
LGD is always the right spot at the right time. Power in numbers. You saw all of VG go over the wall there and see that they made a big mistake. And still, LGD, the train's coming down the track.
Yeah, he flashed forward before. Now he's going to heal forward. Imp just has one speed.
Absolutely crazy. That would be the victory. That would be the series. 3-1. LGD looking strong, but there's also a lot of teams looking strong in that region.
Yeah, man. 23-minute surrenders there.
Absolutely
all
crazy.
from VG.
And now that the quarterfinal seeds have been set, here's what the LPL playoff quarterfinal bracket looks like.
After topping VG in the seeding match, LGD will now face Snake this Friday, and VG will go up against IG on Saturday.
Again on Friday, the LCS quarterfinals kicked off last weekend as 8 teams battled to keep playoff hopes alive. And the most exciting of the 4 quarterfinal series took place on Sunday over in Europe when the Unicorns of Love faced off against Roccat. And love was in the air.
Yep, and then we're going to start off game 1 with a focus up top here. Look, they've got him on the run, but he's going to live, and Hylissang pops out of nowhere. Timely roam there from Annie.
They must have been just wondering what happened on that, but Hylissang would keep doing this. Where'd he come from this time?
Oh, my goodness. And the Victor follow-up to boot. Power of Evil going to run straight into the back line here and take out all the threats as well. Roccat in game 1. Really, really rough start.
I think Yankos was saying something about Unicorns of Love not being able to get together as a team very well. I think they made that apparent that that's something they could do within these games. Here, a nice dodge out by Power of Evil on the headbutt pulverize, and Unicorns of Love was already in the base, ready to take the game. 40 minutes.
Yep, flashes that combo there, and they're going to be able to clean this one up.
So 42 on the clock. Unicorns with good momentum. Power of Evil 10-1-6. A good guy to have feeling really confident in these ones, and a good guy to keep going.
All right, so Horo going to revisit that mid lane. The binding comes in from Hylissang, though, before any flash reaction.
Yeah, you can see Nuke Duck was not expecting more people to party in the mid lane. Baron in 45 minutes. These games actually quite long throughout this series, and Power of Evil still coming up big.
Yeah, and this fight right here, Unicorns of Love actually had more money than Roccat, even though they were behind in kills. And it was a very risky flank there from Vardags on Sivir that actually paid off for them at the Baron.
Ooh.
1 HP right there for Power of Evil.
Skin of his teeth. Another one for Unicorns of Love. What would Roccat be able to do, if anything? They would try with Victor now in the mid lane. Yankos on that mid lane.
Yeah, we're going to skip game 3, go straight to game number 4 here, the Dragon fight. They use a lot to chase down Annie, but they split him off at the Dragon, and they're going to be able to clean it up as well.
Trying to keep their hopes alive in the playoff. Roccat doing everything necessary to keep the game in their favor here. Unicorns of Love trying to go hard towards the end.
Yep. Horo going to be on the front lines here, though, and Nuke Duck pops him with the ultimate Victor burst damage. Still surprising. Unicorns, though, they have so much control. 2 inhibitors here. Everything going for them. Steve with the re-engage, though, and Roccat last hope.
tries to go in. They have to go for broke here. The base is in shambles right now due to minions. The inhibitor just went down, so they are fighting for their lives. And Unicorns of Love knows it, drawing them farther and farther outside of their base.
That was the second fight where Roccat were barely able to defend just outside of their base, and they were able to pull it back to a 2-2. Really tense game 5.
The iron lung there at the end, but they pull through. Now out of that ICU unit, they start off in the top lane. Unicorns of Love, that is, and a nice start by Vizichachi. Steve, you can see the kind of endurance of the best of 5 getting to him a bit.
Yeah, no backup for him, and the flash in a straight line means he's going to go down. Hillisang on Alistar, goes in, shockwave combo, Gnar ultimate combo, painful.
Wombo combo indeed. Vizichachi straight on. Steve couldn't even do anything on the teleport to get back to the team. Things were getting rough here for Roccat as Unicorns of Love could engage 4v5.
Another combo there from Hillisang to engage for the Unicorns.
You already have Vizichachi in the top, taking inhibitors down, knocking down Nexus turrets. Roccat having to pull back, realizing that this just might be the game.
Yep, and with number 5 on the line, Unicorns are able to clutch it. They get another combo.
Absolutely amazing how Unicorns of Love continues to do everything around that Gnar bar. The engages, even if they don't need them, are coming from the Alistar, and they had a perfect composition to take that best of 5 series and move on.
A lot of back and forth in that series, as expected in many Unicorn series.
Yep.
Heading into the second one, though, here it's H2K versus Giants.
That's right. That series went a full 5. Europe's other quarterfinal matchup. This one was a bit more one-sided.
Yeah, a little bit. H2K would gain the early lead and then constantly use the Fog of War to their advantage, hiding in brush to get the surprise. Here's once again Kasing with another hook out of Fog of War. Nothing you can do there. Corky's dead before he can move.
Not having the vision yet means you're probably going to go down. And H2K used that to their advantage the whole time. Now into the base, 29 minutes in. Giants under-leveled, underpowered, can't do anything.
There is nothing they could do there. Skill shots upon skill shots landing for H2K. And they take very quick game number 1.
Yeah, very, very quick. You can see Ryu switching back and forth as well. Utility, damage mid laners, here the Ori, and here the great plays in the bot lane.
Oh my goodness, such a dangerous 4v3 tower dive onto the Alistar. Kasing's still going to live. No. Teleport even comes in, and H2K, after you fail a tower dive like that, you gotta, there's very, very little that Giants can do to get back into this one.
After you fail a tower dive like that, the other team feels secure enough to tower dive like this.
Yep, H2K gonna push it straight through to the inhibitor turret here. They already have Baron buff as well, so they're gonna be able to take it.
What a strong showing from H2K in the playoffs as well. A team now tested in a best of 5 shows that they can bring diversity into each game, and it just did not seem like Giants knew how to stop that diversity. Trying as they may to get a few kills for themselves here, they get themselves going in game 3.
Yep, no camp to hop to there for at least on the rappel. Ryu, though, on the Karthus, is going to survive a dangerous game.
Yep.
Gonna keep him alive from the burn as well. Not even close.
Not to mention that H2K actually pulled out the substitute jungler, Vitong Jacques, as well, to put him in game. Didn't do too bad.
Yep, Kasing on Alistar, though. Just such
always
a force
the
for
power of
these guys.
Kasing. You ask anybody on the team, where is it coming from? Kasing. Here, maybe might be the R from Ryu coming down in the Requiem. Lots of damage, completely pushing Giants off. They could not even approach these fights. It's only 25 minutes in, and it was only a few more minutes, Kobe, that it took H2K to take pretty much the fastest series in the playoffs ever.
Yeah, the fastest quarterfinals there, ever for either LCS. Setting records, those guys, just with how big of a stomp that
Absolutely
was.
Crazy. You can see it right there. Getting stomped down. 29.5 minutes was the average game length. Anything start up, LCS quarterfinal record, and more than one. It's definitely a good day on the Rift.
And look at that bottom lane KDA, 42.5. Holy moly. Yeah.
Everybody's got core items when they need it at 372.9 GPM. I should know I do that math all the time.
On the fly.
Like, boom, got it. Need the Solar Raj 2 minutes in. So with the quarterfinals down, it's time to look forward to this weekend's semifinals. And here to give us some insight into the matches in the European LCS, let's send it over to Evie Shax de Portre and Martin de Fischio Lunga.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, the European LCS semifinals, they begin this weekend. First up, we will have H2K taking on Origin, followed by the Unicorns of Love who will take on Fnatic. A repeat of our Spring Split finals, 3-2 to Fnatic, in case you don't remember.
Yeah, I definitely do. And those best of fives will take place this weekend with Origin versus H2K on Saturday and Fnatic versus the Unicorns of Love on Sunday. Both series will start at 8 a.m. Pacific. That is 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now, last week on PTL, Freak and Kobe had to preview the North American quarterfinals while dealing with death timers. And we're going to be doing the same thing, only better and for the semis.
Yeah, and of course, to prove that EU is in fact greater than NA, that you should have your smite on D, your flash on F, we're just going to do it in 45 seconds per team instead of the 1 minute the other guys had. So I'm going to start with H2K, because they will obviously be taking on Origin here. And let's just get the clock rolling, and I'll start going. So 3, 2, 1, and I'm going to go. H2K will beat Origin in the early game. They have to be able to lane swap and get an advantage. Origin so far, if they've been behind at 20 minutes, they've lost every single game. It happened 5 times. H2K need to beat them there. So you lane swap, you open up the map. That allows now Kasing to start roaming around from the bottom lane, create picks, set up tower dives together with Lulex or Betong Yoke, depending on who he's playing. And then, of course, in the mid lane, we have Rio, the veteran. He's been really strong on these assassins where he can also start joining Kasing and Betong Yoke or Lulex in the roams. And Origin, they struggle if they don't set up map vision. They tend to get caught out. Niels has honestly been performing a little bit poorly, especially in team fights. So there are room for these pick comps here H2K can run to catch out Origin and beat them.
You actually stopped before the timer. It seemed like you didn't have enough to convince me that H2K might make it versus Origin. Now I'm going to talk about OG. Start the timer. You've been talking a lot about the early game and how Origin, if they get behind, can win it. I don't think they will fall behind in the early game versus H2K, lane swap or not, simply because I think that Amazing can put more pressure on the map than either Betong Jocko or Lulex, who will be able to facilitate his lanes to keep on rolling. You mentioned that you don't think that Niels has been doing so well. This split in general, I feel like he's a big contender for Rookie of the Split.
I said lately.
He has fantastic. You're not allowed to cut in. Mr. has been doing really, really well. On top of that, the experience on the lineup of OG. 86 playoff games between those players, of course excluding Niels, who is the rookie but has been doing very well. They have a ton of experience, especially in a best of 5 like this where it matters. H2K has been known to sometimes falter after some losses, especially in a series like this, if they fall behind.
All right, let's move on to the next semifinal. We have Fnatic taking on the Unicorns of Love, of course. You have 45 seconds to explain why or what Fnatic should do to remain, of course, undefeated in this season here.
All right, we can roll the clock. Fnatic, what do they have to do? They have to keep doing what they've been doing. They are 18-0 on the split. They are on the way to a perfect split. You mentioned the spring finals, 3-2 in favor of Fnatic versus Unicorns of Love. But this iteration of Fnatic is just a lot stronger in every single position. Dare I even say the coach position and the way they can move in picks and bans, because Unicorns of Love have been known to throw out cheese here and there, but I think the depth of the champion pools and the knowledge in the pick and ban phase will be good for Fnatic in this one. On top of that, Huni and Reignover, that synergy is through the roof. And okay, Horo and Vizicachi had a good showing in their quarterfinals, but I don't think it beats Huni and Reignover. On top of that, shot calling Fnatic led by Yellowstar against Unicorns of Love, who, given, had better shot calling in their semifinal game 5 versus Roccat at least.
Okay, yeah, game 5, I'll give you that. In the last game, they made some good calls. Now, what Unicorns have to do, let's just start the clock already. Unicorns right here, it's going to be about what Horo can do in the jungle versus Reignover, because Reignover has been a target of bans. Teams have tried to shut him down. If you make sure he falls behind, Horo can then start going top lane, camp Huni up there, of course, and try and shut him down. He's going to make sure the Holo dies out, and it becomes Horo instead. That's very tough to say, by the way, for the Unicorns of Love, because let's be real here. You don't beat Fnatic in a beauty contest. They're 10 out of 10 in the looks. They're beautiful. So instead, if you want to be the Miss European or Miss EU here for Unicorns of Love, you need to bring some personality, some charm. Again, we're going to need this farmer girl who's been working at a dairy farm all her life, who's been making a lot of cheese. That's the Unicorns of Love. They got to bring it on stage. They got to show it to the judges. They got to make sure they can impress with all the skills, because the looks, they belong to Fnatic.
Oh my, that was perfect delivery. I have to commend you on that. Well, our dead timers are going to go on cooldown, but we're going to send it over to Riv to present today's first Rookie of the Split awards.
Thank you very much, Shocks. So last week on Primetime League, we gave out Coach of the Split awards to Fnatic's Daylor and Team Liquid's Peter. This time, we'll be honoring the most OP newcomer in both the North American and European LCS with the Rookie of the Split award. During their first split in the LCS, Origin has never dropped below third, and much of that success has been due to their 17-year-old AD carry Niels. Niels joined Peke's challenger team before the spring split and helped Origin win their way into the LCS, where he has had an amazing summer split. His 8.5 KDA and 95 kills were the highest among all LCS rookies, and he led the entire LCS in double kills with 16. Even more impressive is the fact that he set an LCS record in his very first split. During Origin's match against SK Gaming back in Week 2, he had a 32 KDA on Urgot. That's the highest KDA in a single game for any LCS player in history. Got him. Now it's my honor to welcome the 2015 LCS Rookie of the Split, Origin's AD carry Niels, to Primetime League, and I do believe that Peke may have something for you. Congratulations, Niels, on the award. I do have to say that. It was a very good season that you have played. I do have a few questions for you as Peke kind of lurks on the screen and gives you what you very well deserve. What were your expectations coming into this split? What were you feeling being on Origins?
I mean, some people think that I was pressured, but I actually didn't feel any pressure at all. I felt like I would just do my best, and then I would hope for the best too. And yeah, I just went into every game with the mindset of doing the best you can and just pray, you know.
Oh, the man himself, Peke, from the mid lane, roaming down to the bottom. There it is, the award. Congratulations once again, Niels. Another question for you. You know, what do you feel your growth has been as a rookie coming into this split?
I think I had some slight trouble on stage at the first couple of weeks, but over the weeks it's been better and better. And also, I feel like what I give to the team is better now than before. In the start, I was a bit not nervous for the team, but I wasn't talking as much and I wasn't saying as much in practice and this kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think I give more to the team now than I do at the start of the split.
Awesome. And I have a few more questions for you. You know, with a few new teams now coming in, Dignitas and Renegades making it in, what kind of, or any AD carries, what kind of words do you have for AD carries breaking into that professional scene to kind of get over the hurdles that you experienced?
Honestly, I don't know. I think it's different from person to person because some people feel like they're tilting or they're nervous on stage, but I never really had this problem. I just, I really don't know, man.
Just a strong head, good skills, and a great team around you, I guess, is the answer there. Well, thank you very much, Niels. Very much so. Congratulations on the award. Best of luck to the team as well versus H2K, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, well, Niels finds a spot in the Origin Gaming House for his new hardware. I'd put it to Peke's PTL FL4 trophy right there on the case. Put it right next to it. It's time for one man to dive into Fnatic's historic LCS run in this edition of JAT 22.
Fnatic recently became the first team in the history of the LCS to have an undefeated 18-0 season. So whenever a team becomes as dominant as Fnatic in any sport, it is due to a number of things coming together at just the right time. For Fnatic, even though they are the defending Spring Split champions, this team is vastly superior to the squad that went 13-5 in the spring. And one thing that's changed more than anything else is their attitude. After their Spring Split championship and their MSI performance where they took SKT to 5 games, Fnatic seemed to morph into a hardened team. In the Spring Split, Fnatic had some of the most enthusiastic celebrations after victory of any team. They were an excitable team that took great joy in victory. And now, it seems to be just raw determination. When they come back from a 5,000 gold deficit and win, they look disappointed in their mistakes. When they win in 35 minutes, they wonder why they couldn't have won in 30. And there is a certain charm in the determination Fnatic has and the drive they have to improve, but I also see their lack of celebration as a slight cause for concern, because small victories need to be celebrated in order to diminish the growing pressure of being undefeated. Aside from their changed attitude, though, this team has overcome a ton of obstacles which they struggled with in the spring split. There was an obvious weakness at AD carry in Steelback. He underperformed all spring. He averaged negative 6.5 CS difference at 10 minutes and was even more exposed at MSI. In one game at MSI, he fell behind by 40 CS to deft by the 10-minute mark. And the acquisition of Reckless may actually be the largest improvement for Fnatic of anything, as he has proven to be better than Steelback in nearly every statistical category. We also need to look at the change of playstyle from Fnatic, because in the spring, Febvin was somewhat of an inconsistent laner. Steelback was also below average, and Huni would make teleports very early in the game. And even though Huni's teleports worked more often than not, when they didn't, it set Fnatic into large holes and threw the whole team into disarray. But this split, Fnatic is much more developed and reliable in their strategies. They play a reserved early game style in the bot and mid lane, and then they support Huni's aggression reliably with pressure from Reignover. To illustrate that, Febiven went even in lane, which means between a 7 CS lead or 7 CS deficit more times than any other EU LCS mid. Reckless in the bottom lane as well went even or better in 15 of 18 games, but usually even. So those reliable lanes being there, it sets Reignover and Yellowstar and Huni to go to work and grow a slow advantage in the early game. And the mid game is where they've been crushing people with superior team fighting and decision making. Furthermore, even when they do fall behind in the early game, as was seen in matches versus Origin and H2K, they've been able to pull out clutch team fights and end the game shortly after regaining their leads thanks to great shot calling. They are also surprisingly more top lane and jungle focused than any team in Europe. From a gold share perspective, Reignover and Huni rank second for their roles, while Febiven is 9th for mid, and Reckless is also 9th for AD carry. And one byproduct of having gold distribution like that is that for Fnatic, everyone on the team becomes a threat. Mid lane and AD carry, they're still strong because those are the roles that traditionally demand the most income, and that makes Huni and Reignover much stronger than their opponents due to their increased gold share. Now on to Fnatic's team comps, we need to touch on that, because Fnatic is diverse in the raw number of champions they pick, but all of their comps follow a similar pattern of being a triple threat composition. Huni is on a carry, Reignover is on a tank jungler, and then Febiven and Reckless are on reliable, safe damage dealers most of the time. Very rarely does Fnatic depart from a 3-carry style. And with that, Fnatic has been good at every composition they've run this split. They're also well coached, well managed, and have one of the most experienced players in the world with Yellowstar at support. All those things, perfect recipe to go 18-0 in a split. They needed those things. And now the question will be whether they can maintain perfection throughout the EU playoffs, as pretty much everyone has written them in as the summer split champions already, which only increases the pressure on the team. So if they were to lose, however unlikely it may be, it would be due to teams preying on Fnatic's tendencies. Teams need to cut into where Fnatic draw their advantages, meaning they would attack Huni and Reignover early, because if Reignover and Huni can't gain an advantage while Fnatic is splitting mid and bot lane by playing conservatively, maybe there's a chance this team falls. Easier said than done, of course. There may also be unexposed holes in Fnatic's champion pools. Huni has played Maokai one time in his LCS career, and it was probably his worst pro game ever. He had a 1 kill, 9 death, 6 assist scoreline, and that was not good for him. Reignover may also have to shift his pool because Elise and Nidalee are so strong in the jungle right now. And while Reignover did play Elise in OGN to some success with 5 wins and 7 losses, that was long ago, and it's unexplored territory for Fnatic as a team. Also, if Reignover is to play Nidalee, it could throw the whole balance of Fnatic's team compositions off, because Reignover would not be on a tank jungler, meaning that Huni would have to play a tank role where he's not as comfortable or successful. At the end of the day, though, Fnatic has overcome larger challenges in the past than the things I just mentioned. Like, for instance, bringing in 4 new players and still winning the spring split. And after an 18-0 regular season, it's expected that Fnatic take the EU crown and auto-qualify for Worlds. And I, for one, can't wait to see it.
And Fnatic will become the first team in LCS history to do it. The perfect split, 18-0.
Hello. Hey. 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 Hey.
This is series of 5, so we can learn a lot from game 1. So just use this first game to learn as much as you can.
Jag ult, ITB on ward.
The timing is
do it slow, they take a tower, they take a tower. They take a tower.
They good, go play.
Alright?
I have no mana, I have no
Get a gas. You're fine.
Okay, thank God,
Keep
thank
the
God. Go play, guys. Go play.
The moment you stop talking, the moment you don't share, the moment you chill, the moment you get angry, it's over. So stay positive, keep talking, keep believing in every one other.
Look in. QTP. Wait. Okay. ITP.
Shanna.
Nice.
Shanna.
Kai. Oh, nice.
Elise.
Elise.
Go.
Pepper ball is here. It's here. It's here.
아지르.
Kills here.
아지르.
Oh.
아지르.
Nice.
Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay.
They can try to end. I think we end.
Yeah, just end.
Yeah.
50 seconds.
Yeah.
Hey, backside. Hamburg bottom. I'm by coming.
Okay, coming.
I'm coming. Ellis.
Come on.
Go. I go cock.
Go in the flash.
I'm not going to
Cook in the play. Koroki. Just
I'm
go
gonna
front. Just go front.
Okay.
Kog'Maw after maybe? Or no,
go.
too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
No gang play.
I have heal.
Be careful, Adrian. Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Maybe I need to heal you.
I'm not passive. Heal. Okay, heal, leader. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, you go what?
Yeah, I go bot. Hey, Dragon's up
Can I
soon.
get
Dragon's up
this?
soon.
You got 7.
You almost got Penta.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you had to clock.
Turtle stole it with the rocket.
I don't even remember.
True.
How did you steal it for rocket?
I didn't steal it. I didn't even kill him.
You got it killed, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I killed Hunter or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
Coming still.
Move, Hunter. They're going on me. Central, you're fine. I'm on for you. You're ulted. Keen. I'll take. Bunny. Nice. Move.
We can burn all this.
No, we can't. We can get in it bot. In it bot. He's no flash. Nice. In it bot. Nice. Good play.
Oh, wait,
Brown's gone.
Nice double Negatron, Centron.
I got it. Block it.
There, I got it.
Nice. You just get out now.
Get the red? Yeah.
I'm not sure if I should play with the hoodie or without, because now it's a bit cold, but with it, it's like a bit hot.
Yeah.
You want to keep it to me?
No.
No?
You're cold or what?
You want it?
So you want? Judge is not mine.
Team.
Oh, really?
What the VM?
Hiddle is saying not a team player. He's like, nah, you can't have it. Killed her. I out.
Go!
You can even finish the game.
Nash is up as well. Okay, go towards Nash.
Tower. Nash, no?
I keep it towards Nash, touch it towards Nash. Guys, I go.
Okay.
Go.
Get caught.
Yes! Finish! Good job!
Hopefully we get some more nice coming out through the playoffs. But now we're going to check in on the LCK, where their summer split just ended earlier today.
The top 5 teams heading to the playoffs remain the same, but after the final series of the summer split, the KOO Tigers were able to jump over Najin EM Fire into 4th place.
A little switcheroo. The KOO will be facing Najin in round 1 of the LCK playoffs, which begin on Sunday. That 4th place leapfrog means that the KOO Tigers will have side selection advantage in the series.
And the winner of that series goes on to face CJ Entis in round 2, and whoever takes the victory there will move on to face KT Rolster in round 3. And of course, SKT will be waiting for the team that advances all the way to the final.
Oh joy. So let's break things down for the teams who will be facing each other in round 1, which is a best of 3 series between the 4th seeded KOO Tigers and the 5th seeded Najin.
Yeah, I mean, even though the KOO Tigers were able to leapfrog ahead at the end of the season, they've been struggling whenever they go up against teams around the top 6. All members really have been kind of falling off a little bit for them, and Najin were able to take the victory last time they met in week 10, 2-1. Of course, a big part of that was the Olaf there up in the top lane from Duke. Also, pre-Worlds Watch is showing back up. If there is a worry for Najin right now, though, it's probably Goong in the mid lane. I guess SKT especially kind of lost them some games, poor positioning, got caught out quite often. So the KOO Tigers might be able to do this if they can get past the laning phase of Najin, try and take it more towards the late game and pull out victories there. They might be able to move on to the next stage.
We'll have to see. It seems like it's becoming kind of a trend that teams have a mid slump now and then try to rise at the end of the season. It's been working out for some.
KOO Tigers have been able to come out of a slump before.
Yeah.
Now would definitely be the time for them to do it.
That would help a little bit. So you can catch the first round of LCK playoff excitement this Sunday, August 16th at 6 p.m. in Korea, 2 a.m. Pacific time, and 11 a.m. Central European Summer Time.
Hey everyone, and
hello, freak.
Great. Well, while we wait to find out what happened in the LCK, let's check out what happened last weekend in the North American quarterfinals. In the first series, Team Impulse and the new mid laner Gate took on a struggling Team Dignitas. And here we get ourselves into game one. And honestly, this whole Impulse series, business as usual.
Yeah, Team Dignitas would continue to struggle. Here is jumping all the way into the 30-minute mark, though, a team fight that they do manage to come out ahead on. Kiwi Kid on the Alistar, setting things up for Dignitas.
Yeah, really good set of picks. The engages were very, very big, and the burst and the damage makes sure they kill out the Kog'Maw and the Janna, who are two very crucial parts of the composition. But this time around, the Kog'Maw doesn't die. Apollo's safe, and Gate on the Azir also has free reign.
Oh, yeah. This actually looked bad initially for Impulse, but Gate sees his opening. The two huge damage sources left unattended here on Impulse, and they clean up. Gate and Apollo wreck Team Dignitas.
3-item Kog'Maw and also the Janna support from Adrian, built completely for buffing up the Cog Ardent Sensor. Zeke's Herald, Harbinger
came in at just the right moment for that play.
This one's big. The Impulse just went for a dive and then hid in the brush. Dignitas did not see it coming. Helios face checks a little bit too far. Great cocoon by Rush. Already into game two, starting out well for Impulse.
Yeah, they initially not able to get it, but just stick around and you will be rewarded. Here goes Rush debuting his Rylai's Crystal Scepter slow, and he's able to get the solo kill because of it.
Yeah, that was actually the first kill the entire series that Apollo himself was not a part of.
True.
So Rush with a great solo kill. That's game two, quick one. Now again, more tower dives. Rush still gets this Elise, still gets some kills.
Yep, Elise all 3 games for him, and he was able to make it work, even with Nidalee and Lee Sin banned both times. Here we go, starting out the game with a tower dive like this. Got to be demoralizing for Team Dignitas. They went to the gangplank in their time of need, but rough early start for them. Not going to be able to make it work.
Even though Gamsu had money, it was not a big deal.
Hey,
Impact,
same spot.
Yeah, same spot indeed. Impact with the shield on one of the front liners, all as well. Just a quick cleanup here on this one. Honestly, it was somewhat close up to this point, but Team Impulse, much better team fighting. The Kog'Maw's gone. It got stolen away by Shifter, but it did not matter. Impact got player of the series for that one. We're going to see Impulse play Counter Logic Gaming this coming Saturday. Now, we have, of course, more quarterfinal matches. The second one happened on last Sunday, and fourth-seeded Gravity looked to pull down Bjergsen and Team Solomid, who came into the playoffs as that 5th seed. Their lowest LCS postseason start in team history, but TSM were happy to do well. They, in fact, already won game 1. We're here in game 2 here.
Yep, jump right into it here, and Bjergsen and Santorin overcommit on the repel. Just a rookie mistake right there, and Gravity make them pay for it. Pretty big early win there for Gravity, and they will be able to snowball this.
Yeah, Lust Boy's in a bad spot as well, so a pretty good start here. Now keep in mind, Dyrus' Olaf had actually been very, very strong all series, practically hard carried game 1, but with the rest of his team feeding in game 2, there's not always a whole lot he can do in this one.
Yeah, this is one of the good games here for Move. They've become a lot less, fewer and far between here for him, but he was able to make it work on at least this time around. Look at that steal from Santorin, though. It's all about him. It wasn't even a spear landing.
Nope, he just jumped over the wall, smited, and flashed right back out. But still, Baron steal or not, Gravity very, very far ahead here. 15-2 in kills. Honestly, not much good happened for TSM over in game 2. So, okay, Gravity ties up the series. Life is good. They go for an entirely different comp. It's Ashe and Orianna. It's a big team fight comp. Here's the Wombo combo, but Dyrus is in the back line, and goodbye, Altec.
Yeah, Dyrus gets to run straight into the enemy team. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide for any member of Gravity, and nowhere to repel to either. So Move does end up getting killed as well. Doesn't quite get the Penta. Well, that's pretty close.
Wow, Total took one of them away. But yeah, Dyrus a quadra kill here in game 3 to put a big lead. There's the Wombo combo. There's the engage, but problem is they're 13,000 gold down.
Yeah, it's 11-1 when they finally pull off that play. And TSM, not only are they able to kite away, but Turtle gonna turn around for the snipe as well.
Whoops, 1-for-1 when the fight happened as perfectly as it possibly could have there.
Did you see that? Yes, I'm so good, hilarious.
That was pretty good overall, though. Here we go. Sub 30 minutes inside the base. Move. Not going to be able to do much here. Santorin
not going to be able to do anything.
That's true, but guess what? Wild Turtle's happy.
Yeah, they just got a little loose inside the enemy base at the end of the game. Still able to clean this one up.
All right, that makes the series 2-1 in favor of TSM. That's the game there. That Dyrus Quadra, of course, massive on the Olaf. So finally coming into game 4. Olaf gets banned. He's got to play something else.
Oh, no. What am I going to do? Oh, I'll just go back to Gnar, which has been one of my best champions all split long. And Dyrus, once again, comes up big. Plus, with Dyrus off of Olaf, Bjergsen goes back to a damage dealer, and the Ahri picks up right where he left off.
They do absolutely wonderfully. 3-0-5 on the Ahri, 3-0-3 on the Gnar up there, and it just keeps going well for TSM. They find pick after pick after pick. Moves had a very weak series as well, 0-5-0 in the crucial final game. Under 30 minutes on the Nexus already.
Yeah, all he got was, that game 2, a couple of dodges, but aside from that, really rough for him. And that's been kind of typical of the entire team.
Yeah.
Declining over the end of the split and into playoffs as well.
Yeah, roughly the last 8 games of Gravity were fairly weak. It's too bad to see, but unfortunately that's the end of their season. We will see them in the North American Regional, though, so that might be very exciting. Maybe they can pick it up in a couple of weeks' time. But TSM did well, and those 2 quarterfinals have been finished, which means that the semifinals are set for this weekend.
Yeah, both matches are best of 5 and will kick off immediately following the conclusion of the European semifinal series on Saturday and Sunday.
And now for a closer look at those semifinals, we're tossing out the countdown clock and the air horn and bringing back Freak and Kobe for our first ever PTL semifinal showdown. All right, gentlemen, the rules of the showdown are simple. I'll give you the matchup, and you blow my mind with your knowledge, amaze me with stats, and maybe even dazzle me with some style. I'll give you points based on your answers, and upon conclusion, I will award a winner based on my own secret deliberations. The winner will get 30 seconds to say whatever they want, minus puns, hopefully, with the caveat that we do have our fingers on the bleep button. Ready, gentlemen and Freak? Our first semifinal matchup features Counterlogic Gaming taking on Team Impulse. Kobe, will this be the year CLG lives up to their potential? Take it away.
This is actually a really interesting matchup because both of these teams have run top lane carry strategies. The thing is that these teams go about getting their top laners advantages in very different ways. TIP, obviously, they use Rush. He combines with Impact to be one of the best top lane jungle combos in the league. CLG, though, they actually have the best early game of teams in this league. A lot of the times they get it through lane swaps, where Zion doesn't even have to fight anybody. He comes into lane with a lead. Zion and Doublelift actually have the highest CS differential at 10 for their roles. So that means both sides of the lane swap are getting those advantages early.
All right, well, you can talk about, the individuals making good plays, but here I think on an individual skill level, though, I think Impact eclipses Zion Spartan. So if CLG doesn't actually beat the lane swap game, which is more strategic than actual playmaking potential on an individual level, if that doesn't happen, then Impulse, I think, have a clear victory in the top lane matchup, especially with Rush showing up there. And then similarly on the bottom lane, actually, we've been seeing Impulse put more and more and more emphasis on that bottom lane. And when Rush is that much better than Xmithie, I think it's going to be very hard for Double and Afroma to feel comfortable playing so aggressively into Apollo and Adrian. If Rush is there and Rush is going to outgank Xmithie, then it actually hurts a lot of those early game moves that CLG likes to make. The one advantage they do have, of course, is that mid lane matchup. Pobelter is very likely to outlane Gate. Very likely to outlane Gate.
Stopping everybody right there. Perfect. Great. I like it. On the timer. Let's go. All right. Right now, the point total with those is going to be 15 for Kobe and 10 for Freak. It is obviously harder to follow up on the first answer.
All right.
But I still believe Freak can get it. Let's move on to the next matchup. Freak will get the upper hand. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Team Solo Mid. Can Team Solo Mid make their 6th straight LCS finals, or will Team Liquid snap the streak? Freak?
I really don't think this streak is going to get snapped. I thought coming into it, Liquid was going to do really well. I didn't actually think TSM was even going to make it out of quarterfinals, but it's playoff TSM. Playoff TSM basically never fails. They at least make finals every single time.
What are you talking about? They fail the first game of almost every best of series they go.
Which is why it's a best of 5. Like, in best of 1s, okay, TSM lost some games, but TSM always makes finals. And we saw in the 2 weeks off how much they improved. They played an entirely different style. We haven't seen them play in like literally 2 years, where Dyrus was the focus of the team and he was the one carrying and whatnot. With Dyrus playing this well, it stuffs out Quas a bit, which is one of the big bright points of the Liquid squad.
I guarantee you that Quas and Liquid are going to be ready.
And the thing is, as soon as Phoenix doesn't get Azir, Bjergsen's going to go and win that matchup, because you're going to have Santorin, who's doing well for himself.
Well, that's definitely false. I'm going to stop you right there, because you have no stats to back up anything that you're saying.
Please
Phoenix is actually also undefeated on Twisted Fate, and he had a KDA of 21. He has other champions that he can use. People really focus on the Azir because he's so good on Azir, but he does have other champions that they can use in multiple strategies. Big strength for Team Liquid is that they have always had so many strategies that they bring to a best of 5s, even when they were Team Curse. Big part of that is going to be Phoenix fitting right into the rest of the mix with Dominate leading the charge.
All right, I like it. Stop. This is where we're done. Like it. Drawing the line. Let's bring these proceedings to a halt because it is time to total up the points. The style in the last round was absolutely amazing, and after carefully weighing on my decisions based on the random doodles I have jotted down here, I declare the winner to be Kobe because Freak broke his box. Nice work, well done. As a reward, you now receive 30 seconds to rant about anything you want. Kobe, you have the floor.
30 seconds. I think we could all just bask in my glory, and we'll take a look at Freak here. Frowny face, let's do that. All right, terrible loss there for Freak. I'm sure he'll feel the burn for a while. All right, well, that was weird. Let's get down to some business now. You can watch the North American LCS semifinals in style and make some new friends. Just head over to one of the viewing parties happening in Quebec, New York City, Georgia, and more. For all the information, just head over to loesports.com/VP. And if you can't make the trip to New York City or Stockholm for the North American and European finals on August 23rd, you can still join your fellow LCS fans in person. Coca-Cola will be hosting a buffed viewing party at movie theaters across the United States and Europe. So you can catch every big play from the championships on the big screen. For more details, head over to loesports.com.
Now, Gravity has been a familiar face in the top of the North American standings this split and held first place 4 out of the 9 weeks. One player who has kept the team in the running has been their man in the jungle, Move. And that has been due to his excellent vision control. Move places 1.1 wards per minute on average, which is the second highest for a jungler across the LCS. And he also kills 0.5 wards every minute, which is the best for a jungler in the LCS. Move, for your impressive play all split, we are happy to present you with the North American Rookie of the Split Award. Congratulations on your success with the team and in the jungle this split. I do have a few questions for you. JJ, thanks for joining us and translating today. No Move, coming into the split, what was it like adjusting to the big stage, being an LCS team?
아무래도 미국에 처음 왔기 때문에 영어를 하지 못해서 의사소통 문제로 가장 힘들었던 것 같아요.
It's the first time coming to the States, so the most important part was the most difficult part of adjusting to the team was communication. So trying to overcome that difficulty was the hardest part.
And Move, I have one more question for you. What do you feel your growth has been throughout this split, now being the rookie of the split?
제가 원래 게임할 때 후반부로 가면 갈수록 약해졌는데 아무래도 이번 시즌은 좀 긴 시즌이다 보니까 좀 그런 면에서 많이 연습된 것 같아요.
So in the second half of the game, I used to lose concentration, but since this season was so long, I was able to overcome that and then practice and then get better on that.
Well, congratulations on all the skills that you've heightened and, again, the Rookie of the Split Award. Move. Best of luck in the future to you and the team.
Well, congratulations on that award. I'm sure you're very moved. Now let's check out your tweets. Last week we asked you which 4 LCS teams will win in the quarterfinals, and to join the rest and the best in the Hall of Fame, you had to add which team would have the most kills and what that number would be. Well, the correct answers were H2K, Unicorns of Love, Team Impulse, and TSM. And for the Hall of Fame, you had to guess Rocket, who had the most despite losing with 79. And I have good news and bad news. The good news is 22 of you correctly predicted the winners of the quarterfinals. However, the bad news is that nobody gets into the Hall of Fame, not even me, even though I did guess Rocket, and I was pretty close to getting that one right. Oh well. Now, guys, you'll have another shot at the Hall of Fame this week. As we head into the semifinals, we want you to tell us which LCS team will have the fastest single game win this weekend. And to make it into the Hall, tell us what that game time will be. And because I want you guys to have a bit of a chance, you get to be plus or minus 5 seconds. So you get a bit of a range there. That means my guess is going to be Fnatic in 24-25. And just maybe I'll get in.
So while Freak continues to try and earn his way into the PTL Hall of Fame, this weekend an LMS team will earn something much more prestigious, a trip to the 2015 World Championship. The LMS Regionals kick off on Friday with the winner earning the region's second berth at Worlds. Up first, Hong Kong Esports will take on the Taipei Assassins. That will be followed on Saturday by the Flash Wolves versus Midnight Sun Esports. The winners of those 2 series will face each other on Sunday, with the victor joining AHQ at Worlds as the number 2 LMS seed. Each match will be a best of 5, and the games begin tomorrow at 1 p.m. in Taiwan, 9 p.m. Pacific Time, 6 a.m. Central European Summer Time. And for a deeper dive into the LMS playoff picture, let's send it over to Caster Clement to fill us in.
Thanks, Riv.
On our first day of qualifiers, we have a classic matchup between Hong Kong Esports and the Taipei Assassins. HKE is a heavy favorite here after they placed second in our summer playoffs, beating out the Flash Wolves. Their new Korean top laner Mei dealt the most damage out of any playoff top, and his rumble was especially key in forming HKE's poke compositions. For Dinter and Toys, this is their last season as pro players, so they're putting everything into this tournament. On TPA's side, Chow was just banned due to elo boosting in Singapore. Even though the investigation is still ongoing, he will not be playing in this qualifiers, so things don't look very good for our former world champions. On our second day of qualifiers, we have Flash Wolves versus Midnight Sun. For MSE, even though they squeaked into the playoffs, they got demolished by Hong Kong Esports. For them, they really need to overcome their language barrier and try to find their identity. We think that they're going to play a protection comp with Stitch on hypercarries like Jinx or Kog'Maw. For Flash Wolves, this series is all about keeping their wits together. As long as they don't freeze up or panic, this should be a fairly smooth series for them. On our final day, we're hoping to see a rematch between Flash Wolves and Hong Kong Esports. For the Flash Wolves, we hope they put up more of a fight and go back to their core of snowballing Maple mid lane. As for HKE, we think that Toys is going to play very passive due to Maple's aggression, and they're going to try to camp top lane for Mei. Whoever can snowball their carries is going to Worlds. Thanks, and that's all for LMS. Back to you, Riv.
Thanks, Clement. Always great hearing from you. And rounding out the regions that have a shot at Worlds, let's check the results of the playoff-packed weekend for the international wildcard teams. Dark Passage won the Turkish Grand Finals, Detonation Focus Me was triumphant in Japan, and the Chiefs Esports Club took the Oceanic title. Pain Gaming won the CB LOL Finals, while Chaos Latin Gamers was victorious in the Latin America Closing Cup Finals. That means the GPL will be the final IWC region to crown their champion as they conclude their playoffs this Sunday. Now let's check out the pulse-pounding plays that were pulled off as teams powered into postseason positions, or as fans of alliteration would call it, the Penta.
Coming in at number 5, all the way from Brazil, it was INTZ's Macau with the switcheroo.
São 3 jogadores cercando ele, ultimate tem passagem sobre foi isolado pelo Jude, o Micão tenta ganhar tempo, consegue trocar a posição, meu Deus do céu, que jogada maravilhosa do Micão, ultimate agora, o Johnson 4 foi abatido, que sprint pro Micão, que fez uma jogada sensacional.
At number 4, M3 learns that one does not simply dive Uzi.
Dish goes wide. Uzi trying to do what he can. Playful Trickster not going to find the damage. Explosive Cast doing some work there. Oh, he got him. My No, goodness, Looper. Is he going to get killed by the minions? That's the question. Going finds his way in. Uzi turns around. One more auto attack. Uses the ultimate. What the heck? And in comes Cool. Uzi, you should have died. You don't channel ace in the hole when there's a... Oh. It's about sending a message sometime, and you know, Looper had the audacity to dive Uzi's Caitlyn.
Diving in at number 3, it was OMG going up in flames.
He's dodging a lot of abilities so far, but taking so much damage. Going kites it out. He's so low, he could try to turn, but runs for his life. Cool, trying to keep pace. He's run out of mana for his ultimate. He gets one kill as the miss micro from Loveling keeps him down. Snare under the turret. Cool is being brought low. Flame, double kill, outplays Loveling and Cool.
Okay, this is awesome. The big problem here is the fact that Cool just has no mana or damage. He's not able to do anything to assist in this dive. Here's the misstep from Loveling. You saw that he was out to the outside, figured that he would drop aggro, takes one more shot. But this, the max range twisted advance on the tower aggro into the CC chain.
Rookie Zazier brought glory to Shurima in our number 2 play of the week.
Kiting him towards the base. Shockwave onto Rookie. Dissonance is there. There's the inset. Oh my god! Rookie is incredible. Turns it all around. That is 3 kills and probably the game for IG. Rookie does think it old hold my drink. I'm going in, boys.
And the number 1 spot on the Penta is a pentakill from Detonation Focus Me's Rokenia in the LJL Grand Championship.
テレポート来ましたね。裏に入ってます。完全に入ってるアビス。はい、体当たる。フラッシュで逃げた。逃げた形か。5分4。イコライザーが少し重なっているような形で、さあ、ユダボン選手がフロントラインとして、ロケリアのダメージ。ロケリアのダメージ。1対5のほとんどダメージだし、ダブルキルまで持っていった。からのロケリア。トリプルキル。クワドラキル。ペンタがあるのか。まだ前にステップして、ユダボンがタワーダメージを持っている。
remember, the Penta needs you. If you spot a pro play worthy being included here, tweet it to us at LOL Esports as usual, along with the usual hashtag, the Penta. Now we'd like to take a moment to congratulate the newest teams that will join the LCS. Yesterday, Team Dignitas EU beat Mousesports 3-2 in Europe, while Renegades took out Team Coast in 5 games here in North America. Both teams will report for duty in the LCS in 2016. And with that, we can close the curtain on yet another episode of Prime Time League.
Rivington, Bislin the third.
What you got there?
Aren't you forgetting one small thing?
Thank you for the reminder. After last weekend's victory over Gravity, we got a peek into the mind of Dyrus thanks to GameSpot. And while Dyrus said, once again, this could be his last year in the LCS, that's not the part of the interview we were interested in. So sit back and listen to Freak's dramatic reading of some priceless Dyrus wisdom in our last hit.
Good day. Dyrus has announced that he may be retiring after Team Solo Mid's season concludes this year. I, for one, am hoping that he stays because if he leaves, we will be robbed of his unique view that he brings to the LCS. After TSM's series on Sunday, Dyrus spoke with Travis Gafford about how TSM operates as a team. Today on Master Tier Theater, we present a dramatic reading from that interview. Every good TP that I've had wasn't only by me, but a combined effort of me, Lustboy, Santorin, Bjerg shot calling, even Turtle. Everyone on the team is calling for the TPs, so instead of me just using TP as a single person, we're using it as a team. For example, let's say you cloned yourself 5 times, and you all knew what you wanted to do. Instead of it just being me now, it's the entire team feeling like, oh, we have TP up here. And I let them know at a certain time. And, like, just body parts of a person. I like, as TSM like, it just works out that way. And I feel like, as a team, we've gotten better. Well, Dyrus, hopefully you can get fed on some croissants on your way to Paris for Worlds this year.
H2K will be sending Giants to the regional qualifier and will be advancing to face Origin.
I didn't expect H2K to show up so strong.
Wow, he's jumped in and he's taken so much damage, and Ryu stays alive.
Going 3-0 against Giants was a huge confidence boost.
I do think that H2K is definitely better than they were in the regular season, so therefore we have to look out for them.
This time, if we go to fair games, we have a good chance to win against Origin.
Niels jumped on by Lulex. Does he have the damage? Condemn against the wall. Yes, he does. Niels is unstoppable.
If confidence means that I just go into the game and I'm not afraid of who I'm facing, then yeah, we're confident.
And welcome to the European LCS Summer Semis, where it's come down to 4 teams with their eyes on the finals in Stockholm, Sweden, and also the 2015 World Championship. We're coming to you live from our studio in Berlin, Germany. As you can see, everybody is extremely ready to go. The fans light up, and there's a lot of them. Absolutely packed studio. There is Origin not jumping in the pool just yet, but reflecting on their game just before, and playing a little catch as well. Maybe like they will do with H2K. H2K is walking in the building there with Betong with them, as well as Lulex, so we know that that is a possibility for this series. I'm Eefje Schokkensupportere here with James Stress O'Leary, as well as our guests, LCS jungler Marcel Dexter-Veldkamp and the coach for Rocket, Yamato Cannon. Thank you very much for joining us, guys.
Thank you.
It's going to be a good day, so let's start by pulling up that bracket and seeing where we ended up so far here in the playoffs. Of course, the Unicorns of Love beating out Rocket in that intense series. We'll talk to you about that later.
Sorry, there was a little fist bump action going on
on
stage while the graphic was up. I got a little bit sidetracked. But over on the other side of the bracket, H2K swept aside the Giants in a 3-0 in the quarterfinals. They'll square off against the second seed Origin today. Keep in mind, all 4 teams in this stage of the playoffs will be joining us in Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah. What are your impressions of how the playoffs has gone so far? Of course, Yamato sadly on the receiving end of the loss.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Well, unlucky. We'll see who gets lucky here today. There's more on the line than just the summer finals, of course. How far teams go in the playoffs will determine how many champion points they are awarded, which is very important to keep in mind, because with the most points at the end of the season, you get qualified for Worlds as a second seed from Europe, of course, after whoever wins the summer split.
So yeah, H2K coming up in this game right now, it's really important for them to win, because if we assume that Fnatic is going to win against Unicorns of Love, they're most likely going to qualify through the most champion points to direct. So if H2K manage to win this game, then they don't have to play the 3rd and 4th game in Stockholm.
The other side of it, though, is if they end up in the 3rd place game, if Origin win today, that gives us a really hype game over in Stockholm. Again, if Fnatic beat the Unicorns, it will put us in a situation where H2K and the Unicorns are battling for a World Championship seed in our 3rd place game.
Yeah, definitely. And the champion points also determine the seeding for the regional qualifier, Stress, which is also super hyped after the playoffs.
Yeah, because the winner of the regional qualifiers, the team that makes it all the way through to the finals of the regional qualifiers, they're going to get the 3rd seed to Worlds. So win the regional qualifiers, run the gauntlet, and you're in.
So Yamato, you are obviously with your team Rocket in there. What are your chances, you think?
I feel we have a big advantage as the other teams are actually playing still. We have some weeks to prepare. We see all the strategies. So I think we have advantage in that regard. But I also feel that we were kind of warmed up in regards of best of 5s, simply because UOL was the first best of 5 we ever had as a team. And I think coming into the gauntlet, I feel pretty confident.
All planned, just going to run the gauntlet and do it that way. Okay, yeah. Well, we'll see. Well, with those points in mind, today's matchup between the 2nd seed Origin and 3rd seed H2K has massive implications, as said. And then following that best of 5 here in Europe, the North American LCS kicks off with their first semifinal between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Impulse. And with such a wealth of perspectives on the analyst desk this week, we want the open the floor to you. Send your LCS playoff questions at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskTheDesk, and we'll see what you want to know later in the show. Now, we're going to dial in on the matchup at hand between H2K and Origin, our very first semi-final. And, well, 2 teams who were challenger teams in the beginning of the season as well, but have both gone through such tremendous growth. What is your opinion on just, in general, the way these teams have grown from challenger to this?
I think OG coming into the split was really. I think they exceeded all expectations because they went pretty much undefeated until they faced Fnatic, and then had a slight dip into performance.
We beat them actually.
I'm sorry, I forgot that. Yeah, but no, but coming into the split, OG was pretty strong. Then had a slight dip in performance, but I think right now in playoffs, where Xpeke and Soaz have been performing all the time, I think this is where they're gonna show up again. So I expect OG to come out strong today.
In regards to H2K, I think when they actually started to play, I think they had the most intelligent approach to the game. They tried to play the most consistent way possible from the start. It didn't work out in the start, but as you kind of learn to play in the most consistent way, the final product is going to be the best possible. And with that approach, I actually enjoy what they did and how they've actually grown throughout both splits.
Well, we'll see how they turn up today. Before we go any further, let's run down the lineups rather, starting with H2K on the blue side for Game 1 with Odoamne, Lulex, Ryu, Hjarnen, Kissing, and their coach Prowley. And on the other side, OG, starting at the red side for Game 1 at least, Soaz, Amazing, Xpeke, Niels, Mithy, and their coach Leduc. You mentioned on the strategic approach of H2K to the game. Dexter, if there is one thing that you feel like OG is better than H2K or H2K is better than OG at, what would you say it is?
I think from a jungle perspective, I think OG probably has a slight advantage here in that matchup because I think Amazing is just right now, he's performing a bit better, I think, than Lulex right now. I'm not sure how good he stacks up against Betongnjokke, but I would say that Amazing has the advantage over both junglers. And in terms of bot lane, I think we have a slight advantage towards OG too, but I think Yamato can expand on that thought. Why?
Well, pretty much when I'm thinking about the bot lane matchup right here is the fact that Origin, I feel they have a wider depth in their champion pool. I think individually they're pretty equal, AD carries and supports, but I feel the depth of their champion pool on Origin side is just a huge advantage, simply because they've shown up with a Vayne against the Sivir, which is like a counter matchup in some regards. And I think H2K tends to blind pick their bot lane very often with the Thresh blind picks, and I think that's very dangerous against Origin.
We'll see, and we'll dive into the champion pools a little bit more in a second. Something I do want to touch on more holistically for the teams is that they don't do well when they get behind in games. If we look at the statistics, H2K, in 7 games, they've fallen behind at 20 minutes. They lost 6 of those games. Origin fell behind at 25 times, and they lost 5 of those games. Why do you think that is with two teams that are at the top of the table? Stress maybe.
I think that we were talking about this a little bit earlier before the show, and we were talking about how good Origin are as a mid-game team. Yamato, that was something you feel pretty strongly about, and I think generally that's a massive trend that once they get ahead, they're able to snowball, but when they're behind, it does, when you're playing as a mid-game team, become difficult to actually regroup in a loss. So I wonder whether you wanted to maybe expand a little bit more on that, Yamato.
I would like to add, when it comes to high level of play, Origin H2K, of course, higher level European teams. When it comes to high level play, there comes with a slight respect for the enemy team. You don't sit and wait for them to do mistakes. You try to set yourself up and your composition for to win, pretty much. And usually that doesn't work out because it's a risk. And I kind of respect this type of play because when you're behind, you're supposed to lose anyway.
A couple of people that really try and make it work and get in front early for their teams are the junglers. You touched on it already. Let's look at it a little closer. Amazing versus Lulex, at least here in Game 1. And, well, you mentioned that champion pools might be a big factor coming into this one.
So, I mean, coming into this match, it's really important to say that Lulex's best jungler has been Rek'Sai for the entire split, while he has a backup of Gragas, and they both have like a similar champion pool, but at the same time we saw a bit of a meta shift in the jungle role, where we see more carry-oriented junglers with the Runeglaive coming in Nidalee, for example, and Elise right now. And we know that Amazing, when he was on TSM, he has been playing Elise pretty much as his main champion. So I'm not very concerned about Amazing, but I'm not sure if Lulex can play Elise. Or I think we saw Betongnjokke play it, but to what extent can they play it in the best of 5? So it's going to be really interesting to see how deep the champions pool are from Lulex, if Rek'Sai and Gragas both off the picture, maybe, because one gets banned, the other gets picked away, or I'm not sure what to see, but we have to see what the first game shows us pretty much, and if the jungle bans are going to be a thing.
I think the biggest thing about the jungle is the unique dynamic that H2K gave us last week when it comes to actually the ability to bring Betongnjokke in as a substitute. That's really unpredictable, but it also can have a negative impact on the team itself for H2K. I mean, you look at, for instance, top and jungle synergy, that is very different with a different jungler. And you know, when we look at the map just as a whole, we wanted to also focus in on the top lane. So if that does get disrupted, how will the different dynamics of the top laners play into this? Because there there are aspects of both Soaz and Odoamne that have very different styles when it comes to top lane.
I mean, yeah, both have been playing different styles, but also obviously Rumble has been a very, very big pick for both teams. Soaz undefeated on Rumble currently, but I also think Fizz has been seeing a lot of play, and especially in this series, we're gonna see probably a lot of Fizz, while also having the possibility of Shen maybe. I don't see both teams as a Ryze player, but Shen might be a pretty big pick because both of the supports also use it. So it's a really big flex pick in that series potentially.
I think it's interesting though with that one, if the Rumble's banned, if the potentially Shen is banned, will Soaz go to the off tanks when, or the AP champions when we know Odoamne prefers to go to just straight up tanks himself? I think that's going to be super interesting to watch.
Yeah, and on top of that, we also took a look at the mid champion pools, and well, there were a lot of champions available for both sides, both veterans. Xpeke versus Ryu, who I don't think there's one or the other that you can say, oh, they will not know what to pick because these champion pools are so vast. So Yamato, what do you think it will come down to?
Well, I'm taking a look at this graphic, right? And I see a lot of champions that have fallen out of favor in the current meta. And with that in mind, I feel Victor is going to be the contested pick, but I feel a Victor ban is better for H2K than it is for Origin, because I feel Origin kind of need the Victor, because I don't see like the Vladimir, for example, that Peke has played. It doesn't really make sense when you blind pick up blue side. So I think if H2K decide to ban the Victor on red side, I think they have a massive advantage.
But for you, it's going to come down to the bottom lane. Do you dare, you guys, making a prediction for the series?
If I have to make a prediction,
yeah,
I think OG 3-1.
I'm thinking 3-2 Origin, simply because I want to give Origin the edge simply because of how H2K have structured their pick and ban in the previous games. But after the first game, I think I will have a clear idea what I think about the matchup. But I'm pretty sure it could go either way.
My prediction kind of depends on something Prolly talked about last week, was he said I didn't know which H2K was going to turn up. Not exactly the safest thing for your coach to really say. If you're a fan, that's a little bit worrying. If H2K show up and they're the top form, I think H2K can take it, but it'll be 3-2 if it is the H2K that we saw in Spring Split.
Yeah, we'll see how everything comes into play. We'll also keep a track of all the picks that are available and how the matchup unfolds. But for now, we're going to send it over to Pulse for some insider insight into our semifinals.
Thank you, Sharks. I'm here with Prolly and Leduc ahead of their game. Now, first off, Prolly, kind of want to talk about Betong Yaka as you brought him in last week. We've seen the dynamics over in Korea with Uzi-Hoon and Faker, but what dynamic does Betong Yaka bring to the team that Lulix necessarily wouldn't?
Well, they both have two, actually really different playstyles and champion pools that complement the playstyles. So it's actually pretty nice because if we feel like the game really kind of needs a change, we have that option because they're just a lot more different than, what you'd think.
Yeah, diversity, I like it. So, Leduc, in this matchup, you have a 2-0 head-to-head over H2K. Now, how do you think this matchup is going to go? How has your preparation been? Have you been focusing on H2K or just yourselves when you've been coming into this game?
Our preparation was definitely focused on ourselves. This also has to do with the fact we played H2K in week 9, so we haven't practiced against them for more or less over a month. In the series against Giants, there was also not that much information you could get out of them, so it was fairly pointless to focus the preparation on them. Yeah, as long as we play our game, I think we're going to be fine.
Okay, well, we'll see how it works out in-game. Now, back to you, Prolly. We had it over at the desk about how you said last week which H2K is going to turn up. How has your preparation been? Do you think the right H2K is going to turn up today?
Man, yeah, with the Jekyll and Hyde situation, we really have to just mimic what we did last week and kind of bring that out. Today, I think everything has gone pretty well, so hopefully the right one will come out, but, we'll have to see.
Okay, well, best of luck, gentlemen. We're going to throw it over to the caster desk to take away this game. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Pulse and Analyst Desk. I'm Quickshot here to bring you this best of 5 with the help of Crepo and Deficio. And before we get to picks and bans, our friend Pyra is still under the weather, unfortunately. We're hoping he's going to get better soon so he can travel with us to Stockholm for the 3rd place and finals. Get well soon, dude. So, patch 5.14. It is the playoff patch for all of the LCS. Origin versus H2K. H2K are on blue side because Origin chose red side. What are we expecting, Deficio?
Well, I mean, coming in here, we have to highlight that Lulix is playing in Game 1 for H2K. That meant they banned Elise against Giants in both the games he was playing. Amazing. Used to be an Elise player. I wouldn't be surprised to see that ban coming in once again. But the jungle, that's the matchup I'm looking at.
Yeah, just see how well these support jungle synergies are going and if they change anything from their traditional styles. Because we've been off the grid, especially for Origin, like Ducky was saying, for quite a while right now. Things have changed. Even if the patch stays somewhat stale, things over time tend to develop into different directions. For example, right now there's tweets going on about Kog'Maw as an AD carry. Right now, teams are just playing Juggernaut a bit again, playing peel back and just protect the Kog'Maw with the necessary disengage. That could be a good strategy for either of these teams. I'm just wondering what they will bring out.
So this obviously is a new thing now compared to what we saw in the quarterfinals. A lot of AD carry bans coming in with Sivir, Kalista, Vayne as the first three. Obviously Vayne has been a big pick for Nils. He's often one of the split pushers on the side of Origin before the group for these team fights. And then just full focus on Yanin. I feel like he has enough picks though when it comes to like Jinx and like the late game carries. Tristana, he's played it a few times. So H2K might just opt to run this protect the AD carry comp.
Well, where's it? There is the Elise you talked about, Deficio. Priority on the AD carries. That means Corki should go up in value, something Origin have played a lot. And actually both of these teams have got phenomenal AD carries when you look at the league holistically.
Traditionally speaking, yes, Corki goes up in value. However, Kog'Maw does extremely well into him in lane, and just later in the game, Corki obviously falls off because he doesn't scale that well. If you don't really hit that mid-game spike, then a protected Kog'Maw comp could definitely be viable because the strongest early game laner Kalista's out, the strongest utility carry Sivir is out, so that opens up to a lot of options. You kind of don't let the Vayne scale either because you ban there too. If you go for the Vayne Kog'Maw matchup for whatever reason, that would pan out. So interesting, but also you can't really first pick that, right? Because we talked about Soaz in the top lane versus Oruam. The Rumble is up, for example, and that was an extremely potent pick for both these top laners.
And I wonder if Rumble is going to be a thing or it's going to be more bait. And we're going to see some of these new picks we've seen more and more. Like we've seen Riven over in Korea a lot as a counter pick into the Rumble. We know Oruam has been using it. That could be potentially a little mind game we see in the pick and ban phase, but a lot of time being used. And we talked about the Corki.
Oruamne 6-2 on the split with Rumble. Soaz 5-0. It is both of their most played champions, and as we said, with so many AD carries off the table, it's not too surprising to see Corki locked in here.
And this is also a takeaway from Origin, who is a team that really shines in the mid game. It's fairly slow-paced laning phase, and then once you hit like 10 minutes, they start getting roams going from Mythi, joining in with Amazing, and that's where they start snowballing the game really, and it's between 10 minutes and 20 minutes to get these big leads. Corki obviously with the Trinity Force fits in perfectly. It's been early rotated from them very often, so that's been taken away.
Now while it may seem like an obvious bait for H2K to take that Corki early and Origin perhaps being prepared, you know, Janna might pull out the Janna Kog'Maw, I do like it in a first game of a best of 5 to pick something mid-game oriented with some aggression, because I feel taking the back foot and just letting time scale and taking it slow is fine in the middle of a best of 5, but I really like teams that come out swinging first game and at least put some pressure on your enemy to show something, to reveal something, and perhaps just take them off guard.
And also because both these teams are super snowball reliant. Like once they fall behind, again, we had this on the analyst desk, 5 times Origin have lost. I mean, every game they have been behind at 20 minutes, they've lost it. H2K only won one game where they were behind at 20 minutes. So having a strong early to mid game might be the key to this entire best out of 5. Who can perform the best in the early game? H2K tends to be through the lane swap, where Origin is more based on what Mythi and Amazing can do to try and snowball these lanes here. Now, a Shen coming in early, that's a good start though to start getting these lanes rolling.
Yeah, Shen and Alistar locked in. Usually, traditionally, Shen is obviously a flex pick between support and top lane, but because they locked in a support Alistar, 2 roles are set in stone, a lot of information given away. H2K have pretty flexible in their draft still, and likely that Origin will leave their counter pick as 5th pick for mid lane later on. But I wonder what Niels is going to play with this Alistar in the bot lane.
It's also a departure for Soaz, because in recent weeks he's been playing carries predominantly, not the biggest tank player in history. Oruamne will know the matchup. We'll see whether or not that's going to be a Nautilus top, or if Gnar is something he wants to play. A number of options here for Oruamne.
Are we going to see the Nidalee reaction coming out of Amazing here? It should, because, you know, we see an early game jungler locked in. You have double tanks locked already, so you could add a bit more poke and a bit more pressure in the early game from that Nidalee. Could be solid jungle pick here.
Yeah, otherwise we could just see Amazing stick to Rek'Sai Gragas. They're tested junglers for him, because when it comes to the early game for Origin, Nidalee would fit in for how they want to snowball it, but at the same time, the Gragas has been so important, and the Rek'Sai, when it comes also to scaling up a little bit at least, Gragas with the Sentinel is still the jungler who scales the best into the late game.
Yep.
Even though there's all these early game junglers now, Lulex at the same time. He's not going Italy, he's not an Elise player, so we might see some of the old school junglers in that sense here in Europe, even though other regions still heavily prioritize Gragas.
If you're running a protected Kog'Maw composition like Origin is doing right now, I do think the Gragas can complement it very well, because all you really need from your other roles outside of mid lane is peel. Defensive posturing, kiting back in teamfights, disengage is all what you want. Keep them locked up as long so the Kog'Maw can keep attacking them over and over. However, we will need a heavy damage mid laner from Peke. Victor is out, so we need to have something that can pack a punch and distract H2K to a sense. Otherwise, it will be too easy to locate the one target you need to annihilate, which is obviously the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, either a scaling mid laner or potentially take a Lulu. If you want to go like full-on Giacomo composition for Peke in the mid lane. This is interesting though, because H2K now steals it away, because at the same time, Olaf in the top lane against this Shen, it's such a fantastic pick against these tanks. And then when you have a Lulu, we've seen Team Solo Mid use this in NA versus Gravity, you speed up that Olaf and he just goes crazy on your back line.
Yeah, I really like the pickup here. Lulu Olaf together as synergy-wise, I think it's fantastic. You know, speeding him up, wild growth on top of him, he literally becomes unstoppable. Switching the Nautilus from flex top lane to support here as well, it is a point-and-click engage that Kog'Maw can't escape, so we'll need something here from Expect at least to react. If Niels gets caught and they overextend onto him, we need an answer. In the first few weeks of the split, he was running a lot of Vladimir, you know, for late game damage and scaling, but what is he going to do?
We'll find out shortly, but to go back to the point you made much earlier, Crepo, H2K put together a composition that wants to get to you and wants to get to you quickly. We'll see if they can execute as well as they did against Giants last week. Probably said it himself, he hopes to mimic his quarterfinal performance. Let's see if H2K can upset the apple cart and take Origin down. It will be the Ahri as a last pick for Origin.
In terms of safety though, if Origin get to the mid game, they can rotate Niels down to the mid lane and put Ahri on the side lane as a bit of an assassin, roamer, and skirmisher that kind of can survive safely on her own. So they do have a ticket into the late game farming-wise. Just need to make sure that they don't give up too much of the map in that process.
It's just such a scary mid game though for H2K. Olaf is such a good champion and starts snowballing even early on. Get him that level 6, get him that Black Cleaver as the first item. And first of all, Shen is not going to be a concern for him. And then in these fights here, there's not enough that can stop an Olaf in this game. I mean, we're almost looking like an Anivia putting up a wall in front of him. So H2K have a very, very, very powerful mid game. They have the Lee Sin to secure as well the early vision. We know that Lulex likes to provide. It's often the best he can do for his team in the early stages. Let's see what Origin can do though with this pick for Pick in the mid lane, because I like to see what he normally does in a playoff match.
Absolutely everybody wants to see it. Prolly and Ducky shaking hands. And without further ado, it is time to hit the rift and find out which team will advance to the Summer Playoff Finals.
It's always the best team that will win the best of 5, so if we can hold our focus on for 5 games, we have a good chance to win against Oregon.
We know we can beat them.
In the split, we went 0-2 against them, but I don't think best of 1s does matter that much.
We want to win playoffs. If we win playoffs, there's nothing to worry about.
I want to get to the finals. It's a really big day to us.
It's a best of 5 between the second and third best summer teams. Origin versus H2K. We're on the rift to find out who will be our first summer finalists.
And Origin sticking to what we saw in the last few weeks of the LCS, where they're starting using more globals. We had some Twisted Fate coming in, we saw Shen support, and now Soas playing it in the top lane. It is very important for Origin in this game. They can use the window where Soas can TP down to the other side of the map and start snowballing the mid and the bot lane. Because one-on-one against this Olaf, especially once we get that first item, that's where we start seeing the problems coming in for Origin.
The real benefit of double global only comes out on the second cast though. If Shen ultis in first, then goes back to lane, teleports and cooldown, then teleports down again. That's where you get the clear value from. Zakad's going wild.
Advantage Peke. Damage favored Origin.
So H2K invading in, placing the 3 wards so we can basically spot every single entrance, needing just one around the mid lane to see everything. Origin obviously gonna mirror it. So not a whole lot happening here.
There's too many syllables in Origin apparently.
I want to see if H2K opts for, I wouldn't call it cheesy, but one of the things you can do with Olaf in a lane swap is where you go in and you make sure he takes some damage on these jungle camps in the early game. He can even tank up a few minions, and he drops fairly low on HP, so his passive kicks in, the extra attack speed. And when you have these fast pushing lane swaps we see in Europe and in North America, you can just take down these towers so fast. And even 10-15 seconds can matter when it comes to making the next move after the tower goes down. Early on though, Lulex and Oda is just beating the wolf camp.
I mean, we've seen that before in the past where OAS would on purpose tank tower shots to make that quicker. However, nowadays we bounce the wave back to the top laner, so you don't really want to lurk around in that top lane on 20% HP, because then it's an easy, pick off from the opposing team.
You also have obviously the teleport, so you take the tower, go back, and you can return to lane. And then you have that situation where maybe possibly H2K can use the fast tower to swap down earlier before Origin can either take down the tower or recall in time. Early move in the mid lane. Level 2 for Kasing. Got that on the Grump.
Yep.
Pekka needs to be careful.
That is the benefit of doing camp in noticing that it is indeed a lane swap. You just give full XP to support starts roaming, and then mid lane's under pressure. Traditionally though in Europe, in lane swaps, mid lane has been pretty action-free. It's been a 1v1, no jungler involved, so should be a true test to the skill of these mid laners in the next, say, 3 minutes. Once these towers go down, lanes go neutral again, then we can see some roams and ganks. 3 people in the top lane, 3 people in the bot lane, junglers are jungling. Pretty standard European lane swap overall.
And we had a bit of a discussion regarding the lane swap earlier this week between H2K and Origin, who's going to come out ahead. We can take a look at some of the averages here in terms of kills, dragons, etc. We'll see whether or not the averages hold true, because as you said, Origin have been in the dark for a little while.
Yeah, interesting. Amazing join party in the bot lane to push the tower down quicker. He forwent the Krugs. Perhaps he did one big one. Just check, no?
So basically, we got blue buff for Odoamne. He took the one together with Lulex. Obviously, that's what you can do with the Sin pick. You don't really need the blue buff early on, so he's going to get a bit of an advantage. And of course, he bounced the wave up top. We're going to have to see. Origin as a team is sending back Soaz. So this wave is going to push down towards Odoamne as long as H2K bounces it correctly, which means Soaz might be in a little bit of trouble when it comes to catching some farm.
And that was the reason Amazing showed up bot. They realized that this tower was going down too slowly, but in their strategy, Origin seemed to favor bouncing the way back to the Kog'Maw, who has farm priority #1 to get him fed in this composition. So they want to get Soaz back to the top lane as quick as they can. That's why Amazing stopped jungling, went down to that tower. Interesting adaptation here. Let's see if it pays off. Obviously, Kog'Maw, with the safety of his turret behind him, wants to keep farming.
I would love to see Lulex go top now, once this wave starts pushing down towards Odoamne, and take an early gank on Source. If you can shut down a Shen in the early stages, he never gets to apply that global pressure without losing something. Both junglers are thinking the same though. Amazing is here to protect his top laner. Lulex is gonna connect though.
He does. There's the resonating strike. Amazing's in a little bit of trouble before a decent trade. Forced to flash defensively. Odoamne has Ghost. The Viking is coming in. Another Sonic Wave with red buff connects, as does the Undertow. Amazing and Soaz turn back in. First blood may be secured by Origin, and it will. Soaz flashes forward. It's a trade. Equalize. Odoamne now has red buff and will stick in lane with those vicious strikes.
So both top laners here getting the early kills. Lulex, he jumped in on his own, and we saw Odoamne with the Ghost. He was trying to follow. Obviously doesn't have the same kind of mobility as the Lee Sin, so a trade. Wave is still pushing down towards Odoamne, so he's gonna have a small experience lead from this one here, because Origin decided to send Source back to that top lane and say, you're not gonna stay, but that's for Nils here on this hyper carry.
Good read by Amazing, showing up where he was needed. Luckily, he gets the body slam on Lulex. Can't imagine how that play would have went out should Lulex have flashed the body slam and still kept going aggro, because then obviously Odoamne could come in, connect those axes, pick them up again, throw them out again, and eventually kill both of the targets. So good thing for Soaz here. He's actually leading in CS now too, because he managed to safely push in that wave, because he had the better HP at the end of that trade too.
Talking about the lane swaps, this thing seemed to now have settled down a little. Towers traded to Fisher. I believe you cursed H2K earlier in the split.
Yeah, sorry.
Breaking down their lane swaps, and then all of a sudden H2K started to fall to pieces. This is not the same mistakes that we're seeing towards the end of summer. Even trades back and forth between both teams.
Yeah, it's what we saw against Giants as well for H2K. They were so much better in these lane swaps, and it gave them a huge advantage in game 1 and 2. It was not until we saw standard lanes they started struggling a little bit. I think taking a bit of a trade. Not a whole lot's gonna happen here. Now we kind of reset the whole map. We're back into standard lanes. 80 carry-wise. Nils is slightly behind in experience, but he has the wave pushing in towards him.
Yeah, lane is a little stale and rough at the earlier stages, but once these carries hit level 6, then the poke potential comes in. Obviously, the better skill shot master will end up winning that lane, but obviously Kog'Maw scales better. Both are aiming for a Triforce spike, but I think Triforce on Kog'Maw is such an interesting concept because it's like an early mid-game spike item on such a late-game hyper carry. Just a contrast here.
Oh, a little bit of an engage in middle. Amazing and Lulex, they're both reading the same playbook because they're both in the same area of the map once more.
And Lulex's been very, very active. Notice how the top lane was pushed. Odoamne.
Hey!
Fine. Just checking, you know, he wants the pink ward. But notice how it's Odoamne with the pressure in the top lane. Being that Lulex can freely be around the top side and move in for a gank, he finds amazing, he forces a flash. So decent start for him on Lee Sin despite dying up in that top lane.
However, in the Shen Olaf matchup, yes, Olaf will have the pressure, but from level 6 onwards, Soaz can always arrive at a whim. Just simply cast the ulti, worst case teleport afterwards, and you're still fine. So good read from Odoamne to use that one level advantage where you can make a pick where Soaz can't immediately react.
And that's why we're going to have to see H2K. Once they shove in the top wave, that's where you can start making the plays. Once you see Soaz stuck on a tower and Odoamne is free to roam as well, you can use him. You don't want to take a fight otherwise if you know the Shen can just join in instantly. Because that's where he's the strongest, when he's using his own lane pressure onto the other lanes with his global. Early Dragon started from Origin here. H2K not responding at all, staying very far back on the map.
There you are. We did see Kissing just on the side of your screen. First time playing on this Nautilus. I believe he caught Peke with that dredge line, but Dragon number 1 goes to Origin, taking advantage of H2K's back timing from that bottom lane.
That's despite H2K having very good early vision in the river. Notice the 3 pink wards around mid. Rio has been having basically a safe lane where you can just constantly shove it in when you play against these roaming assassins. If you keep them stuck under their tower, obviously they're never going to be able to leave without you spotting them, and their kill pressure goes down for Peke. We know also he is a mid laner who likes to sit, obviously, and farm in the early stage.
Soaz is baiting in Odoamne, but look on your minimap. Approaching is the cavalry. Kog'Maw and Alistar are on their way. Soaz might be able to just bait in Odoamne and make him a little bit too overconfident. However, bot lane is empty, so they should spot that ward. Bottom lane here for Origin as well, so they can spot where exactly the support or AD carry will be. The lane's pushed up. So Origin are working with a lot more information right here.
Well, there's the Ragnarok burn. The moment the taunt lands from Soaz. And with the support, it looks like Origin have set their sights on another outer turret. Nobody from H2K has responded yet. So Origin are going to get a little bit of time to get some auto attacks down.
Kissing did read the situation though and recalled very early from the bottom lane to join. Odoamne here, they might even try and look for something. Still 3 guys. Odoamne, he's toast.
He's no ulti, gets taunted. And that was just too easy from Origin.
Yeah, you can't go for that play when your Corki is pushing out the bot lane. You know the top side of the map is populated by 5 Origin members in the worst case scenario, but the worst case scenario is also likely because Hjarnan has been pushing in that bot lane constantly, has found nobody defending that at all, and now obviously Soaz has one of his 2 globals, 1 teleport summoner spell used to go to the bottom lane. Good adaptation, good map play by Origin.
And now Lulex has to show himself in the top lane to defend the wave. That opens up for Amazing to get a free gank on the other lanes, even with Shen teleport available. Whenever you force that jungler to just sit and defend lanes, it gives you so much information on the map. Amazing gets a Rift Scuttler, check the mid lane as well, because Lulex was sitting there trying to clear out the last few waves. Big mistake from H2K. They could just take the wave and just farm. You don't have to force anything right there.
Origin not overstaying their welcome in the top lane. We can see that Niels has already back to pick himself up a Zeal before resetting back into the lane. And the lanes have just swapped now, once again. Odoamne and Soaz move down to the bottom. And as it stands, Origin have just got small advantages that they keep accruing as the minutes roll by.
A little hesitation from Niels. He went to the left side of his base, only to turn around and go to the bot lane. It seems that he values the safety of his own turret behind him over pushing potential on an extra turret from H2K. I think that's the right choice. When you're playing a late game scaling hyper carry with a protected Kog'Maw composition, you really just want to be safe. He picks up the jungle camps along the way as well as you can spot on your minimap. Mid lane's trading even, and Amazing, he's just providing pressure. Just everywhere he needs to. Even if it's in full vision, he doesn't really care. He can still start clearing one of these 3 defensive pink wards from H2K, and Origin can slowly creep out the vision on the minimap.
Well, we can see how Amazing needs to always respect where Lulex is because he's fallen slightly behind the early stages. 7 on the start of Lulex, 6 only for Amazing. So he doesn't want to go all in for the gank. He's just there, as you said, Krepo, to add a bit of pressure, help maybe clear out some vision. This mid lane tower is open though because Peke used his entire mana pool and recalled. H2K though not going to be able to take down because Origin, again, both teams are constantly just moving members between these lanes and trying to always respond to each other.
This obviously leaves open both sides lane. Shen is pushing on an empty lane. On the bottom lane, Kog'Maw and Niels is pushing on an empty lane too, so if they survive that push, which they did, then again they have the first move to make, because now they have side lane pressure, mid lane pressure since Pekka is coming from a base, and that traditionally leads into support and jungle grouping up and moving into the enemy jungle for deep wards. So now removed 2 out of those earlier 3 pink wards already. So Origin, they were at a risky point, but they didn't break, and now they can capitalize on that advantage.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Kesing is following Yanan to the top lane here. It's just a Shen on his own. That meant the bot lane suddenly was super open, and Origin walked in, got full vision. Lulix can't do anything on his own. He needs his support to help. So at least we have a 2v2 battle, always with respect though for the potential globals that can join. Source is gonna get all the 5 minutes. Look, he's sitting ready in the bush in case a play happens, otherwise he's just waiting for the wave.
We did see the moment Oduwamne moved into the bottom lane and Origin pushed it to the tower. Niels backed away. Origin not only have some deep vision, they've got the fan support behind them, and both of these teams seem to be reading each other's moves relatively well. Even on gold, even on towers. Other than the dragon advantage and some vision that Origin had deep, they may have control over the pit once it spawns for the second time.
The way the lanes were distributed about 1 minute or 2 minutes ago, that's exactly what Origin want. They want the enemy AD carry to face off against the Shen without turret pressure. There's no way Kiana was going to get that tier 2 tower down. That means any fight, any play, any action on the bottom side of the map will result in a straight 5v4 since Corki can't cancel Shen ultimate either. Such a just big pressure and map advantage for Origin. Then they can get deep vision, and they will likely try and capitalize on that division with a dragon. However, that's what H2K is trying to prevent right now. They're trying to ward around the dragon pit. You see in your minimap, Lulix is skirmishing around right there.
We can also see how Yanan went back, couldn't afford the Trinity Force, so instead upgraded his boots to be ready for this dragon spawning here. Everyone has the timer, obviously, especially here in 5:14. So now H2K setting up. Black Cleaver is completed. That's the first big spike for Oduamne. And then also the boots now for Yanan.
There is 1.4k gold unspent on Niels, so he has the base to get that, and dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Pressure's in the mid lane too, so Origin, their timing's not working out for this next dragon.
Just wanted that one more wave to be able to afford the Trinity Force for Niels, and that's gonna give up at least the river control. H2K might not be able to get anything else.
However, if they lose dragon, then they can capitalize with an extra mid lane tower that likely will be exposed. You know, teams moving to dragon, leaves mid open, you can punish that. You can roam to the top side if SOAS can manage to get the push going. So there's still options available because H2K did not manage to take that dragon in that 20 to 30 second window.
Due to this fairly slow early game in the mid lane at least, Pekka didn't go for the Luden's Echo rush we've seen a few times. If you get the large rod on your first back to 1250 gold, so instead, Morel Nomicon, not the same kind of burst, but in a long extended fight with a cooldown reduction, Pekka can still be very dangerous.
It feels like H2K is afraid to commit. They had a distinct window, 4v5, if they tracked the items on the Kog'Maw, if they tracked his base timing, they could have known that he had to base, or at least be 2 items down in a team fight with an earlier game AD carry. They could have contested that dragon, they could have taken that dragon, especially with their composition, which thrives in grouping up. You want to speed up the Olaf, send them in, land the initial poke with Corki, and just straight up engage, but they're giving Origin these dragons pretty much uncontested.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, Crepo, and as you mentioned, Origin will take an advantage in the objective side. We do see Niels is still marginally down in CS, however, his gold has been spent on the Triforce. And for H2K, they have done a lot of work on Pekka's tower, so we'll need to see if H2K can knock it over. Both of these teams very, very even. And this is a little bit, I don't want to say unexpected. We did feel once a team got a lead, they would be good enough to close it out. But we're approaching 20 minutes and trading blow for blow thus far. The safe play in game 1 of the series.
It is 2 very, very good early game teams. 2 teams who got 5 and 7k goal leads against Fnatic when they faced them. So this is where the teams are strongest. These early to mid game transitions, and then obviously get that lead and start snowballing it. Because as we mentioned, once they start falling behind, they really don't do too well.
Yeah, they really do not. Analyst Desk talked about it, and there's your stats. Goal lead at 20 minutes. Look at those win-loss ratios, but the more impressive or disappointing is the loss record. 1-6 when H2K are behind at 20, 0-5 when Origin are behind at 20. With a few more towers falling, these gold leads could spike.
I like this play here for H2K. Obviously, Origin is trying to mirror it in the top side also with the dual lane. But H2K as a team didn't necessarily have to take any fights early on, because you can still wait for the Trinity Force to be completed. You can wait for the Olaf to scale up a little bit. Lulu maxing Whimsy second in the mid lane again to add more mobility. So like you scale really well with the levels and a little bit of the time. You didn't have to all in early game. So I think HT has been playing okay. Sitting back a little bit. 2 towers now for them, or 3 towers, sorry.
I don't quite agree though. If you look back for the last 5 to 6 minutes, not a single long cooldown ultimate has been used by either team. That has to be almost in Origin's favor because they're scaling comfortably into the late game. Not a single play was set up by H2K. They had to win on a dragon, but they could have sent Olaf downwards. However, finally some action here in the mid lane.
Well, Wild Growth not going to be used yet. Ryu flashes the engage. Looks like it will fizzle, but they get the summoner spell.
Back to the point though here. Keep my
Hang on, teleport's coming out.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deficio, I'll have to cut you off as here comes Oduwamne. Reckless swing, will throw down as Hyonin takes out Peke. Niels and Mithi trying to get out. Stand United was fully channeled and Soaz with a great taunt, but Amazing comes over the wall to take out Lulex. Bounces back Kasing, and they end up trading 2 for 2 in the re-engage.
The 2 for 2 in the end here. H2K showed what they can do with the Olaf. TP in behind, now all cooldowns gone real. Maybe looking for more, but has to be careful.
Not going to connect to the taunt from Soaz, and H2K not relenting the pressure. Niels is low on HP, and H2K may get a lot of damage on this inner turret.
I like the adaptation from Kasing though. He walked up towards Mithi and said, no, I'm going for Pekka instead. Wedgeline connected. Immediately got blown up. Soaz wasn't even ready for it because he ultied Mithi. Good thing about Amazing though, he saved that fight. He came in with the body slam flash over the wall, and then a good casket to knock in whoever it was, Kasing into the tower, get another kill. That fight could have gone way differently. Watch that again. Ryu and self-ported in. Good flash though.
Good flash. Pekka trying to save his charm as well. See when is Ryu gonna react in time. And now it's just TP's coming in from both top laners. And obviously return Mithi taking so much damage before he has a chance to really use his ulti.
Out the speed delay, just watch the dredge here from Kasing going on Pekka and then follow Amazing as he comes over the wall on the bottom side of your screen.
And here's the thing about this comp H2K is running and why I think they didn't have to make any plays in the early game. The fact that for the next 10-15 minutes, this Olaf is going to be able to single out targets. Corki is going to be relevant in terms of damage, and even the same for the Lulu. They don't have to worry about how late game damage is going to be from Nils, because it's still such a long time before we hit it. And when you face the Shen in the early game, you always got to respect the impact he can have. Great base stats, the ulti of course to join in on the fights. So H2K have been waiting for at least one item completed on every carry before saying now we want to start taking the fight. Traded 2 for 2 though, was very close to the tower and that cost him a bit.
Luckily before the fight broke out, H2K did get that additional tower. So it has given them a marginal gold lead as we approach 20 minutes. At what point do H2K start challenging Origin on Dragons? Maybe this next one. They do have those items you talked about, Deficio and Oduwamne and Soaz going top, but there's no TP for Oduwamne, whereas Soaz has Stand United and his teleport available. Map play pressure should be in favor of Origin.
Yeah, Niels is stuck in the bot lane split pushing. Origin's one of the few teams that actually keeps Niels in that bot lane once split push phase starts. Pekka could be trying to assassinate people there too. I think Origin would be fine trading even a tier 2 tower right now to get their 3rd dragon of the series, because that just puts them so close already to a 5 dragon potential win condition, especially with a composition that is fine in the late game. You can even give up a couple later on and still get to that magic number 5. So let's see if H2K is finally prepared to commit for a dragon fight and if it works out.
Origin do find themselves down in CS. Pretty sizable margin for Niels. Amazing does have some kills to counterbalance the fairly hard farming that Lulex has been putting on, and of course, Gragas scaling will be very good. But this is the last outer turret remaining for H2K, and Peke takes a little bit of an uneven trade before backing off. Blitzalance connects. Oh, Deficio, they may want this. There's Ragnarok down. Ghost will be up in a few seconds for Odo, but no ultimate for a potential dragon fight.
2 very key ultis gone. Pekka's obviously on the Ahri, and then the very important one for H2K. The entire comp is built around Odo and popping that ulti and just running in like a truck and hitting Nils in the face. Needs to go back and defend though. So right now Origin have the potential fight with score, but they're back in very far back with no ulti and Pekka. They give up this dragon. So once again, H2K have been waiting for this mid game, and that's where they're turning on the power.
I do like the combination of slows that H2K can manage to produce. If a Glitter Lance lands, it probably guarantees that the next axe is going to land, guarantees the next axe is going to land, guarantees the next Glitter Lance is going to land. So really good chain CC potential on key members, forcing Expect's ulti pretty much there, but trading tower for Dragon on the side of Origin. Not too bad. I think they're pretty happy with this.
Yeah, you stop again, as you mentioned, there are potential 5 dragons coming in. Getting the first one amazing. Takes away a bull for himself. So Origin staying around the Baron on top side, but don't really have any vision to place and secure anything. So once again, Dragon is gone and all the teams reset the map a little bit. HK has no reason to go in and face check this Baron here.
Both of these teams very, very even in the first game of the series, and now we see who can play the map more effectively. With all outer turrets down, slightly more global pressure from Origin, they should have some tools to push out. Teleport will be up for Odo as well, so see that come into effect. Odo has used the Ghost, and a very good ulti will avoid the knockback.
Now Origin's leaving that bot lane pushing for quite some time. They were using it just to buy some time and fake a Baron bait because they had more members concentrated in the Baron area. However, this just gives a... Yeah, teleport. Soaz has to teleport right now because he was making for a pick. So they're investing time into making a pick. If it fails, that would mean Soaz loses his teleport. So now the map should be in favor for H2K.
Remember, all of us no ulti right now. In case a fight breaks out, Kushen can still join. Mithy's looking for it. They're not that afraid of Odomni if they can always CC him and just knock him away. H2K going in there. Oh,
Lulex gets knocked back. He gets knocked up. Wild Growth will not save Lulex's life. There's the Stand United into the flash. Ryu's been taunted and taken out. Amazing. Drops the barrel. Hyonin has flash and heal, but he's holding on to them. He's taunted. It does not matter. Origin find 3. And look at Baron.
That was not your fight to take, H2K. Lulex jumps in way too aggressive. There's zero vision in that jungle either. Origin gets everything they want. Odomni, you better pentakill now.
Well, Taunt doesn't connect, but we did see the depth charge knocking up Origin. Baron is still being ticked along. Ragnarok is up, but Odomni is exhausted. Flash over the wall from Niels. Baron will take him out. Amazing still ticking on Baron. Well, H2K get the delayed ace. Baron should be secured here for Origin at the cost of Niels' life.
Yeah, H2K taking a fight at that point may not be that bad, but doing a max range Lee Sin Q connecting in full vision. It is incredibly easy to read how that was going to go. And the only person, watch this Q connect, 1 second, 2 seconds. His mind is telling him no, but his body's telling him that the only person he can kick is Alistar. It's not a good thing to tell your body. And obviously Lulex drops, and then just watch 2 offensive flashes here. First taunt flash on Ryu. Amazing connects with body slam flash because he wants to get the kill. Here combo's going to connect by Mithy. I think it's another flash used offensively. Look at Peke. He just wants to connect the charm in time. Another offensive flash coming out. So 4 flashes used by Origin because they know they're going to win that fight, and it will get them a Baron.
Man, the minimap, if you guys will look and doing that replay, again Odomni, he was running down from the top side. He wasn't even near. And Lulex goes in. That is so difficult as well for teams because how do you tell that guy, don't jump, and he's already in his mind being like, I can make the big play right here. I can get that kill, secure the Baron. And the team is just be like, no! And he's flying in, and then he just dies.
Do you think it is because he has a substitute on the bench waiting to potentially come in? Is that, because you say always like, yeah, when things go bad, we can have a sub coming in. But when you have the guy really sitting there waiting for you to make a mistake, perhaps that prompts you to make these plays where you think, yeah, I have to show something big or I'm out.
I have to carry, or I may get benched. It's a question we may have to ask H2K later, because that team fight cost H2K 5 kills in total, a few thousand gold, the Baron, and with the global pressure from Stand United now available, Soaz is going to have a lot of fun pushing these lanes out. The rest of Origin are grouped down bottom.
Yeah, we just talked about how these teams are so good at pushing the leads they have. Origin already gonna use the long range of Niels, but he has to be so careful getting close. You never want the first axe to connect when you have no flash on the side of Niels, because then the next one is gonna fall on the next one. So as though, as you mentioned, just by pushing, you buff up these minions. Love it.
Second item, Thorn Mail, to counter both Olaf and Corki. Hell, even Lee Sin. He decides to throw some autos down, and with the response from H2K, Origin now have a large number of auto attacks on the bottom turret. Explosive cast used to slow down the engage, but Amazing should be tanky enough to escape, and it looks like the cannon minions took out the tower in the middle lane. So advantage Origin once more.
Not sure if Lulex didn't have a ward to connect to there, because I think he honestly could have kicked back Amazing and killed him this time, but he played very defensive instead. Instantly just jumped back to the minion. So H2K managed to defend at least one tower, but they're still now falling behind. 2 dragons, third one coming up soon. Origin, prime position to take the next one. And H2K's window
is closing. There is one small solace from the last few times we did see Origin, when they had a lead and when they were pressuring towers, at least towards the end of the split. They sometimes stuck around a little too long. They sometimes got a little caught out.
That's when they were playing for fantasy, though. This time they're playing for a potential pickup to go into Worlds. I think it'll be a slightly more tempered execution. I liked it at the start of the split, you know, going for those extra kills. Fancy Niels having the highest KDA of a single player in the history of LCS on this Urgot game, I believe it was. Not quite as audacious this game, and they don't need to. But right now you see the difference as well in just instant builds. Even though the build for Corki and Kog'Maw are pretty much similar, maybe just the boots differencing, but in terms of gold spend, so much more damage on the side of Kog'Maw already, and the game's only 27 minutes in. It's only gonna get worse.
Uncontested Dragon for Origin. As long as Niels continues to scale up, he's going to have the damage to finish it off. The one caveat, if H2K find an opportunity for Odoamne to get in Niels' face, that could be the only way they can claw back his gold deficit.
Exactly, we're only 27 minutes in. The Olaf is still gonna be extremely powerful when it gets to connecting or trying to take down this AD carry. There's still decent enough damage from Jan, he hasn't fallen completely off yet. So H2K is not out of the game. They just made it so much more difficult for them to win it.
Now when Origin starts committing on these deeper towers though, it does open them up very easily for flanks, and that is traditionally the counter to like these one type of carry setups with low mobility. Get Yuga Sin on the flank. Don't go from the front door, take the side door or the back door, get behind them, kick them into your team, and then Olaf can wreak havoc. But then Lulex will need to split off here, get some pink wards, find an opening somewhere, because we saw it before. If he goes for the straight up instinct from the front, it is too obviously. You have a knockback from Alistar, knockback from Gragas, knock up from Alistar. Anybody can stop that combo. Worst case, Niels can even flash as it's about to come available again.
Look at the setup here for Origin. They have a slow push going in the top lane, massive wave being built up. Soar sitting in mid, keeping Odoamne busy, and the rest of Origin on the bottom side. So you have 3 lanes effectively now pushing in, using the minions really well. It opens up for a very easy rotation later on once they take down this tower, in towards mid and then towards top, which also gives you Baron control right after, because that's coming up 1 minute 50 seconds. So they're setting up the map really effectively. All they gotta avoid is the engage.
The flash hook, Kassin gets taunted, he's now in trouble. Wild Growth will not get used by Ryu, he's holding on to the cooldown. Support from H2K dropped as Origin looking for an escape route, a re-engage from Amazing. Here comes Odoamne. He's ghosted into the fight and we've got a battle on 2 fronts. Lulex is being focused out by Soaz and Amazing before using the kick defensively. Amazing should be dropped. No! He stays alive. Soaz connects with a taunt. We did see a kill off screen. Odoamne is down. Soaz and Amazing zoned Hjarnan the entirety of the fight, and Soaz is going to get out alive.
H2K keep taking fights where Odoamne is not there. He's the key part of your competition. There's not a whole lot of value in a Lulu Corki together. They don't have any damage without Odoamne there. Another poor engage, in my opinion, from H2K.
Yeah, very forced hard engages, and the problem is, if the enemy team spends time killing your support, like here on Kassin, for example, look where Odoamne is right now. You want to use that time to have Odoamne hit the enemy carries at the same time. Watch it as he comes in from the left flank right now. You also will see the value from an exhaust, while the slow is obviously negated through the ultimate from Olaf. The damage reduction part is still applied, so that means you can still shut him down a little bit. Eventually, Mithy is peeling a beautiful double knockup. Speke somehow managed to survive, dodge those axes, and then eventually Rio will get the kill. But overall, Origin's playing these fights smarter, better, and just more well-paced.
Odoamne got 1 reckless swing off towards the end of that fight.
I baited.
And Niels was free hitting the entire time, so well played by Ryu to at least get the kill there.
That might actually be worth it. Just sacrificing 1 kill, not with a shutdown, but just to get the enemy flash down, because you're about to set up Baron baits. Having an extra carry there without a flash, yeah, could prove worth it.
And H2K needs to move their massive red arrow key they have above the head of Pekka over to Niels, because Odoamne just ran right by him, being like, I don't care about you, I'm gonna chase this Arya who can jump around. Yeah. Didn't get to use his ulti at all. Complete waste from H2K, and these fights basically cost them everything in this game.
6,000 gold down, that's H2K. The 2 dragons down, 2 towers down, and Origin have got the vision to set up for 2 Barons to make it go down. We did see Soaz back to respond to Odoamne down in the bottom lane. Lulex takes chunk of damage, but there's not enough burst here from Pekka to solo out the fairly tanky Lulex.
Yeah, Expecke is sitting on 540 ability power already, and it's only going to get worse over time. So he's almost becoming a threat. Mid-T gets popped here. Stan United gets used, so he has to re-engage. Both ultimates used. This is alright if nobody gets connected by the taunt here.
Taunt does not connect. Lulex flashes defensively. But Kasing, the sacrificial diver, the rest of H2K trying to reposition, but now it's a 4v5 and a potential barrier.
H2K just going in and looking for desperate fights, honestly. Probably already starting to talk about what went wrong, what can we do next. Look here what Methy is doing as well. One of our new items in the game, the Harbinger, or Harbinger, however you want to pronounce it, to buff up this hyper carry in the late game. Nils is going to be such a big there.
He just gets headbutted in. Methy with great positioning gets a knock-up onto Ryu as well. Wild Growth has come back up, and that means Ryu's been dropped. Oduwamne will fall to another pulverized headbutt.
When you can knock an Olaf into your team confidently and not by accident, you have a sizable lead in the mid-game.
Yanin, can he do what Piglet did in North America? I don't think so.
Going to be needing a really big one for that one.
Not going to be able to. Wow, Lulex gets caught out. Off screen there, looked like Peke was zoning out Yanin. Baron number 2 to Origin.
What do we learn from this game here? Game 1, we haven't seen Origin in 3 weeks. We saw H2K 3-0 Giants, completely destroyed him in the quarterfinal. What we've seen now here is that Origin in these 5-on-5 team fights are looking more coordinated and at least better at deciding when do we want to fight. H2K and their engage is a bit very reckless, honestly. It's just like Lulex going in trying to beat a hero, or they're pulling in without Odoamne being there. So big mistakes in the team fights, that needs to be fixed if they want to beat Origin.
I think reckless engages are fine with this composition, as long as you make him, you play him well, and everybody's on the same page. You can go in a little farther than you would normally go, because you have all these tools to buff that one-man Olaf, you know, and then you can flank with Lee Sin, but they're so telegraphed. Every single engage from H2K, we could have spotted from like 5 seconds away, unless it was this random flash in from Kasing at one point, where even Origin didn't even need to be ready because it was simply just 3-man advantage in that play overall. Origin are more well poised to take this game.
Talking about H2K not being on the same page, Dragon was up. They couldn't have really contested anyway. Kasing forced to flash defensively, while Origin pick up Dragon number 4. They're 1 away from Aspect. Now they don't even need it to finish this out. They will group themselves up towards middle. Ryu with no global. He's sticking around. He's also got Oduwamne. This is a little bit of time with this inhibitor uncontested. It's down. That inhibitor turret's taken. H2K, a big mistake. Will lose their inhibitor as well.
Just for H2K, trying to look for some of the crazy plays here in the end. Engage though from Amazing.
Amazing engages. That's a great knockup. Ryu's already down. Niels grabs his 5th kill of the game. So it's just yet another taunt. We did see that depth charge, or the kickback rather, from Lulex being used. Engaged from Methy once more. Aggressive flash. They've caught Kasing. He will be falling. He throws out the mine, but it does not matter. Baron, empowered minions at the 35th minute, will be taking down the Nexus turret on the left. Origin turn their attention to the second, and in 35 minutes, explosively dismantle H2K.
For me, it comes down to hesitation, especially on H2K side. That second Dragon, I think, is something that just highlights the entire series so far, because they could have easily moved in, put up vision, worked together as a team, contested that, realized that they had the bigger power spike, goal advantage. They just weren't as aware of their surroundings, both in their map plays as in their engages. So often, you pointed it out, they went in. Oduwamne, the crux of this composition, was nowhere to be found until about 10 seconds into the fight. Yeah, you're gonna lose then.
And the one time they had Odoamne with them in the mid lane, they were fighting basically all the way down to the tier 2 tower of Origin, which in the end costed them 2 kills because they got knocked back into the towers. And instead of them winning that fight with where the composition were probably the strongest, it went even, and Origin then was simply almost gifted when it came to the engages, how easy it was for them to play out team fights.
Now, I do think if Origin run a similar composition and play the lane swap the same way, they do leave areas where they can get exploited. Those 2 early towers could have fallen quicker with some better execution, and especially the part where they swap away Soas from the bot lane to the top lane to prioritize Niels in farm. That could have been an opening. Sadly enough for H2K, they didn't play that well enough, and Origin managed to capitalize and keep themselves in the early to mid game long enough to scale.
Yeah, went even for a very long period of time before those engages hurt H2K. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to take another closer look at Game 1.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, a lot of talk about the composition and which composition OG ran. And honestly, when we looked at it in the beginning, we thought that OG was outdrafted.
Yeah, this was an example of a game where H2K with a superior picks and bans phase in our minds, just the execution was so poor. It completely undid the superior draft. And, you know, coming out of the bans phase where we had so much priority on AD carries, the first pick, Corki, everything looked great for H2K as we were going through the draft. They even managed to undo the potential Juggernaut composition, but a couple of the picks mixed in there kind of didn't sit too well with us at the desk.
I mean, yeah, I think the Lee Sin was kind of a bit weird, even when Rek'Sai was open. And we know that Rek'Sai is a pretty high priority jungler. I don't know why the Lee Sin is there, but other than that, I think H2K had like the perfect setup actually. When they first picked the Corki, they baited OG into picking Kog'Maw because that's what the normal answer is, Kog'Maw into Corki, and then they kind of countered that again with the Lulu Olaf, and I thought it was like a really clear and easy game for H2K because if Olaf gets onto the Kog'Maw with the Lulu ultimate, there's no way Kog'Maw can do anything. But to me, the engages were kind of really off for H2K, and it was a really easy time for OG to actually initiate the team fights, pick someone off, and then clear the backline was just assassinated by the Ahri then, which should not happen in the first case, because I thought the Ahri pick was personally like not that good, but it worked out in that game just because of the way the engages worked out and how the game kind of progressed, I think.
I think if we head back to the pick and ban, I would like to comment on what Origin did. I feel they had the possibility to completely destroy H2K in the draft simply by... the Kog'Maw is really good into Corki. This is considered a very good matchup for Kog'Maw because of the range disparity and the ult similarities. They kind of work the same way. And that part of it is fine. But they could have first rotation the Lulu, flexed it. I don't see why they would pick the Shen. They could have flexed a lot of things. They could have also flexed the Shen possibly with support. But they picked Shen, Alistar. I think this is probably the worst possible combination they could have done, because mid lane is not a role right now that has a lot of counters in a way. It's very like farm and you just relax and push. There's not really hard counters. And with that in mind, I feel it's way more important to last pick your top lane, because there are very like these matchups that eat other like matchups alive. For example, if you play Fizz into Maokai, this is like a good example, and it kind of forces the enemy to pick the Shen, for example, and you're put in a better position.
Yeah, maybe some of the first game syndrome, seeing what we could pick and maybe base the rest of our plans off that. Still a risky draft from OG. I think we can all agree on that, and you touched on it already. Some engages from the side of H2K were not very logical. Let's look at one of the replays where it actually starts off quite well for H2K when they counter OG jumping in the mid lane.
So right here, it starts off with this, like when Ahri doesn't have ultimate, she's very weak. She only has to rely on her Q and her flash, and it's very easy to pick her off with the Nautilus. You can see Cassian coming in from the left side. He obviously wants to catch the Peke, tries to flash away, but it's not enough. And this starts off really well for H2K. This is a very good fight for them, but then all of a sudden Lulex does this. And all I'm thinking is, Betong, get ready. Because it's actually, it was a game-winning play that turned disastrous.
Potentially for H2K.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a potential game-winning play, but you know, the play that eventually would really win the game came again from unfortunately from Lulex around the Baron pit. We've got a replay of that one as well, because this was it went from bad to worse for Lulex's attempted engage right now, and you know, we were looking at it and we're thinking, what is he going for here? Because he doesn't have the support of his team. Odo Amne is so far away in the river. They talked about it on the caster desk. He had no real options to kick there. And once that is gone, the offensive flashes come in from Origin. The casters broke it down. Crepo was talking about 4 offensive flashes used because they know they've won this fight already. If one of your primary engage players in the jungler in Lulex is making engages like that on a Lee Sin when he's pretty far behind, they've got to at least change up their mentality going into game 2.
Well, there's a couple of questions here, right, for H2K. First, what springs to mind is, of course, communication in-game. How much can you put entirely on the shoulders of Lulex? How much do you think is him being possibly under pressure by someone who's waiting in the wings? Or is that a team as a whole faltering and not making the right calls? Maybe as Coach Yamato.
Well, these mistakes, these two, I think you could pinpoint them as individual mistakes. But I can still understand there might be some kind of pressure with Betong being on the bench. I think this kind of pressure could be like a double-edged sword. Otherwise, it might make you play better, but it could also make you play worse. You have to prove yourself in a way, and I think maybe that's what's affecting Lulex in this game.
Next.
I mean, if I would have to play with a sub sitting in my back, then I would be like, okay, if I don't do this and this correctly, then I might get subbed out, and no one wants that. Everyone wants to play the game. And if you make that one mistake in the game and know that you kind of messed up, I think it's pretty heavy on your shoulders, and you try to redeem yourself, try to go for that play. And when we saw this game-losing move, the second replay we just saw, where he just jumped in and baited his entire team into the death, followed by the Baron, then that's kind of probably like the pressure of him trying to redeem himself. But at the same time, it completely backfired and lost probably the game there. So
I can also see on the side of H2K going into a game 2 where they're now on the other side. This is the side where H2K will be red side. If they've got something specific planned with Lulex, they may keep him on. I don't think it's imperative that they go, oh, we have to swap him now. Maybe they'll stick with what they know. It's now up to Prolly to see exactly what H2K are going to do for game 2.
Well, we'll see what game 2 brings. And as we speak, Origin and H2K are gearing up for game 2 in this best of 5. And as we take a break, let's get a closer look at the European rookie of the split, Origin's AD carry Niels.
I played in different name tags, but also in different teams, like SK Prime, Intellectual Playground with Centurion actually. But other than that, I was playing solo queue all day long, like having 2 accounts in the top 10 of Challenger, waiting for, my time to come. I was 17. I told everyone that I'm not gonna be here next year because I'm gonna go pro no matter what, and they were like, nah, you're not. And then 6 months later, I showed them my first LCS offer. I asked my mother what she would think of it if I went pro. I showed her this contract that I had sent from a team. Ultimately, she was like, if this is what you want to do, then go ahead, like if this makes you happy, do it, Like, school waits for you, but this LCS pro gaming life doesn't wait for you, I had another option that was a good team too, a really good team with a good support player as well. But eventually I went with Origin. I think that if I played in LCS, the first split, on a good team, I wouldn't have been as good as I am now. Not because of confidence or anything, but I think I learned more from playing with Mitty than I learned from anyone else.
I just started playing with him, some duo queues, and felt like he was really good, and I'm pretty hard to deal with. So it kind of felt alright, like someone I could work with, which is not something that works for everyone.
Like during one scrim in Tenerife, he told me to talk more, and I was like, what? What can I say, How am I supposed to talk? I don't know what to say. All I'm doing is hitting some creeps here and there, and then hitting tower, fighting a bit here, but what am I supposed to say? And he was like, you couldn't tell me what to say, but nowadays I'm saying all that stuff. So.
Coming, let's fight that.
He was super focused on just being a robot, never talking, but by now he talks one of the most in the team as of now, which is very impressive. He tryhards to learn in terms of strategy, picks and bans, scouting, like what other ADs do, what he doesn't do, what is good, what is bad, reflecting on different stuff. I think he puts in a lot of work on his play, and it definitely shows he's a very hard worker.
Nice, guys!
One guy stood above the rest, going huge in his first week on the pro stage, helping his team start the split with a perfect 2-0, 14 kills, 14 assists over 2 games. Our first MVP of the summer 2015 is Origin's AD carry, Niels.
The way that he approaches the game is really mature for his age, so I think he's not really an amateur, but he's more a veteran in an amateur body.
I never felt that there was like pressure on me to perform or anything. And I wasn't really scared or anything. I didn't pick a jump that was safe or something, like a big vein. First time I ever played this jump in a long time,
Niels jumped on by Lulex. Does he have the damage? Condemn against the wall. Yes, he does. Niels is unstoppable.
Oh my God, nice.
It was really good that we were on Challenger Series for the first split, because it helped him realize, I don't know, maybe not that he doesn't have to be scared. We have all played for a really, really long time, and he hasn't played at all. I don't think he think about it like, oh, these guys have been playing for 5 years. These guys won like against Koreans once. These guys won against these guys. I don't think he ever thinks about that.
I don't know how to explain why it's confidence. I think it's just like, if you're good at the game, everyone else will play good as well, then you will win as a team. Even if one guy is having a bad game, I know that someone else will pick up what that guy is slacking, So I have confidence in my team, but in my own ability, I know that I'm a good player myself.
The thing about Niels is that right now, he's not only really good, but he's at that age that if he feels he's not good, he will put 20 extra games to become good in one day if needed. If he wants to become like the best ADC, he has the time, he has the mentality, and he has the skills for it. And I think he could do whatever he wanted.
best of 5. You can see Ducky talking to the boys a few minutes ago as they were strategizing for Game 2. They are playing for a seat in the Stockholm Finals in the Hobbit Arena. If you're not able to join us in the arena, come to a Coca-Cola viewing party. It'll take place in cinemas across Europe. You can actually watch these games on the big screen. Go check out leagueoflegends.com for some more information on those Coca-Cola viewing parties. So we're jumping into Game 2. This is the only game in the series where H2K will be on the red side, and they elected for red side this particular game. How is that going to change picks and bans, and how is it going to help them with their poor engages that we saw from Game 1?
I don't think it's going to help on the poor engages too much. I don't think Lee Sin exactly is going to be banned away after that performance from Lulex. But we saw in Game 1 Origin, they banned Kalista and Sivir and then Thresh against Kessing on purple side. I don't think they necessarily have to ban the AD carries now. Maybe try and go for a first pick on one of them. But at the same time, if you feel like you have the bigger AD carry champion pool, why change it then? Go for the same kind of bans. Try and run the same kind of composition if you can, because it worked out pretty well for you last time. So it depends on how they value the champion pool of Yanan as well.
I mean, that's the same thing we've seen in the quarterfinals here in playoffs as well. Every time the team winning game one just kind of stuck to their guns, it's like, well, if you want us to adapt, force us to adapt. Until then, we'll keep doing the same thing over and over again until you find an adaptation. However, I think picks and bans weren't the real reason that game went either way last time. Could have easily went different direction if Lulex managed to find up some flanks, get some deep vision, get around the enemy team. I felt like HTK was constantly posturing in front of the Origin lineup, and then it obviously becomes a lot easier game to play.
Yeah, I would just like to see them use Odo Amne as well a lot better in these fights. They kept forcing without him. Anyhow, same kind of bans in the start. We talked about how with the AD carries, Kalista might be just left open. Say we know Niels is a fantastic Kalista player. We got to first pick it, and therefore you might force H2K to ban it and respect that.
Something we didn't see in the previous game was the Rumble at all. So far, no departure from the bans in game one, but fairly heavy focus in the bottom lane. What do Origin consider first pick worthy? There's a lot still available for every single lane.
If Kalista is open, we should assume that is going to be the first pick for Niels. Otherwise, Shen, very high priority in the last game. Flex pick for them, Source can take it. Mythic can take it, and Alistar, of course, is a standard one if you don't want to early pick like a Rumble or top lane.
I think Odoamne could revert back to his Rumble. The way these fights were played out by H2K over time, Origin did miss a ban here, so perhaps we'll get news on that. Until then, we can keep talking about what we do know. There's 2 bans by Origin. They're so good they don't even need the third one.
Well, when there's that many powerful picks.
At least ban the Donger then or something.
Ban Teemo, so people can't hover it anymore. But yeah, overall, getting Odoamne back to Rumble could be a good adaptation for him to do, because if he's late to the party, at least he can throw out Equalizer. Like the way you could beat this Origin lineup, if you're coming from the front anyways, Rumble could excel in that, you know, cut out the escape path and then just pile on top of them. So on top of that, he's just a fantastic Rumble player.
So same bans for H2K, and I'm not sure I necessarily think you have to ban Elise versus Origin in a best out of 5.
Doesn't seem like his style.
Right, exactly. I would probably rather say, I want to see if you even pick it, if I leave it open. And I want to see what impact will Amazing have in the early game. Yes, we know he can play it, but Gragas was such a good pick in the team fights. And that seems to be more the style of Amazing, where he wants to guarantee a little bit more late game for himself, because Origin is a team that tend to win fights around objectives in these big 5-on-5 team fights, unless they run these very global compositions. But Kalista, no real surprise.
Definitely not. Niels has played it 3 times, is undefeated, and has got a 19.5 KDA. How do H2K respond? Maybe stealing that jungler away.
Yeah, I want to see if they steal away one of the amazing junglers or the Alistar. However, it does seem that they lock in the Shen as a potential flex pick, however. So they can still roll it back to support if Origin lock in Alistar in this rotation. If not, H2K can steal it later and just build a very different composition. Almost stealing away what Origin was running themselves last game.
It's the same deal. A lot of priority on this Gragas here in the jungle. Lulu now will again be a contested pick in this series, because we saw how both teams had options of running it. HK showed with the Olaf Lulu comp, but then we had to protect the AD carry from Origin, which they didn't get to complete 100% because it was picked away. So it does open up to run somewhat the same. Obviously you don't have a hyper carry now, but Kalista, what she can do in the mid game as well. Fantastic. Buff up with the Lulu, get the Hurricane. She can take over team fights on her own. So Origin running a ton of protection for her. And Lulu as well can go for mid and top lane for them.
Question is, what jungle does Amazing run? Will it be a Nunu and go for the complete uber protect the AD carry? He has done it before. Does he go Rek'Sai, which is still up, or Nidalee if he's looking for poke? What's your gut feeling? We'll have to see once HTK lock in 2 more champions.
So far, Origin is very disengage heavy though. Their main engage right now is throwing in your Janna. So overall, they still need to find some offensive potential, some like forward thinking, some forward pressure, because otherwise they might lean back too much in the game and let H2K control the game. Once H2K gets in a position of control, they're pretty good at closing it out. Once they get the first move to make every time, especially in terms of rotations, if they do choose to lock in this Tristana, which is obviously a good pick in lane to Kalista 2, they can take towers incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key for H2K. When you see this much disengage early on, you automatically think to yourself, okay, do we want poke? Because again, they don't really have any way of engaging onto us, but then the Lulu Janna shielding negates a lot of that poke damage you're gonna have. Or do you want something with long range where your backline can then match their backline in terms of damage and becomes a fight of who can kill the tanks first or who can kill the front line? I personally think Maokai would be a good pick. If you're Origin, if you want some guaranteed engage, you want a big frontline tank, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Lulu go top lane and potentially something like an Azir maybe if Pekka still wants to play it. Come in for even more backline threat if you're Origin.
I like that second option more because then at least you have more carries. If you go Maokai, you're very low in the damage department of your composition. It becomes almost too easy to telegraph. Yes, Maokai connects, then what? Because all your damage is resting on the Kalista and it easily taunt flashed on body slam flash, dredge line, depth charge, enough ways for H2K to deal with that Kalista. So Pekka might actually go back to traditional Vladimir that he did week 1 to 4. But he feels comfortable on the RE2 from last game.
I think I prefer this more than the Vladimir. It's a little bit too slow scaling, doesn't offer any saved wave clear, which is what you often need when you run a Kalista. Yes, you can take down the waves with Hurricane, but it's difficult to do if people are already sieging on your tower and there's a Tristana on the other side. So I like this pick more. Adds in a bit more damage, the pick potential of Origin is great, and we get the safe jungler for Amazing as well.
It also denies it from Ryu. Ryu's only played 3 champions 3 times and a whole slew of others.
Time for Diana here. Come on, Ryu, do it.
We saw it earlier today in LPL.
I want to see the Diana mid lane, and you have a comp where you have Shin ulti onto Diana, and you dive in onto this Kalista with the knock-up from Nautilus. I'm just hoping
Into
here.
Monsoon
I'm
and
just
Hex
hoping.
and Wild Growth.
Well, you reset your ulti on the first one to get Monsoon. Now your ulti back right in Crepo. I did install the Q once. I'm sure it can happen in the LCS.
I'm convinced, Diana boys. Overall, yeah, what does he reply with? He has played Cardis too at times, I believe, so that could be...
But against a comp that's going to run away from you, that's going to be very
difficult. Lock him down with the wall. Nah, Cardis is not a good pick here.
Orianna we've seen quite a few times, and then he just switches instantly. This has been more the safe pick for him. And again, you have a lot of ways to deliver the ball and being like, here's a gift for you, Nils. Now you're going to die. Which is technically what H2K can start playing around. And decent siege as well coming in.
I like Orianna into compositions that are very, very disengage heavy and that slowly, you know, posture up around these objectives and towers because you have the time to move the ball slowly in the right position. You're not forced to do it too quickly, and then you have the zone control coming out of your mid. And this creates so much zone for Tristana. How are you going to get to Tristana if you get through Shen, Gragas, and the Nautilus at the same time? While Tristana is just hitting away. Worst case, Tristana gets caught and you can put the ball on her. And you get an ultimate off. So overall, H2K have a pretty well figured out composition. Origin is pretty heavy on the disengage side of things.
Almost too heavy. I mean, it's one of those games where if Origin starts falling behind, they have so few ways of getting back into the game because who's going to be your front line? That's Amazing on his own, jumping around. Again, that's not enough. Rek'Sai doesn't offer any threat really. And at the same time, yeah, you consider maybe wave clear, but if you can never pressure the Tristana, she will always, over time, get the damage down. So I feel like Origin is going to rely so much on a strong early game here. If they do fall behind, H2K will take the game.
Technically speaking, Origin fell behind in the previous game. They were down 1,500 gold at 20 minutes. It is obviously not a whole lot, but they managed to claw their way back by a great team fight 2 or 3 minutes later. For Origin, opting to not ban a third champion gave them first pick on Kalista. Will that put H2K 2-0 down in this best of 5? We're on the Rift to find out. And a reminder, this is the only game Origin will play blue side. And it's because H2K elected to go red side. Let's see if this helps or hurts them.
Remember H2K decided to ban the Vayne instead of Kalista against Nil, clearly respecting that a lot more. Tricky, or risky we can say for H2K because we have seen Nils take over games before, but still Origin. Tricky composition to play in Pekka decides to change up a little bit more. Teleport in the mid lane. So we're gonna look at try and match the global pressure off a Shen. Obviously double global from him alone. Origin can also look then to split out the map in a 1-3-1 setup maybe later.
I mean, obviously the Orianna-Ahri matchup isn't going anywhere in terms of all-ins. Maybe at level 6 you can find an opening, but Ahri can always opt out, and Orianna is relatively safe in her laning pattern. So overall, I think it's a good approach to go for an aggressive summoner in a different lane. Because teleport, you know, allows you to go aggressive on top lane, on bot lane, without having to roam and fight for that push too much in the mid lane. So then in turn you can play safe, farm up, and just find these skirmishes, find these pickoffs that you're so desperately looking for in a champion like Ahri.
A little bit concerned maybe that it gives up too much mid lane pressure.
True.
Because obviously when you run Rek'Sai Ahri, you have a very strong 2v2 skirmish, but without having that ignite in the lane, it often becomes, as you said, just a pure farm lane. Orianna can easily shove it out, no real pressure to be applied. And that's what Origin needs to start snowballing the game.
Historically, however, Origin in the summer split, that has been their style. Playing a farm lane in the mid lane, expected just calmly farming up while his team is, at the first parts of the split, just winning the game. And in the later parts of the split, just waiting for him to join in to win the game together.
Luckily for Origin, they've been able to lean back on Niels all split long. With the help of Mithy, they've just stolen that Gromp, and as we've mentioned, undefeated on that Kalista. Production's going to show off some of his incredible statistics, as you can see H2K in the top half of the map.
Kasing coming towards the mid lane. Again, he got early level 2 from the camp. Wants to really start snowballing Rio from the start. Lulex not joining, so it's just Kasing on his own. 2 more guys on the bottom side though from Origin.
Good charm from Peke, forced to flash the hook.
Hjarnan has killed E in the top lane already, so he has to push out very predictably to see if H2K can get back to the top lane in time. It does look like they're going for that maneuver where they clear out their own jungle first, then set up a dive to at least deny a potential teleport from Soaz coming out for that top lane experience.
And of course with Peke not having an offensive summoner and not having flash at level 2, Ryu should have a field day in that lane. We'll see how hard he can punish Peke, if at all, in the next coming minutes.
Ryu just needs to respect the fact that Origin is on the bottom side of the map. So as long as he sticks to the top side, he should be fine. We can see how Amazing is sitting around the mid and realizing there's no gang. So both of the junglers staying for themselves. You don't need to join in on the towers. Normally, again, we see the 2 top laners get it. But last time, Origin sent Soaz back to the top lane, denied him some farm and gave everything to Niels.
Don't think it will be the case this time. Kalista fends a little better for herself. However,
same again.
The mirror again. They value Niels over Soaz in terms of farm priority. Again, we see here the traditional European sense of lane swaps 3v0 while junglers are clearing the jungle on their own. Back in the day, we saw people do it 4v0. This adaptation came out very early in the split and hasn't really changed over time. Still a bit different than how other regions handle their lane swap.
We did see some level of respect there as Lulex showed his face in the mid lane, forced Peke into the river, but no one from H2K chased further. Up until that fight, the bottom half of the map belonged to Origin. We have seen lanes backing. Soaz is heading up top. It looks like Mithy will be nearby. Niels is heading bottom lane.
It looks like Origin has a very big emphasis on dragon control, and they really want their AD carry to stick around that bot side of the map to make sure that they don't get outnumbered. Also, Janna doesn't really roam too well, so it's easier to keep, you know, just your 2 members on the bot lane if she can at least assist in vision around an objective, rather than have her stuck in the top lane trying to defend her AD carry and then roam outwards.
We're going to Amazing, but no real follow-up. He's just going to tunnel over the wall. Blame the dragon, guys. Smack it down. Anyhow, what Origin did here was a very quick adaptation because Amazing had the chance to, I'm going to say, steal the blue buff, even though technically because of the lane stop, he was already in control of the bottom side of the map. That meant he couldn't be top to secure that Soaz could return and push out the wave. So we had Mithy recall instead. There always need to be a guy holding the hand of Soaz when he returns to the top lane because of the way Origin is playing the swap. Otherwise, he just risks getting ganked in a lane that's pushing, and then he loses everything.
And this is the phase we talked about last game. Remember when Lulex came to visit that top lane to gank Soaz? Last time he met the help of Amazing as a jungler. This time he just straight up goes over a ward because Amazing is obviously in the base. I think he could have body slammed over the wall and went for a different path right there. Same approach, different way. Right now Soaz is safe with the help of a ward right there. Didn't even need his jungler to survive that guy.
And the key thing is he got to push out that top lane. Last game we saw Lulex join in and we had the 2v2 fight. Crepo, you highlighted how Lulex should have flashed the body slam. He ended up dying, and that was very impactful in the game because it meant that Soaz didn't get shut down. And we're going to start seeing some of these lovely trades when you're playing a melee support into the double rage, and especially Kalista. And the Janna shield is annoying for Tristana, but still, we have seen this matchup a few times being played out.
Yeah, the matchup only tends up winning for Tristana and the Nautilus. If the Nautilus can connect the dredge line on Niels here on the Kalista, and then you can stack the damage, and you just make it so that the trade is too volatile for Niels to deal with, and then he has to opt out. If you don't connect that dredge line, then yeah, the passive from Kalista, the Ren stacks with the shield bonus, are just too much to handle.
After Kasing and Hjarnan lost that heavy trade. They've gone back to kill the Grump. We did see Peke also teleporting to the middle lane. Fell a little bit behind in CS, but with an early back and early return, is actually holding even despite losing that flash so early on. H2K continue to keep this wave pushed. Obviously, Tristana has a big helping hand in that fact.
And now we get that situation for Soaz, where he needs to be so careful in the top lane because the wave is obviously pushing back, massive wave being built up, and he needs to make sure he catches everything. But that is an opening for H2K to make a play on the other side of the map because this wave is going to push down. Source wants to stay and catch it. Shen ulti is ready. If Source joins the TP, he loses almost everything again.
Just did a quick head count. There's about 12 minions in that wave in the top lane, so if Soaz secures them, he's only at 29 CS, he will still be down 10 CS. So the pressure from Lulex, while it didn't result in a kill or a summoner blown, does result in a net deficit of CS on Soaz versus Odoamne.
We need to see Lulex make a play though. You know Shen TP is there, ready for you. Either you go bottom lane and you try and take a 4v2 dive, which is the risk you want, or you try and bait out the ulti from Peke in this mid lane again, because you have so much, security in the fact that Shen can join in, and Lulu does not want to leave that lane right now.
Shen ulti is always a really good safety blanket to have in case your play goes wrong. However, you could just simply move in and ward the enemy jungler. Sadly enough, he doesn't have any wards on him, so should he have based or planned it out a little better, perhaps you could use that timing to just get vision, and that allows to set up that dive a lot easier, because otherwise it becomes very telegraphed.
You can also see how Origin is reading a situation very correct and being like, we're not going to make a play. Amazing is not going to go gank the bottom lane right now. He's just going to safely sit and farm his own jungle, because we know what global pressure there is from the Shen. So H2K, in my opinion, being a little bit too slow, reading the minion wave on the top side, therefore losing a bit of an opportunity. But Origin also just saying we're going to play passive and not risk anything.
Yarn and Lulex and Kasinger together. It's so hard to force a play on Janna Kalista when they're playing passive. So they choose to do the easy approach, to simply walk into the lane, push out the lane, and reset the map, reset the wave. So Odoamne is now picking up that wave that bounced backwards after he pushed it in. But the CS has, meanwhile, returned even.
Not even a BF sword ready for Yarn, and only 1300 gold now to his recalling. So poor back timing for him. Has to go for pickaxe now. H2K not gaining any advantages here in the early game, despite them having the big wave for Odoamne in that top lane.
Marginally behind in CS. We're going to see Niels and Mithy backing, so some of that dragon control not under threat, because Hyanin and Kasing back. Also to note, Hyanin has gone for a pickaxe and 2 long swords versus now the Greaves and Cutlass.
And this is so annoying for Tristana because you spike so hard on the BF sword now that you're scaling from the physical damage in these trades, where Kalista, because she's building Blade now after the changes with her AD ratio going down and so on, has a very easy build path. You know, like you can get lifesteal first and a Cutlass. You don't need the 1500 gold farmed up. So this sets Hyanin pretty far behind in this lane, and he's falling further and further behind as well in farm.
The only rough part of that build is actually going from Cutlass to Blade of the Ruined King finished in terms of spikes, and that becomes hard when you face off against the BF sword. However, Niels is very comfortable here. Charmis is in the middle lane though, so overall at Origin are 400 gold ahead purely in farm. We see Amazing finally posturing. That's what you do. If you can't gank any other lanes because they have Shen ulti, you bring yourselves to the Shen, knock up. Flash over from Amazing.
It's going to be a slow kill eventually. Amazing's going to tunnel forward and punishing Odoamne. Great play from Amazing.
Tough to watch. You know what's going to happen, and there's really no response. Lulex tried to move up there, but a little bit too late for him. Instead, H2K have gotten bot lane control in terms of deep wards, but they need that Shen alive again before he can do it.
I'm honestly very impressed with Soaz's performance so far, because he is getting the hardest job in the Origin squad in the early game. His lane doesn't get bounced back to him. He has to push out a lane somehow. Obviously, he gets help from his jungler and support, but he asks for that. Then he stays safe, dodges a gank, evens out the CS, and now, together with his jungle, procures a kill. Oh, very good early game performance so far from Soaz in both these games.
I want to see if Peke can have an impact in the mid game on this Ahri. Dragon is being started. We just talked about how the early wards were being placed from H2K around it. Obviously, also with the pressure on top, and Shen has respawned. But with this teleport, and because Peke got ganked so often in the start, again, it's the same. He's not rushing Lud and Zeko. He goes from Real Nomicon to save. I don't have a massive amount of gold early on. But last time he had very little impact until team fights, and he started getting kills left and right. He's looking to do the same here, but H2K should be better at playing around it this game.
Origin show that they're well aware of Kasing's positioning. And a couple of auto attacks, and you can see the averages there. Origin actually, around 80% of their games pick up the first dragon. They got it in the previous matchup this series, but H2K were the ones that secured it today. And Hyanin Once again gets poked out. H2K, they keep showing Lulex bottom, but it's not gaining anything for them.
And I don't understand this setup here because Ryu had just recalled to base when Lulex shows himself. Normally you would want Ryu to stay in mid lane and at least go toe-to-toe there, and then you show Lulex, so there's the possibility of a roam coming in and you can like 5v3, 5v4 dive. Instead, Ryu gone back to base and Lulex just walks into lane. Like,
yeah, and it just gives Soaz the comfortable position to just push out his lane calmly. He knows he doesn't have to be afraid of the ganks because the jungle is literally inside in the bottom lane. That again prompts Peke the liberty to push up his mid lane first. What did they do? They combine those efforts for a roam to the top lane, secure yet another tower for Origin.
I really want to see Lulex just get sidestone in this game here.
Yeah.
Because his ganks are not paying off. Instead, help your team through vision. Because once you have all these walls in the bottom side jungle and you don't see Amazing there, you can very clearly say, okay, he's not down the bottom side, we know it's going to be top side then, and use that information.
Well, Peke's got a lot of information to work with because he's caught Ryu. Shockwave only catches Amazing. Oda Wamne arrives to stand United, and Amazing's forced to run away. Peke, he followed in with the Spirit Rush. Now he's at threat of going down. 200 HP. Ryu flashes aggressively and protects himself for the kill and gets out alive.
Very well played from Ryu, knowing his damage. Odo Amne is going to take this tower. Now Lulex joins in. Everyone from H2K might even just shove them for the next one, or just say we take one, we leave it, because the bot lane, or sorry, the top lane was already being pushed from Soaz.
Now, if you get through that initial defense from Origin, then you can capitalize very hard because all these lanes are pressured so hard on the towers. Top lane Soaz really couldn't do anything there either, and Janna and Kalista are constantly stuck under that bot lane tower, so they can't react in time. Hyun is just going to push out this lane. These guys are going to shop with some well-earned gold, but there's still 1,000 gold behind.
Would have loved to see Soaz, though, joining with Teleport.
Yeah.
Because he already had the lane pushing. He's not going to take the tier 2 tower this early on in the game. TP down with the Shen, follow him, you have a 3v2 situation. This fight goes the complete opposite. You get the kill on the side of Origin, and suddenly this mid tower stays alive, and you keep the lead, or the big lead in the early game. Not sure why he decided to stay in lane and push it all the way out instead.
Soaz was sitting on around 1.6k gold. Once Shen teleported out, I just checked on my different monitor here. He just decided to push out the wave, not let a slow push stack on the top lane. So he said, okay, I'm already too late. I'm not going to commit and chase the loss. Instead, I'm just going to make sure that the wave is denied. And just go to base. Soaz was sitting on like 1.8k gold there before he shot. Now obviously picked up the Athene's Charm on Ryu though.
Oh, we do see that's a good shockwave. Explosive cost knocks Peke to safety with the help of that Spirit Rush. Importantly, H2K have kept the tower alive. But look at the deep vision that Amazing was able to place after setting up that push on the mid-outer turrets.
Both teams doing a good job always trading the vision here. When they see a play happening on the map, they try and counter it on the other side, getting the deep wards in for the information. Sidestone is completed for Lulex, so he's going to join in the party. Rewarding fun. And I like this. He didn't build it in the last game on the Lee Sin. I'm not sure why, because that is often what he brings in this early game for H2K and what he needs to bring.
Mithy going very aggressive to get both this pink ward and a little bit of a trade onto Lulex. We did see Soaz, he's picked up his Holy Grail already. Return to the top lane, almost level 11. Teleports up for both Soaz and Peke. And we'll see if they want to make a play either towards this next dragon in 2 minutes to defend some of their towers. H2K teaming up for that deep vision.
With the BF sword on Tristana now, her tower damage becomes insane. So what H2K needs to do is keep control of Ahri in the mid lane. Again, we mentioned how it's their Morel Nomicon first, so you don't have to be that afraid of the all-in potential. Still okay, but not as impactful as with the Lute and Zeko. So what you need to do now is keep vision around it, because Ahri is a champion that needs to have these gaps in vision where she can sneak in. Okay.
Yonen's in trouble. Stand United will complete, but it's too late. Monsoon's going to split up H2K, and here comes Soaz with a teleport. Shockwave once again only catching Amazing, but Lulex, my man, you've got to be more accurate with those casks. H2K lose 2, and Origin should secure themselves actually a third kill.
Origin's just really good at reading H2K. They know that they wanted to go for that bot lane tower. That's why they were sending a couple of members to the bot lane. However, Shen was slowly pushing out a wave in the top lane. Instead of going there and challenge that, so I said, okay, no, I'm just going to work straight down the bot lane, assist my teammates. If a fight breaks down, I'm there quicker than a Shen. Shen teleport is still 4 seconds before it lands. Soaz was there immediately, and then Niels just has the liberty to play so aggressive, and he pulled it off. Jarnan dropped immediately. Let's watch that again.
So they go all in with the Blade of the Ruined King, flash forward and everything. H2K reacting. I mean, you can barely react faster here with how quickly Yanin goes down, and now Origin will have the numbers advantage. Ulti on one guy, ulti missed completely for Lulex, means Odon is dead. And in the end, when you have so much mobility as well on the side of Origin, with Lulu, Janna, Kalista, Ari, it's tough to get away.
Soaz was in the lane, but because the fight went so far forward and Niels was hopping so far forward, he actually had to teleport to close the gap and cut off the escape path, but the teleport not to get all together. And Soaz doing well, 1-0-1 here. 12 and 2 kills, was put behind a little bit early. Those wild growths are definitely going to keep Niels alive in the later stages of the game.
And going back to picks and bans, the minimal amount of initiation from Origin could be offset by a strong early to mid game. And look, 4,000 gold lead, tower lead. Yeah, they've given up a dragon, but they've got so much power to challenge for this next one. Very smart play from Origin in game 2.
I mean, their initiation that fight was Niels hopping forward. It's not really a strategy you want to rely on later stages of the game, but worked out, threw in the Janna offensively as well, and then Miffy obviously has the Monsoon to disengage afterwards, which knocks people back.
Just a great pre-planned setup from Origin. Trevor, you highlight how they've been setting up some of the vision on the bottom side in the jungle of H2K. There's one outer turret left as well in the bottom lane. The DF Sword Tristana shows up. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They had full vision of the area, and that's why Niels can jump forward on the AD carry. Remember that for solo queue, boys. If it's all dark, your AD carry should not jump forward. But Origin has set it up, and therefore, and again, they punish H2K.
Outer turret middle. I do not think H2K will be here early enough. The minion wave's coming up, and that's very low from a previous wave. Ryu might be just too late. That should be another tower over to Origin. 4-2 and just extending this lead. This is the kind of game that we were expecting coming into the series. Strong advantage in the 10-20 minute mark, and then closing it up confidently.
Going back to Champs Select though, touching back on the point of the Elise ban against Amazing, it does really feel like Amazing's role within this Origin squad is not something you would expect from an Elise to be done. He has just this tanky, map pressuring jungler that can shadow the lanes, join in where necessary, provide deep vision. And he's doing well on this Rek'Sai, so we might need to see an adaptation from H2K come out, because Amazing is outclassing Lulex so far in every game.
Vayne as well being banned from H2K 2 games in a row now. This one, knowing that Kalista would be the first pick, seeing as also Origin didn't ban anything as a third ban. Let's see what happens around this mid lane though, because a lot of members getting close to each other.
Sean doesn't connect. Ryu does find a shockwave. It combos into a taunt, but Miffy will throw down the life-saving Monsoon. That will get Peke out at the cost of a few ultis.
Again though, Origin, oh sorry, H2K, they're setting up vision in this bot lane jungle. They just want Yanin to get a tower down. He's been working so hard the last 20 minutes almost for this tower now. Dive with the sword is not really the guy you want to aim for here.
That was a flash from Kasing. Minion wave is cleared out by Amazing.
They know there are
some deep vision though.
They know there are 2 members in the top lane and they're trying to force too much, but they should just be happy with that one tower that Yanin got in the bot lane. He can push out that wave. He could have joined them in the mid lane later on. Honestly, probably was the better choice for H2K to simply send somebody top instead of trying to force too hard. Lulu will be incredibly safe, still has flash, still has wild growth.
H2K needs to make a decision a lot faster here. They're moving around the mid lane. They look to go top, being like, we can't really make it in time now. Very late there, they're going down to the bottom side. Giving more time to Origin to react. Do they want to push another tower, or do they want to recall and defend this one in time?
The answer is push another tower, Deficio. Hyun and Lulex, Kasing, they're hammering away. Explosive charge will detonate, and that will secure an inner turret as Peke is trying to keep them busy.
Baron is here.
Look at Baron. Everyone's grouping from OG, and with Niels, this is not a 50-50 Baron.
And talking about the 10 to 20 minute period in a game, we were praising H2K so much during the split about their shot calling, how they excelled in the 10 to 20 minute spike, but they're about to give up a 20-minute Baron. Almost uncontested against Origin, just a couple more thousand HP to drop, and then Ren can't execute.
Well, Rend is available, but it looks like OG have peeled away, not willing to take the risk. They did see H2K moving up in through their lane, and at 20 minutes, OG hold on to a sizable lead.
Just in time for H2K. Few more seconds, the Ren would have been there for like 2,500 damage potentially. The bomb ticking down, and on 1 second they managed to stop it. Defends the Baron.
Got the red wire, boys.
Got it, they defended. Trade towers as well, but both teams just having to react very quickly, being like, do we push another tower? Where do we move our members? Both of them were hesitating a little bit, and in the end though, win just trade towers.
It does seem though that every opening created by H2K so far has been by Ryu and his shockwaves. So we'll have to keep our eye on him. If he can you know, procure another opening, follow up with the Channel to get any form of CC applied after that Shockwave takes somebody down. Then obviously H2K can start controlling the map because Lulex hasn't found a single opening yet. 0-0-0. Has been working on that vision a little better than its early game though, but hasn't quite just achieved just yet what was expected of him.
Yeah, and Ryu, of course, has been one of the main carries for H2K, along with Hyanin. They are so focused around getting Hyanin up and running. You can see the damage percentages there. Peke, some of the later poke champions, and his Vladimir in late game.
Yeah.
A large help in why he has a damage percentage. In terms of game 1, it's similar sort of trends, with H2K going 31% damage share from their mid, and their AD carry, obviously top falling a little behind.
This game with their Kalista for Nils and the setup to protect this Kalista very late in the game. He should be one of the main damage dealers, or he will be. Look at me, Captain, obviously. He's an AD carry. Yes, he's gonna be one of the main damage dealers. Instead though, Origin needs to be careful they don't give enough time to Hyanin, because every time he gets just a few seconds on a tower, he can almost take it down. And now another fight in mid.
Body slam's gonna connect. Amazing's gonna get knocked back, and Mithy again with the life-saving Monsoon. This is 2 ultimates in a row. It's bought enough time for Niels to make it up. Amazing. Tunnels in, turns away.
Now initially Origin had a tower lead, but if they can't get something at another part of the map while the tower in the top lane is being pushed by Hyanin, then obviously that gold lead is gonna shrink and those towers will even out a little more. This extended lane swap scenario, there's only 2 towers left here for Origin. Only 1 it seems for H2K. No, 2.
Yeah, one inner turret remaining
alive in
from
the lane.
H2K. And just to touch on the damage that Niels is going to put out, despite the changes to Kalista in recent patches, went for a BF sword after that last back, and a bunch of farm to spend. Doesn't need the Hurricane just yet. We did see Hyanin finally completing his eye edge and his zeal, so the arms race is extending. Origin had the gold lead at 20 minutes. They have the tower lead, and they have a dragon to contest with Vision in H2K's jungle.
And one of the things Origin do so well when they get these early leads is, it's something we highlighted very quickly in the last game, how Niels is often sitting in side lane farming. That is very safe for him to do once they have the map control, because they will always have these deep wards placed in from Mithy and Amazing, securing Niels to sit and farm. And then, because they run this 1-3-1 setup, they maximize farm on every single carry. So Niels has been getting that lane for himself, and they always just pressure you down every single lane.
It's a lot easier for them to do that now because Ryu is sticking in the mid lane. Traditionally in H2K, Ryu will be the one rotating out to the bot lane. When LeBlanc was very meta game, when he played Ahri a couple of games, he would be the assassin in the bot lane, threatening the enemy AD carry trying to farm. Obviously on Orianna, he's just sticking in the mid game, farming off against Dicky's Peke. Sizable CS lead, 30.
And he'll have to be very impactful in clearing these waves. For the rest of H2K, they need time from Tristana to clear them out. A very close proximity for Nautilus and Gragas. We did actually see Lulex forced to flash. He went in to steal the blue buff. Was unsuccessful, as you can see on your screen right now. And just a threat from Soaz, forcing Lulex out of the jungle in a way.
Scary Frenchman.
With that, Origin now have to crack the last inner turret. Maybe this is where the lack of initiation can come back to hurt them.
Gotta crack the Baron.
Yeah. And the good thing about their composition is, because of the amount of shields and sustain that they have and a good amount of kite and disengages, that they don't need the perfect deep vision to approach this Baron. Usually you will need wards in every bush, push all lanes, force them out, threaten them with a face tick. When you run Kalista, you don't need all those shenanigans. Just simply posture around a dragon here. Dredgeline connects an expected knockup.
A shockwave flashed away, but a flashball from Hyanin. He gets the kill. That was a lot invested from H2K, but they get their man. Soaz will be met by Oda1 as the rest of H2K undecided on where they want to push.
100% worth it for H2K.
Mid lane is exposed.
Mid lane open. Again, remember, it is a Tristana. These towers, they will die so fast. Origin trying to respond in the top lane, but they are fairly late joining in the wave here. Hyanin pushing in for another one.
You don't want to base race against this H2K lineup. I don't even think they will get the inhibitor in return. They might get a single tower here. Just keep your eyes on Ryu.
Soaz did not connect with anything really with that Glitzer Lance. Left the minion wave up. Minions are still standing. H2K, despite being golden down, despite being down in kills, towers, objectives, they get an inhibitor. Amazing and Niels, they will reply. It's an inhibitor for an inhibitor. And Origin back away.
But remember, H2K were the team behind in goal before here, trading it. Rio taking a lot of damage. They're chasing up. Look here, up top, we have 2 guys coming in from Origin.
That's a flash forward. Stand United is available. Lulex looks for the disengage with the cast, but so important that Stand United is down.
And trading flash support for your mid laner. Trade I'll take any day if you are on the side of Origin. So we're back on Baron. Open inhib in top now. We have the ping ward on it. There's a ward just outside the pit though from H2K, so they know this is happening. But they're against the Kalista.
With the flash down on Rio, these engages become very telegraphed. Look for the ball being put on Shen, and then a flash taunt from Oluwamne will need to be used to get that ball in position for a good shockwave. Risky Baron here, but execute is possible with Ren.
Amazing, gets in a knockup. That's a 4-man after the tunnel. Niels is in trouble. He's low, but he's hopping backwards. He's kiting. He's surviving. It's Amazing that gets the first kill as it turns into a double. Now Amazing's peeling away. Peke is the only member of Origin to drop, but Baron was stopped. And Niels so close to going down at the beginning of that fight.
If Niels goes down there, that's a reset coming out on Kjaren. That could have been easy triple quadra kill, but fantastic kiting here. Good flash.
Soaz. He wants to stay alive. The shield comes up. Ryu, it's going to keep spamming the ball. Soaz going to take them on a wild goose chase. Going to go between towers. Depth charge as well, and a flash.
No assist.
But I think he bought enough time to at least prevent Baron. Here's that fight again.
Let's look at the fight. Remember, Origin have really no way of getting to Yanin outside of Amazing, so he's gonna be safe. And it's just a fight of how fast can Origin take down the front line of H2K, and therefore make sure Yanin has to like back away and be careful with the damage he's dealing. But these fights are close.
That was really close between just having a full-on ace from H2K, because Niels dealt so much damage while being on 5 to 10% HP. If they got that kill, that could have been very ugly. Kjaren, once he gets these resets, obviously now is hitting his 2-item spike. Had to opt for the Shiv. I do prefer Phantom Dancer on Tristana if you can afford it, but it's just also hard to get the components at the right time while still staying relevant in the game. So he opts for the Shiv. Also has a little more wake clear here.
And he's been behind every game, so gonna try and rush a bit faster towards the 3-4 item spike for himself. But H2K's late game, Graga scaling up, Orianna, Tristana. This backline is gonna deal so much damage, and with 3 tanks to try and shut down Niels and Pekka, they should buy enough time for Yanin and Ryu to win the fights for H2K. So Origin has been very passive on the map, and it's bought enough time for H2K to look for picks as well.
One reservation is if Ryu does not find that shockwave, does not find that damage, they're reliant entirely on Kjaren and some of the cooldowns. However, the 35 CS lead that Ryu's built up, we've touched on it. We're getting to the 30-minute mark, and Ryu is doing what his team needs. Got that death cap, got that Athenes, and that gold lead is becoming less significant the longer this game goes. Amazing, we'll find Ryu. That's the threat we talked about. Now he's somewhat left on the side lane. The cast will knocked him sideways. Soaz is holding on to the wild growth. Is going to use it a moment ago. Defensive play from Origin. And Oluwamne held on to his Stand United as well.
There was only 3 guys from H2K in the mid lane, but not enough from Origin to really start the fight. So they have to rely on these objectives. The Baron is still alive, 30 minutes in. They will get a 3rd dragon for themselves, but they're gonna keep looking for Baron and dragons to start taking the fights with H2K. I wanna see Pekka with a pink ward just try and create a catch. Once H2K walks into these rivers here where they shouldn't have any vision because they've been in control of Origin, Pekka looks for the pick. That's what's gonna win the fight for Origin.
H2K has been making sure that they don't move away too far from that mid lane so they can keep their red jungle under control and never get choked out of vision completely. In that sense, they're always ready to commit to the Baron quick enough in time before you can put it in when execute range. However, that means that your carries are sharing farm in the mid lane.
Talking about carries, the Protect the 80 carry comp from Origin has got more powerful. Ardent Sensor picked up by Mythy. We also see a Last Whisper and a Void Staff in the last few minutes picked up by Ryu and Kjaren. So more damage, more buffing for Niels. He's going to have the on-hit from Lulu. He's going to have on-hit from Janna and the Ardent Sensor, plus the BT and Blade. That's a lot of damage from Niels.
Valuing the Ardent Sensor over the Harbinger because of the fact that Kalista obviously is not really a crit 80 carry. More about getting the mass amount of hits down for the rend damage. Reason behind that one on the side of Origin.
I'm liking this Gragas pick up a lot more compared to the Lee Sin from last game for Lulex. If all you're gonna do is play in front of your team and peel, no really needed to flank this game at all. He just has to keep his carries alive. So much sustained damage coming out of the Orianna and Tristana later in the game. All we need is one kill for Tristana to reset and just hop around these fights, reposition himself in safety, pick out the next target. Last fight as well for Origin, all the damage was being front-loaded on Amazing, who then had Wildcrove. That's the most efficient way for Origin to soak up damage. If they can't get a fight like that, might see a more volatile fight come out on the side of H2K.
Despite all the globals on Origin's side, they can't really afford to split up. Look at the wave pushing towards their base in the bottom lane. H2K have pressure. Someone needs to respond. There is a lot of pink wards and vision in the river, so Origin may clear the wave and TP up if needed.
The only thing that stopped Origin from starting a Baron or getting full control was the Rift. Scuttler was alive, but is now gone. H2K had control of that one before, so there's only the few wards we see around the Baron from H2K. Rest belongs to Origin, and they're looking for one of these picks. I want to see where Peck is. He's the guy who needs to one-shot someone. Ari is so fantastic at playing around vision. Facing into a charm is almost guaranteed you're dead.
Peck is pushing up the mid lane right now. Bot lane has been dead for quite a while. Nobody has put in any members to defend that, but that massive wave prompted a response from Soa, so now he went down. H2K is looking for an engage.
So there's Amazing, soaking up the damage, the most efficient. Look at those Ren stacks. Command Protect comes in. Origin is tanking 3. Oduwamne, he taunts backwards defensively. And H2K managed to get away. The vision is so heavily in favor of Origin. H2K have to keep pushing forward to fight for vision. Look at that. H2K have no idea where Origin are right now. We did see Soaz using that teleport, and there's a banner of Command minion down bottom.
Gotta move in again through the mid lane. Take a look at him here on the minimap. He's gonna go for Yanan in the back line. He's waiting in the bush. Engage coming in.
Peel and fight. Niels is taunted. The shockwave is on Niels. He gets knocked up as well as the wild growth, but Peke was able to solo Yanan off screen. Now Peke is looking for more. Ryu, I believe, is getting stand united. It will not channel. Oduwamne is left on the back line. H2K lose 2.
Xpeke won that fight for Origin first. He picks off Yanan off screen, then he connects another charm on Ryu. Both carries down. That should be Baron for Origin and could be the final stages of this game because their push will be so much easier with that Baron buff.
They've had control of this Baron River for such a long time. They're just waiting for the right moment. Peke was hiding in these bushes here, and there's nothing you can do as an AD carry at that point. Your tank's already running to the Baron to stop it. You're just caught in the back line. You get assassinated. Fight is over. Beautiful setup from Origin, and they needed that. After giving H2K a bit of time to try and slowly claw their way back into the game, they finally get to set up that Baron, capitalize 100%.
Just heard from our observers and stats team. Yanan dealt 900 damage that fight. That is how quickly he was taken out. Peke finding the targets he needs to. It gives Origin their first Baron this game, and the pushing power they need to try shut down the limited wave clear from H2K.
Let's watch that again. Peke lurking a bush, and that is the risk you run when you don't have perfect vision control. You have to face like too many brushes at once, and you will start taking risks that can get punished this hard. Watch again. Charm coming in, connecting on Ryu. Luex couldn't soak that up. Then United gets used, but obviously Ryu is going to drop. And this is what Origin were looking for. They're looking for that final pick. Could actually see an adaptation here. When you're running so many tier 1 trinkets that you don't upgrade, I like to see double Scrying Orb against compositions like this. When all you have to do is buy time, just having that one extra eye checking in every 30 seconds or so could mean the difference between having to make that face check or not.
All of that stemmed from that vision play that Origin set in motion several minutes before. Waiting for the crab to die, getting those wards down. Inhibitor top has respawned. Origin are applying pressure both middle and top. It looks like H2K should be able to hold top for the time being, but Peke will secure the 7th tower of the game for Origin and push it into the inhibitor turrets.
And Kalista simply offers too much pressure around these objectives here that Origin likes to use so well. That's one of the reasons they can force H2K to rush in to try and stop a Baron, because Kalista is sitting there building up the Ren stacks, and they did it. Or they've done it again and again and again this split here. So I really feel like that is a mistake from H2K in that pick and ban phase.
Origin able to secure the inhibitor uncontested. We do see the QSS picked up for Niels, as well as those captain boots for Mithy. So many options to keep that carry alive. And Niels has continued to step up. Another inhibitor turret might fall in the next wave or two.
What I do like about Origin is, yes, they have a composition that can easily finish off a Baron. They're not afraid to peel off. They don't tunnel on it too much until it's absolutely guaranteed that they will get it in. Before that, they just use their vision to work for picks. They have an assassin in the mid lane that got to the Baron inhibitor and at the verge of taking a second inhibitor. Not in the mid lane. We're 36 minutes in the game. Origen leading by 9k gold right now.
Fantastic play from Origen. And with the number 2 seed coming in, gents, the number 2 seed has beaten the number 3 seed in the European LCS. All 4 times the matchup has happened. This is the 5th. It could continue to. Dragon number 4 as well. There is a massive minion wave down bottom, but Peke arrived to clear that out and pick up all the juicy farm. He now leads Ryu when he was down 30 CS not 10 minutes ago.
And that is because Ryu and Hjarnan were forced to share in the mid lane. Neither of them felt comfortable enough to move to a side lane to farm. Not even Oduamne with double teleport was comfortable enough to start split pushing. So the lanes were divided, or subtracted. You were only playing the game on 2 lanes. And in that sense, the team with the superior vision control and more power to force the face check is obviously thrive and going to come out on top, because eventually they'll have to face check and eat a charm, and that's what Origen forced right there. They were comfortable playing on 2 lanes and making it into like kind of team fight type of deal where you always have the chance to do the Baron because of the execute. If it was a 50-50 smite, Origen would have to change their approach. However, with that Rend being able to threaten the Baron the same way Ryu is looking to threaten Niels right now.
And Ryu one-shot Niels. No, because
like
wait! The shot move hits! The monsoon's coming out. Niels is life stealing up. He QSS's and Niels is still alive. He's already back to about 50%. Gets taunted, hops back in. That's the kill. Origen have lost their primary damage dealer, but Peke will not go quietly into the night. Miffy is in full retreat. He's gone James Bond, but he's got no license to kill this fight. And Ryu, hiding in the bush, finds a kill on Niels. Origen, they're not relenting though, because they have supers in 2 lanes.
Yeah, and Origen decided to re-engage after the AD carry took so much damage. Niels walked in front of Oduamne, got taunted, and ends up dying. So HK buying a bit of time, but they have so many super minions to deal with.
It's free farm though.
Origen can still, like, they don't even have to clear the wave. Or clear the wave, win the game. Right at this moment, you got 4 dragons to take the next one. You can go for the same Baron setup. No reason to take too many chances, but Ryu's on his own now.
Run! The charm doesn't connect. And despite that movement speed from Soaz, Peke unable to find his man.
Yeah, if Origen can keep eliminating these carries in terms of flashes, then obviously they'll have to go for these sneaky engages where they get a brush check off. But I don't think Origen will make that same mistake again. So in that regard, see this way the fight plays out. Niels, a little too audacious in that fight. Origen managed to peel off the no reset for Hjarnan. So all in all, it was just 1 man going down. Origen, yeah, they can just repeat what they were doing all game. Wait for a Dragon, wait for a Baron, superior vision control, force the map to be played on 2 lanes. Just wait for that crucial mistake coming out of H2K.
Despite the fact there was only 1 man, it is the man that matters.
When he's running around.
Niels is looking for more. That's a flash forward from Amazing. Aggressive once again. Lulix will be going down. Origen team up. Use the Void Rush. And they find yet another kill. It is important to note that Hjarnan does have QSS, but I think there's too much to deal with when you've lost one of your primary tanks. Soaz looking for more. It's a Lance, not going to connect. And Origen, do they push in with supers or do they peel for bottom tower? We'll find out shortly as they're inside the base of H2K.
Use your super minions, you got waves coming again and again and again. H2K, at this point, you might just try and taunt someone on the tower and hope they can win the fight, but they're just so far behind.
But Orange is not here to take these towers. They're just here to push H2K in their base as far as they can, so that when they do peel backwards, all vision hopefully has been disappeared and they can force a big multiple brush face check. And in that time where H2K has to be hesitant in terms of face checking those brushes, or Origen can simply take a Baron or punish H2K. They make room for so many potential plays by pushing in this far safely, as long as they stay outside of those towers.
If you look at the vision on the map though, Crepo, H2K do have a ring of wards towards the top river, as well as ones that are slowly timing out in the bottom half of the map. So Origen need a few more minutes before they can 100% say they are in control of vision. They're not going to get it this time around. H2K have managed to push all the way to the Baron, but they did cross the deep vision Origen placed.
Remember also Origen is running this double TP composition, so Peke is now applying pressure on the bottom side, will force Oduamne down, and then Oduamne has to decide between defending super minions coming in mid lane and stopping Peke obviously from taking a tower. But for now, Origen is just going to reset the whole thing. Go bank, buy items. Maybe try and kill Ryu.
Another aggressive flash. Soas gets caught by the shockwave. Stands United will keep Ryu alive this time until Peke arrives. Oduwamne is now going to get focused by every single member of Origin. Gets lobbed in by the Fates call. Mithy finds his man. And with 2 members of H2K down, including the primary wave clear, Origin may have enough to break H2K's back. They've got a 10,000 gold lead. They're onto the Nexus turrets in the 41st minute of the game. 1 is down. Origin set their sights up for the next. Niels flashes defensively with a shield from Bloodthirster and Lulu. He's got over 1,000 bonus health. Hyonin zoned away from the minions, the monsters, the champions, and everything. Origin go 2-0 in their first semi-final of the Summer Split.
Honestly, just full control in this game from Origin. Kalista was left open, instantly first picked. And we saw Origin again run one of these compositions where they protect Nils. They give him the tower in the lane swap. They prioritize farmer Nils, the rookie of the split, here in summer. And they're really using the vision around these objectives so effectively. And H2K always seems to be a step behind in this game.
And I also felt like, just really quickly, that Mithy was really on point with Janna. We haven't seen a lot of him recently, banned out in a lot of the games in the last quarterfinals. But Mithy saved so many lives with Monsoon. The Kalista fling Janna in, it worked this time.
The one time they had to do it, yes, sure.
No, they did it multiple times, but however, that one fight though, that was a crucial fight where Niels escaped just with a sliver health, 10%. That could have been ugly for Origin, but right now they're 2-0 up, and H2K, they will be forced to react. Perhaps in picks and bans, perhaps even in lineup, because see, they have Betongyok sitting ready. I think Lulex was better this game, but I still think H2K is running this problem. They had this around week 5 and 6 in the spring split, or in the summer split rather, where they had really good strategies, but once teams figured them out, they had no way to adapt. They had no plan B. Lulex, again, he was hovering around that bot lane so often. Eventually, he was forced to walk in full vision, pushing the wave. He did that 2 or 3 times in a row, whereas he could have done so many other things. Was it deep warding? And that's not only on him. That is H2K as a strategy component for the entire team, and they really need to fix that, because otherwise Origin is going to comfortably get into the mid game, and they have shown that they're the better team in the mid game in this series.
H2K is too predictable. Simple as that. And Origin, they know how to secure Soas in the start, even when he has to go top lane. We either see Amazing or Mithy follow him up there. So then you get standard lanes very fast. And that's why H2K as a team often struggle, because then it relies on a lot of the jungle pressure you can apply on the map. And Amazing is a step ahead of Lulex in this series here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Betongyok come in, because he's a more early game focused jungler in terms of ganking.
Well, they've got a few minutes to decide as H2K if they do want to sub him in, but I want to mention Soas a little bit. He played Shen in the previous game, Lulu this game, and despite not getting a lot of priority in the opening minutes, he's always in the right place at the right time. He finds a way to go even with Oduwamne. And it's definitely impressive when you consider the team is prioritizing other players. So Origin 2-0 up. That means H2K have their backs against the wall. They need to win every single game from here on out if they want to keep their finals hopes alive. As we step away, we will hear what Amazing thinks about H2K's recent change in the jungle.
The way that H2K also works is just like they it seems to be like a TSM type system where they tell the jungler what to do, and the jungler kind of like fits the role, and at some point maybe exceeding that role because he just gets really good at the role. So unless they have a jungler that is really smart about the game, they will never change.
If confidence means that I just go into the game and I'm not afraid of who I'm facing, then yeah, we're confident, but we're not confident to the point where we're like, we're just gonna trash these guys like they're so bad, you know. I think, for example, Roca, since they O2 does, or Fnatic that O2 does, we would have some more like respect, you know, but against H2K it's more about, we know we can beat them, and we're just mostly focusing on ourselves and we're not afraid of them.
Welcome back to the European LCS semifinals. Mithy says we know they can beat them. Well, so far they're up 2-0 OG over H2K, looking for that clean sweep. But in all honesty, to H2K as well, Game 2 was a lot closer for the longest part of the game. Let's start by looking at picks and bans, because this time around, OG, more clear pick and ban, a better pick and ban you guys were thinking than Game 1.
I think the only thing I don't like is the Ahri. I think they could have picked Orianna instead. Ahri is a champion that looks very good when your team is ahead, and obviously with the teleport as well, it's going to look very good when the team is ahead. But I feel with the composition they're running, they need to kind of push the power to just win the early game and not have something that relies on the rest of the team. Just pick the Orianna really strong in lane and just play around that.
Right, but I think it's very interesting about the Ahri. Actually, in contrast to what Mithy just said in the video as we came back, talking about confidence, I feel like Xpeke is playing incredibly confidently up against Ryu. He takes the TP. We saw Toys in the LMS regional qualifiers doing the same thing. He went 2-0 on that. And we were talking during the game, taking teleport on a mid laner like Ahri sacrifices all of your lane pressure when it comes to actually getting ahead and looks for plays elsewhere. So I feel like Xpeke just doesn't seem to be worried at all. And we were talking about if he doesn't get Victor, is he going to struggle? Doesn't seem to be doing it thus far.
He might not have any other champions left but Ahri, though.
It feels like to me, Peke is the clutch player, you know, and I don't feel like in these games he's the clutch player. In this one in particular, I feel Mithy was a clutch player.
Let's actually pull one of the replays up that was defining in this one. There was a lot going on around Baron, and here OG starts it and then Peke with the flank.
Yeah, it's actually starting off fairly well with the engage and everything, but then the Orianna saves everything, and then Mithy with the flash ultimate that saved the complete team. But that was actually MVP-worthy status in that game. That was so good by Mithy, and after that they completely cleaned up the fight. Got the Baron after that, and I think after that the game was kind of decided, because it was very hard for H2K to pull back. Even though OG's comp has like a really good early game, mid game and everything, H2K's comp would outscale them pretty hard, because Tristana and Orianna, but they never got to the status where they can actually comfortable push and be in a position, in a driving seat, basically. So they were always in the back foot, and maybe that was because of lacking jungle pressure in that game, but it seems like H2K was always a step behind in everything. Rotations, in team fights, in positioning, and how they put the people on the map, and that showed pretty much in the game.
I would also like to add the fact that after this game, it doesn't feel like H2K could come back. I think this game was like admitting defeat, because I think the early game was lacking a game plan. They're playing around with the Gragas around the lane that is supposed to lose. It's easier for them in the early game to play around the Shen, because the Shen can easily transition the pressure from top side into bottom, and that is the correct play.
Well, you say it might be hard for H2K come back. We actually opened the floor over to the viewers and asked to ask something to the desk, and we have a tweet from Josh AJ Doan rather. How important is the mental game in a best of 5, and who will have the stronger mental game? You're calling it pretty much for OG at this point. I also remember that from a misplay in the bottom, or a failed trade where Kalista ended up 2 kills, you said this might be the deciding fight for the entire series. I'd love to get your more perspective on the mental aspect of this.
I mean, the mental aspect is H2K is still fairly new compared to OG, because we talked about this. OG has like 86 playoffs games under their belt combined, and they're not players that are affected by mental. They know they have strong mental fortitude. We know that because we have seen them over and over again at Worlds, at pressure situations, how well they do. And I think OG has a stronger mental game in probably all of the series. And I think H2K, they can still maybe come back, but I feel like they're outfigured. I don't think they have anything up in their pockets to like pull out or something, and I think they put their entire strategy in both these games, and I don't think they will put out something new that we can see that maybe will give them a win.
Well, something that they could have done was put in Betongjok, of course, in this decider game, but it is going to be Lulex for Game 3 again. And also, he did have a better game in Game 2, in my opinion. And they had some strong individual performances as well. Ryu, who actually always delivers, but as a team, it's just not working.
Yeah, something's just not quite right with, specifically up against Origin. They seem to just have the number. And you talked about Lulex having a better game. He did. He didn't die for pretty much 20 minutes of the game. The problem was, at the same time, Amazing was doing more on the map. Amazing was getting in the fight, setting up the rest of his team, and setting up the snowball that the Origin needed to take the game through. So if Lulex can step it up again in Game 3, they still have a shot, but that window is closing very quickly.
I mean, I talked about it before the game, how the jungle matchup should go, and I think those two games have been like perfect distribution of how well the jungle matchup is skilled out, because we have seen the Rek'Sai vs Gragas reverse matchup right now, and Amazing seems to just be a better jungler in that series, and he has been dictating the early game. He has been setting up Soaz with that first blood in the top lane to actually do fairly well against the Shen, shuts down the complete TP advantage from Shen and the global pressure, and then snowballs the game through that with Vision and Mythi together. So I think Amazing is just doing like a way better job at providing early game pressure, ganks, out-farms Lulex, and even in team fights, he's doing all the job at engaging him. I mean, it's just, yeah.
I would also like to add, the simple fact is, if the enemy team have this matchup like Kalista Janna, it's the strongest bot lane 2v2 in the game probably. And with this in mind, the enemy jungler should not spend time in this lane. You cannot possibly gank it, and in a 3v3 situation you're gonna get destroyed, as we saw in the game. And with that in mind, I feel like the idea that H2K had coming into this game was fundamentally wrong. That they wanted to play around the bot lane. It feels like almost as if Kassing and Janna just told Lulex what to do, like we are getting destroyed in bot lane, we need help. And it doesn't really work that way in this level of play. They need to take a calm, calm look at the game and just look, oh, we can gank the Shen, we can snowball the Shen, make him push out the lane, alright, we can Shen ult bottom, alright, that's the game plan. But it was clearly lacking in this game.
Finally, very short, you came back from an 0-2 deficit versus UOL. Even though in the end it wasn't that good, you did come back 2 games. Can you tell me one line you would say to H2K or to your team to keep your head in the game?
Well, I'm a person that takes everything step by step. Every game step by step, every scrim step by step. Everything has equal importance. And being in a best of 5, you should not look in the back, look in the future or look in the past. And with that in mind, game by game, take it easy and just throw in a little bit of Al Pacino speech and it's fine.
Well, okay, I hope we hear that one day from you, but we'll see if Prolly did that for H2K. It's time to draft for Game 3, so let's hand it over to the casters and load up on those picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk, for potentially the final game in the European semi-final here. Origin are 2-0 up against H2K. They are back on the red side. Their blue side strategy of only banning 2 champions, not 3. You could argue it gave them Kalista. Maybe left the final pick. Do you ban Elise? Do you ban Kalista? H2K opted for Elise, and it didn't work out.
I mean, Origin won that game with only 2 bans. So I really think H2K should just throw it over completely. Change everything. Just change literally every ban. Throw them out. Try to find an opening. Say, Lulex, what do you want to play? Make it super comfortable champion, and then just go for something with aggression. Because if we go into the mid game even, Origin has shown to be the better mid game team.
And right now, Origin is just gonna ban the same: Sivir, Kalista, Thresh. No reason to change. No reason to give a first pick over to H2K, a team who uses Sivir so effectively. So far, same bans, no adaptation. On either side. Obviously, Origin doesn't have to change anything. They've been doing just fine.
Last 2 bans from Game 1 was Elise, then Thresh. We will see an adaptation from H2K. Don't want to run the risk of another Lulu performance from Peke or Soaz, and it's taken off the table.
Amazing was doing just fine on junglers that are not Elise. So worst case scenario for H2K, he does well on Elise, but then he's still doing well. So good thing shutting down that Lulu. Maybe a first pick Shen to at least force Soaz on a different champion in this series. See if they can cook up something. Probably can. Soaz has incredible deep champion pools usually in playoffs. A couple of wonky champs in there too, but he always finds something.
Yeah, Soaz, neither of these top laners have necessarily been responsible for carrying this series. It feels like it's been more about the AD role in terms of finishing it. But we have seen Soaz playing from behind, as he's the one that has suffered in early, and there's that Shen takeaway as you thought about, Krepo.
Still a flex pick for H2K, but yeah, Soaz really been having a fantastic performance in this series here. Even when being put behind, he makes the best out of it. So annoying in the late game team fights. Elise locked in, okay, let's see what Amazing can do. This is again why I prefer in a best out of 5 situation, if you have a pick like Elise and you're not 100% sure if Origin will use it and how they want to use it, you leave it open for game 1. You see what happens and then you adapt up and say, okay, he was 20-0. I mean, that guy destroyed the game on Elise. We ban it from now on. Instead of banning it from the start and then risk you have to adapt later and now give it over and you don't really know what Amazing is going to offer.
One quick thoughts as well. Odo Wamne could also pick a different champion up top. Kasing has played that Shen support in the past, so there is a little element of flex in there.
I wouldn't mind to see Janna come in for H2K and they start running Protect the AD carry comps. They are so good at playing around Yanan. At the same time, when you face Elise, you know there's no hard engage on a jungle position, so that moves it over to other roles. Alistar is there, but a Janna composition where you protect the AD carry can become very difficult for Origin then to start engaging on. Instead though, we're going back to game 1 basically.
Yeah, Lulex does not want to sacrifice too much of his early jungle, so he picks another aggressive jungler. A couple that are left are, for example, Nidalee that you could play, goes for the Lee Sin. It's all about who finds whoever first in the jungle. If Lee Sin does get the engage on Elise, maybe he can do something. If Elise gets the jump on Lee Sin, he's gonna go down immediately. He has to run away. Has almost no return damage. Incredibly hard to land that Q amongst the Spiderlings too. But so far, whenever we've seen Elise in Europe, junglers have failed to really achieve anything in the first 15 minutes, and that's where she shines. That's where you really have to use that, you know, leveled up Cocoon right now. On rank 1 has an incredibly long CC duration. Soaz is thinking very hard.
Looks a little uncomfortable, but doesn't really need to be. 2-0 up. Even if H2K decide to flex a carry up top, the Olaf did not work for Odo Wamne in game 1. Poor decision making and poor engages. Origin, and we'll go to a comfort pick for Peke once again on Ahri. And it will be the Kog'Maw for Niels as well.
Not sure if I like Kog'Maw with what the rest of the composition is building towards from Origin. You have like this aggressive jungler that likes making picks, you have this mid laner that likes making picks, and then you have this low mobility AD carry that kind of wants to take a very slow approach to the game. Yeah, sure, he is your late game insurance, but why not go all out on that strategy, pick something more aggressive? Say you run a Tristana here that can really value more of these picks, obviously with the reset, gives you more mid game power in this lineup from H2K. You can already tell, if you beat it in the mid game, you've won the game.
Yeah, and also just to go back to Tristana pick here, that's an AD carry who can handle herself. Yeah. You can let her farm on her own, you can have your support start roaming with the Elise pick, and that's how you can start making plays in the mid game. Instead though, we might see Shen go down to the support role, and then we get a Fizz up top for Odo Wamne, and you start seeing if H2K can snowball him. In the summer split, we haven't seen him being like the massive carry too often compared to the spring split. Instead, it's going to be Fizz mid. So AP Fizz coming in for Ryu to try and beat out Peke now in this TP Ahri in the mid lane.
Played it twice in summer, undefeated, 13-1-9 with Ryu on that champion. There is the Maokai that we were talking about earlier today. And Origin, how do they respond with the damage from mid and the tank up top?
Well, they obviously respond by picking their top laner. Xpeke took the bullet for his team and said, okay, I will sacrifice my counter pick in the mid lane. With Ahri, I'm confident on this champion in any matchup. Therefore, Soaz gets his counter pick. He has to make this work, though. This has to pay off because he has full information on what H2K's lineup is, and it's very clear what their goal in the game will be.
And it's such a scary lineup for H2K. They can snowball so fast against you. When you have that Shen support, you always got to be so careful in the early fights because he can join in so easily. Corki is one of the best AD carries with him because he can sit on his own after level 6 and just sit and farm. So Shen is free to go to other lanes. Origin is saying we don't want to try and match what split push is going to happen with the Fizz going one lane on the AP scaling and then the Shen being able to join in. So we're going to look more pure team fight with our top lane pick at least.
Now with this Rumble locked in, if a lane swap happens and Origin take the same approach, I want to see if H2K have learned from it. Especially in the phase where Soaz goes to pick up that wave again in a different lane than usual. He doesn't get the bounce wave going towards him. Rumble, when punished early, can fall behind very quickly and get snowballed upon. So we'll need to see Amazing help Soaz out because the 2v2 damage potential from Rumble and Elise is incredibly high.
And now we also need to see Peck. You can already see on your screen changing away from teleport because this mid lane matchup, when two assassins goes against each other, one early kill can snowball it completely in one favor. So you need early pressure in the lane. Also probably expecting to see H2K put focus on Ryu. You have the Lee Sin for the early game. You have the Shen support. There are enough tools to make sure Ryu has a fantastic early game. Then you put him in the side lane later. And Fizz, his scaling one-on-one is stupid. Like, it is so strong. in the late game when it comes to that. You have the Maokai in the other lane, you have the Shen support to back it up. Beautiful setup if it gets rolling from H2K. That's the big if here, if it gets rolling.
Pretty big if, considering some of the mistakes we've seen from H2K in the previous 2 games. For the last potential time today, jump on Twitter and let us know. Will Origin close this out in 3 with the hashtag OG win, or will H2K give us a few more games in their first European semi-final? Hashtag H2K win. The pressure is on, and it's up to H2K to not crack underneath it, with Ryu at the helm.
And this guy right here, Kasing, he's looking for a good performance. Initially lauded as one of the best supports in Europe, but so far in the first 2 games, hasn't quite left his mark. Seemed to be a little confused as well. Flash, depth shard from Nautilus, it just wasn't coming out, like nothing was tying together for H2K, and he was forced in these very, very weird plays, a couple forced engages, so perhaps he can do better on this Shen.
And let's talk about what happens for H2K if they fall behind early game. Because yeah, it can look awesome if they get this early lead, if they get to 1-3-1, Corki sitting in mid lane, open up the Shen to teleport around. That can work. If you start falling behind, however, your only wave clear is the Corki.
Yep.
It's gonna move to the mid lane. It's gonna be so hard for you to set up split pushes in time because Origin has such a strong team fight and a lot of catch potential in the Elise and the Ahri together. So if they start just grouping around objectives and you have to react and 5-on-5 them too early, it's gonna be so difficult for H2K.
I just want to keep my eyes on Amazing and Mythy. They've shown to have great synergy together so far in terms of vision. However, with Cocoon and Pulverize follow-up, they could be an incredibly lethal roam squad.
I really think that's been the highlight of this series. How the lane swap from H2K is the standard European one where you fast push down the tower. So you very quickly return to standard lanes. And because, as you mentioned earlier, they failed to punish Source when he returned to the lanes, we got standard lanes very quickly. That's where Mythy and Amazing shine in terms of setting up ganks, setting up vision, compared to what we've seen from Lulex and Kasing together. The synergy is just not the same. And that's also why Origin has had a good early game in the last 2 games.
Unlike the last 2 games, gentlemen, it does not look like we will have that lane swap in place. You can see Amazing on his blue buff. Soaz has been in the top for at least this first wave, as Odawamne will clear out one of those camps before backing. So he should make it up to lane in the not too distant future. Standard lanes, and we'll see whether or not Amazing can have an impact. Down bottom.
Now Mythy, he started with Pulverize, which means he doesn't have heal. They're trying to pull the minions here. They're trying to force Yarnan to attack in the minion wave, so the enemy minions obviously attack him. This forces the lane to push even more. You get the wave quicker in your tower. However, in this matchup, I think it's very obvious that it's going to play out this way. Perhaps it would have been wiser for Mythy to start heal. Just take a defensive approach, just get that Karma to level 6, and start winning this matchup. Right now, not too much is going to happen. They've yielded the pressure. They'll hit level 2, maybe even level 3 by the time Origin hit level 2 themselves, but not too much action is going on. Standard lanes, however, which means we have to follow Amazing. Is he going to find an opening?
Look at these junglers. Elise was banned twice. Game 1 and Game 2 against him. Gonna have the top lane for himself. Can look for the Rift Scuttler as well. Top lane is pushing with the Maokai against Source. That could be the first gank after red buff for Amazing.
So Amazing goes in the river, puts an early Trinket Ward just to spot potential Scuttlecrab clear by Lulex. Wants to get that information. Just compare the health bars right now. This is the difference between Elise. Amazing still has potions. Lulex is on his last one. He is half HP after smiting that red buff, but Elise is such a sustainable jungler because she just doesn't drop low in the jungler. This makes for very unpredictable gank timings. You can have the standard 330 gank around the mid lane. You can also keep farming and get a slightly later gank somewhere else.
And Amazing gonna secure Rift Scuttler once he spots it. And then he's trying to sneak around the potential ward in the tri-bush you normally place as a top laner, but Odam has adapted to it slightly. He knows his mid lane is being pushed in, so there's the opportunity of Amazing taking the river route to top, and therefore places the ward between the 2 entrances towards his lane.
Very smart play from the top laners, but we continually see this bottom lane being shoved in. Niels down half the CS of Hyanin, and still under pressure, waiting for those levels, waiting to scale.
And that is mainly the result of starting Pulverize and hoping for some good RNG on the couple first minions. However, as we go longer in this laning phase, the sustain from Alistar does put that lane back on equal footing, especially once you start pushing out. Once the E connects, obviously Karma can trade, has to be scared of the taunt, but this should still be a relatively safe lane. Should any side engage, supports will nullify that with counter engage. It's fun to watch, but I'm still waiting for that first gank from Amazing. He's now taking his first base just now, compared to Lulex, who had to base a lot earlier, but no early ganks from either jungler.
Tough for him to gank anything with Odoamne starting the camp, get an early ward. That's still the one you see in the river here, covering both ways Amazing could gank. So had no opportunity to go for the top lane. And mid lane, Pekka had shoved it in and early back for a second Doran's ring. So just not any openings for Amazing early on. So you just go back to your jungle. And start looking around the map. Second Rift Scott is still alive.
For all the pain that Niels felt earlier, slowly getting a little bit more control in this lane, or at least to push it out. We do see that Ryu's been shoved in the early levels by the range.
Both junglers are coming into the bot lane.
See how this plays out. Taunt does catch Mythy. Sonic Wave maybe blocked by those minions, so Lulex unable to connect. The Cocoon does though! Defensive flash from Lulex. After both junglers show up, it's a summon spell down for Lulex.
Engage onto the support first of all, in the minion wave as well for H2K. Zero vision of where Amazing could be or information. Gets turned around and Lulex early flash gone now. That can be very, very important for the next few minutes. If he gets caught in a 2v2 fight against Amazing, he might just go down due to not having any flash. He needs to dodge that Cocoon to remove some of the, or avoid a lot of the damage incoming.
And this again is Amazing reading the game slightly better, or at least reading what Lulex is doing in his jungle and adapting accordingly. Amazing realized he couldn't really gank anywhere, as you explained earlier, therefore he goes for the counter gank on bot lane. Facilitates that lane. Yes, Niels was out of mana, but Biohurricane Barrage costs no mana, so Niels can always threaten with the follow-up poke here. Meanwhile, Soaz surviving in the top lane.
Yanan actually caught out. Low on mana. We did see Niels landing the taunt. Here comes Amazing. 3v2 connection with the Cocoon. Kasing's going down. Ignite's burning. Amazing gets first blood. The Spiderlings are tanking the turret, but a TP from Odoamne will get a reply kill at the cost of the Summoner.
Amazing deciding to say, I'm just going to go all in for this one. He knows he's going to die, but at least, as you said, he blows the TP, gets first blood for himself. Lane going to push back down to Niels, and you can see how Niels, in terms of damage, as long as their Buster Bomb doesn't connect from Yanan, there's not really anything he can do. With the long range from Niels is constantly poking away, and then with the Alistar heal coming in as well.
The best thing about this matchup, even if you fall slightly behind, you don't get punished as hard. Because traditionally, if Niels would be down like 10 CS at the 45 mark against a traditional AD carry, he would be facing a BF sword. However, right now he may be just a component behind in the race to Triforce, and he can easily manage that lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Soa's got more breathing room because Teleport was obviously used by Odoamne, but still, that first blood went on Amazing. He now procured a lot more vision for himself, got some couple extra wards. So overall, this is very much so in favor for Origin.
And H2K is swapping Corki to the top side. That opens up for Kasing to start roaming. They need to get level 6 on him as fast as possible, or find Amazing.
They have found him. He's been taunted. Sonic Wave connects. The exhaust is out. But that's a two-man knockup. Mythy's in the area. He's responded with his jungler. And Peke, with Amazing, find their second kill. Soaz teleports in. He burns down Kasing's hopes, and Peke gets the kill credit.
And where was Ryu in that fight? You can't go for that play if you're down teleport unless your mid laner is ready to move first. No communication by H2K. Fantastic reaction there by Origin though, and really good controlled fight. Sloppy fight by H2K.
And Elise damage.
Yeah.
Welcome to Elise. She's now in the game. Amazing. Finally gets her hand on it, and we just see the turnaround. No flash for Lulex. Couldn't dodge anything. Again though, Mythy is so good at reading as well what's going on the map. He had recalled, walked from base to join Amazing to first of all go in and start setting up some deep vision. At the same time, that makes sure in case Kasing is roaming around, he can then counter it. Look at him coming behind Amazing here.
Yeah, but look at the miscommunication. Ryu could have been in this fight a lot quicker. He's now dueling Expected. You saw him even on the minimap move to the right. That means he queued a creep. Ryu was queuing a creep in the mid lane while his team was fighting for that pick.
It's so tricky though, because Peke, as you saw with his ulti, you can't just like straight up ignore him, and at the same time TP coming down from source. I think honestly just H2K, once they engaged in that fight, they had to either react instantly, and then I still think Origin could have responded with Pekka coming in maybe a little bit later and then TP.
But that play wasn't set up out of thin air. It was like, hey guys, we just happened to be around this corner baiting. It was very obviously he was going for this, and yeah, Origin as a team just seemed much better prepared for things that they weren't expecting. And especially much better prepared for H2K as a whole, because they've been predicting them across the board. Games 1 and 2, predicting the map moves, predicting the late swaps. Right now, counter gank from Amazing earlier on Lulex too. Just very, very good game reads here by Origin.
And that swap top lane with Yana and Kasing was just to set up that potential gank in the mid lane. So it opened up the support to roam, gank mid, and then return to lane and get you level 6, and you can start using the global. But that has been shut down because Origen has put attention on the bottom lane to keep Kasing down, and of course because they were slightly behind in the start.
I really like this triple pink ward combo from Origen as well. Just one over the wall.
Great job.
From Expected, doesn't juke the fish though.
Here's Mithy once more.
Emergency cow comes in.
Talking about Mithy in terms of his roam with the combo of amazing. 2-1-1 on this jungle Elise. Fan vote continues to grow. Origen have got leads in every category except the objectives right now.
And just look at how comfortably Niels is farming alone on the bot lane. He's just fine playing, or letting his team play the map 4 against 5 at the other side. He's slowly farming up. And that's why Origen can shift their vision to the left side of mid lane defensively. If you ward over the wall, it will be spotted with a pink ward. If you ward in Pixel Rush, it will be spotted by a pink ward. If somehow you get into our jungle, we have another pink ward. So there's no opportunities for picks on the left side of the map for H2K, which means they kind of have to rotate downwards and get to Niels, who can just safely farm from such a great distance using that Kog'Maw ultimate.
I like the Cinderhole coming in for amazing, using the early kills, not saying I'm not going to go Rune Glaive and trying to just focus purely on the early game and get a bit more burst damage. Instead, Cinderhole does offer you way more in the late game. Going to tank the root. Obviously, the Cocoon is the main thing in terms of CC. But I like this more because your early game is already so strong on the Elise.
Definitely agree. If you're running triple carry, there's no need to make a fourth. Just become somewhat of a tank and CC bot with more Cocoons.
I think it's been started by Origen. There doesn't seem to be any contest from H2K. Gentlemen, a lane that we've not looked at all is the top lane. We do see that Lulex is going to show his face. I'm not really hopeful on a tower dive here on Soaz. Let's see if they can play it out. Soaz falling a little bit behind in CS. Teleport not available, whereas Oduwamne does have his.
You have to remember Shen is level 6 now. In case a dive does happen, it can be 3v1 from H2K. Origen needs to respect this and either have a cross-map play ready where they're taking a bot lane tower if Shen leaves, or just have the backup cow ready. Mithy is already roamed again. Early Moby boots. Ignored the side stone just to keep roaming around the map.
But look at how Ryu, he left the lane twice in mid lane. He was stopped by a pink ward, went back clear the wave. Then he left again for potential roam on top. Stopped by another pink ward. These pink wards are buying time for Soaz to survive and scale up in that top lane. Right now, teleport timings are about to equal out, so teleport advantage on Oduwamne was not used to create a play. So we're even again, and in this series so far, whenever we've been even, OG have been getting ahead.
And Origen climbs to a 4,500 gold lead in game 2 of this series. Ryu is going to playful Trickster aggressively. I think the charm missed there. Chum the Waters doesn't. Ryu gone in for the ignite. Flash forward. Urchin strike. Peke gets burned down. And there's an assist for Mithy as he finishes the stand united. Oh, gonna taunt onto Mithy. Unbreakable Will comes out. 2-man knockup. Ryu takes a turret hit. One more auto attack. Playful Trickster's away. Ryu's still alive.
Niels is coming for the flank though. Bottom right of your screen.
Let's find out if he can get there.
Sniper.
Sniping. Voidu's flash forward. That does count. Kill credit goes to amazing. Cocoon into knockup. Double kill for the amazing. Origen 5-3 up. And they hold the gold lead despite being down in towers.
Slight misplay from Pekka in the mid lane, missed the charm after Ryu had already gone aggressive, meant that Ryu could go for the kill. But once again, Origen is roaming around the map so well. They were just topside. Oduwamne is dancing around with Soaz a little bit, and then Soaz like
acting. He got the Oscar. He's like, guys, I disconnected. Nope, did not.
This is pretty exciting.
Where's this going, actually?
I think Soaz is about to die.
Pretty sure Soaz dies, yeah, in the very end. We didn't even get to see it, poor Soaz.
Oduwamne gets cut down. You can see the death count there for Soaz. So 1v1'd by a tree. It's not something you hear every day of the week.
So let's look at around this mid lane. We mentioned how assassin versus assassin can snowball so heavily. Ryu got that one kill for himself, but still been falling behind. Tried to roam out a few times, didn't work, been ganked. Mithy's been there so many times. Mithy so far in this game, just everywhere together with amazing. These two guys together, that synergy is what H2K is lacking so much in these standard lanes.
And we heard Niels talk about it earlier in the video feature, where he was saying he felt he could learn more in a combination with Mithy. You do see, though, some pressure. Ryu's going to connect with Chum the Waters, equalizes out. Soaz is in place, but Amazing gets dropped down. It's Yana that gets the kill credit. Flame Spitter is hurting. But what will this cost H2K? They're setting up a gank up top as well. Taunt doesn't connect, and Peke Spirit rushes away. Blue buff stolen, and a kill for H2K.
H2K slowly getting these picks that they're looking for. See if he can play ping pong here with Ryu.
Gonna find him once. Oh, early on the pulverize. Caster Curse comes into play. Ryu still sticking around. Miffy forced to use the Unbreakable Will. There's no tower to fall back to. We're gonna cut to mid lane as Niels has run out of mana. Lulex has execute potential, maybe gone in. He gets it. Will the Acapian surprise kill? No, because Lulex dashes out. 6-6 in kills.
Going a little bit solo queue right here for both teams. A lot of small fights happening. Nils was pushing and taking the mid tower. That was good. In the end, though, he goes down to Lulex, so still he gets a tower for it. We can call worth on that one, but then Miffy's misplay results in him dying down the bottom side. And H2K responding quite well, getting a lot of kills for themselves.
Yeah. Should have been an extra kill on the side of Origin if that Pulverize connected. That again would have given teleport advantage too, as well. As he's being comfortable right now, he's still okay in this game. He's been playing from a bit from behind every game so far, managed to even it out. He has teleport advantage right now. Very chaotic map, so you could technically get a lot of kills of one good teleport because it's so hard to predict at this point. It's easy to predict when lanes are very stale, and one opening means teleport's going to come out because the crowd really likes those small minions being killed.
Counts, man. Gives you a lot of gold. H2K, they've clawed back the gold deficit. Origin did claw back the tower deficit. So we're going even as we're approaching 20 minutes. But in game one, it was a similar story, and Origin punished H2K's engages. H2K need to get their head together and on the same page if they want to engage with Maokai, with Fizz, with Lee Sin, and make it work in this game.
And that's why H2K is not going to look to 5-on-5 engage right now.
Dead.
They are looking instead to let Ryu be the split pusher. And Niels...
How did Ryu get in there? There's two wards around that brush. Were at least. Double check that.
I think the wave was pushed up and he just walked in and he just waited for Niels to push the wave back out towards him, and then he just killed him.
Yeah, false sense of security here with all the wards. That's exactly what happened. Ryu just moved in from the side and he hit that brush that was protected by both wards.
Boys, in picks and bans, you both talked about the 1-3-1 potential. Putting Corki mid, letting Maokai and Ryu play the side lanes. That is exactly what is happening for H2K. In a turret will get chunked to below half health, and there's an exposed mid lane turret. Now Peke, he may get dope. He's rooted, he's knocked up, and that's a kill. Stand United is still available if H2K need it, and they're grouped for middle.
Very greedy from Expected to hold his flash here. He could have flashed Ardart, brought the 3 all the way to his base. Just wasn't expecting the follow-up taunt flash from Kassin. Good read. The knockup from Odoamne's Q was just long enough to connect that taunt. Really, really crucial pick-off.
We really see how strong the 1-3-1 is going to be for H2K, because nothing is going to stop Ryu. That means you always have one lane pushing. The other two lanes just got to try and match him in terms of minion waves, and then you start getting these roams between the lanes where instead of you having to like take the long route down the river, you can just walk straight through the enemy jungle, you start diving them on the towers. Origin needs to be as a unit and fight, but they might not get a chance outside of this push on the mid lane.
Yeah, Ryu's split pushing in that bot lane is very reminiscent of Xiao Spring Split 2014. Back in the day when he did that on LeBlanc, just continuously putting pressure as a mid laner in the bot lane. Just keeping people locked down and then eventually roaming to the mid lane for a flank and a pick-off. That could be the ticket for H2K to take finally one game in this best of 5 series.
And it looked so bad in the start. Amazing at 4 early kills, Mithy was roaming everywhere, and then suddenly it seems like Origin lost the focus maybe a little bit, and H2K got a few easy kills around the blue buff, around the top side, and that's all they needed to set up this 1-3-1. Ryu managed to solo kill Peke as well. Solo kill, he had Shen. Shen was there too.
Now yet again, Lulex is copy-pasting the wrong build here. Double Ruby Crystal, double Null Magic Mantle, no Sidestone though. You would expect in a 1-3-1 matchup where the lanes are so push-dependent that you could ward in between these lanes. You can get so much access to free deep vision that you can then use to make even more picks. However, Lulex says, I don't need wards to really hop to, I will just upgrade my trinket. That'll be sufficient. Not sure if I quite agree.
Well, talking about sufficient, I want something that's efficient. I'd like to see the Aegis interlocker with all of the magic damage threats from OG. A lot of power. Oduame picked up his Righteous Glory. He will have teleport shortly. And talking about the teleports, we've not seen Soaz be very impactful with those teleports yet. He does have Haunting, he does have Sorkshu, so AP is continuing to stack, continuing to build up, and Soaz's equalizers could be game-changing if H2K have a group.
And the way these builds are shaping out to be, I don't see any other direction these support jungler combos are going on the side of H2K than a double Aegis, which means we will likely see one Banner of Command, probably on the Shen, which will make that 1-3-1 even more volatile. You know, adding another minion in there that's magic immune against the composition, as you just mentioned, from Origin that has magic damage on all 5 sources. Kog'Maw has physical damage, but a great part of his poke initially is magic damage, so very, very efficient Aegis will be picked up.
And Yanin is going to have one of those fun AD carry games where your team is like, can you just wave clear mid?
Yeah.
Don't move, just sit mid.
PvE League of Legends.
Just clear the waves over and over. And then once we've pushed our side lanes, we're going to move into the mid lane and babysit you and kill whoever's standing there looking scary in front of you. And then you can take the tower. That is the role of the AD carry in a 1-3-1 setup. It's not always too exciting, but if you have good side lanes, it can work wonders.
And a fed Ryu and a fed Odo1 is exactly what H2K need. Is it Providence that they have 3 kills and they are down the potential 3-0? They need to win this 3rd game if they want to keep their hopes alive to make it to playoffs.
No hourglass yet for Soaz. Look for Ryu to just try and dive him with the Shen TP. They can go for that one so easy. They're going in.
Chum the Waters doesn't connect. It will buy the tower though.
However, what is missing here for H2K is that tier 1 tower. It's still at 95% HP. Stellar job from Origin keeping that one alive, because if that falls, that opens up the map so much more. Here, H2K are already getting tier 2 towers across the board before that mid lane is actually sees open. Odoamne though, going in with Shen piggyback.
Well, if an H2K tree falls in the woods, does an Origin fan scream hooray? No, because the tree stays alive. We do see a back away there as Amazing is coming from the jungle. So as teleports in, he's holding on to Equalizer. Too far back. H2K may not be able to defend. Ryu is pushing down in the bottom lane though, as the tower needs a few more hits. It is secured.
So a very big wave Origin took down towards this tower here. H2K reacting way too late with enough members. Lulex was kind of stuck between mid and bot lane. Ryu doesn't really need your assistance when you have a Shen ulti. Instead, Origin.
Flash Cocoon goes between the uprights. Odoamne screams, you will not block this one. And he flashes defensively.
This play costs Origin a lot of time though. If they can be zoned out here long enough, this could open up a potential siege in the mid lane. But Ryu can't keep Expeke down because he based actually. So Expeke should be able to arrive in the mid lane long enough to keep that tier 1 tower alive. And that's really what Origin want to keep doing for as long as they can. Because otherwise this split push will be a lot more lethal.
For H2K, they still maintain an even game. We're 23 minutes in. And the split push is playing in their favor. Odoamne now has teleport advantage, lacking flash, and Dragon is up in a minute. Origin had decent vision in the bottom half of the jungle a few minutes ago, but it has since timed out. And we'll need to see who's going to challenge for the next objective.
I want to see where they send Ryu as well. Does H2K care about a Dragon coming up? Because then they would keep him on the bottom side to apply pressure. Or do you go for that next tier 2 tower and the Baron control, which is what H2K can start playing around. Ryu is the man to watch. He's going top now, so I think this is the smartest, because 1-2 picks and you can easily rotate into Baron very early on.
Lulex, in the meanwhile, adding to his mineral collection. 3rd Ruby Crystal. Should we call them minerals? Coming in. I wonder where he's going with this. Really likes his HP. I would like him to just see. I mean, 400 gold. One of those rubies should have been a side stone. So much value and vision right now, more so than items. If you run a pick composition, it's all about finding that favorable engage, to finding that one window where you kick somebody forward. It's not about tanking 180 more damage overall, in my opinion. So definitely weird to see him take that approach.
Oh, Ryu needs to be a little bit careful. You don't really E in that aggressive.
Let's get caught by the cocoon. Niels needs to be way more careful. Odoamne's going to jump him. Get the knock-up. Here comes the support from H2K.
There's flash. He's waiting for the fish animation to come out.
Oh, late fish. Actually going to get caught by the cow. Odoamne is now still in the front line. Ryu's low on mana. Let's see how many spells he can still get off. Peke and Amazing hanging out in the tri-bush. Niels gets out, but it costs both his summoners.
Soaz had to roam from the top lane all the way down. He had no TP, but Lulex had to go from the base as well. So 2 guys were missing, and instead the ulti gone from Ryu removes a lot of his flanking potential when it comes to one-shotting one of these carries. Remember, he gets that extra damage buff. It is so important to connect the ulti when it comes to one-shotting targets as the AP Fizz. That one being down means also the Origin can now get a bit of control around the Dragon. We might just see HK say, you know what, peace out, we're not going to even contest.
And obviously, split push compositions are traditionally weaker in team fights. That's why they're kind of giving up.
Though. Amazing down to 50%. Nifty.
Focus working out.
They can fight this one if you're H2K. They got Shen ulti in base now.
Lulex is finally flanking with the Shen on top of that. That could have finally be the opening they're looking for in all these games. Fish is about to come up for Ryu as well. Slowly posturing out. Origin have to have this figured out though. They have to proceed with caution.
Origin done a very good job setting up side lanes though to push down. So H2K have to start the dragon and then back away. They won't really be able to get anything. Peke is here though with ulti. They're setting up, trying to catch someone. Charm missing, amazing on the way back. Poor Dragon just stuck in the middle.
Equalizer still available here for Soaz. The Dragon's finally been committed and focused. Here comes Origin. Unbreakable wheels out.
Peke down.
They get the Dragon with Peke down. Can Origin still survive? Niels is low mobility. He's no mobility because he's in a grave. Amazing's fed. He's got another kill. He's gone golden. That's Soaz rather. Soaz is down. 1 for 4. It's not done yet. Triple kill for Hyonin. He gets cocooned. Ryu gets the ace. H2K are fighting.
What a fantastic fight here by H2K, mainly because they caught Expected going in. They saw the fish in a barrel in the Dragon Pit, but then they got caught. Twisted Advance came forward. Mithy couldn't connect his stun, and somehow H2K, with a split push composition, win that team fight, mainly due to a bit of a too greedy of an engage. Orange should have waited. Stuck onto the guns. Let's watch that again.
Yeah, look at it again. Mithy going in at first, popping his ult, but Peke is following him, walking straight into H2K. Didn't do anything. That takes him down. Now there's no damage left because Niels drops as the second one. Beautiful from H2K and poor positioning from Origin.
3-man kick from Lulex. 2-man taunt at least from Kasing following up. So finally the synergy that was lacking game 1, game 2, the engages that were going poorly are finally working in H2K's favor. In addition to that, they pick up some of these big waves on the side lanes. Come for Libya now. Suddenly 3,400 gold ahead.
Also Baron buff on a 1-3-1 team composition, and Kasing got enough gold to complete his banner of command against all of the magic damage from Origin. H2K have done great at earning this lead. Now they need to demonstrate they can push the lanes to close the game out.
Now we talked about a lack of wave clear on Origin side or on H2K side, but there is a lot of harder wave clear on Origin now that these minions have been buffed. With the Baron buff, obviously take a lot less AoE magic damage, especially the Banner of Command minion is immune to magic damage, so we might finally see some towers going down. 1 remaining in the top lane, 2 remaining in the mid lane, so this could be another big gold spike on the back of that Baron for H2K.
H2K will secure the outer turret uncontested. Continuing to grow the lead. We did see... Wow, that's a flash forward! Oduwamne's caught Peke. Amazing! Tries to get the Venomous Bite, but it's Hyonin. That's 505. Inner turret is being focused. Equalizer just for wave clear. Those minions lost for such a long time. Few more hits on the tower. Hyonin's taken a lot of damage. He's backed away.
Big fan of Oduwamne and this Maoka here when it comes to engaging onto Peke on this Ahri. They're forcing Origin into team fights now, and they have so much pick potential because they got so far ahead from that last fight and the Baron, and lock down Peke every single time. He's building, obviously, the death cap is full squishy.
The fish has found Niels! There's the Stand United from Mithy! Niels is out! The cocoon connects onto Ryu, but the damage is already done. H2K had their backs against the wall. They were down 0-2, and now they are breaking Origin's base wide open. Inhibitor follows the fight.
7-0-5 on Hyonin. What a stellar performance. What he couldn't do in the first game and even in the second game, he finally managed to deliver and show why he's still one of the best carries in Europe in that 80 carry position. Completely outclassing Niels right now, who's still waiting to scale. Amazing drops.
His team is doing such a good job though, just setting up Hyonin for the damage and the kills basically. They're locking down targets, they burst them, he just pops in, fires a few times, gets the kill for himself. He's been there, you know, this backbone, the wave clear sitting in mid lane, and now he's just getting all the kills in the fights.
With 1 Baron buff, H2K have already secured 2 inhibitors. It's about to time out, and there's a big minion wave pushing up to the top tower. They elect to not push it in and maintain this fantastic gold lead at the 30-minute mark.
Even though we're running a very distinct 1-3-1 composition where you expect a lot of small skirmishes, which usually reduces kill participation across the board, there's some pretty high kill participation numbers across the board here for H2K. Oduwamne evolved in 13 out of 17 kills, for example. Garen, 13 out of 17 kills, so they're still managing to find a way to group efficiently after split pushing these waves. That might be the ticket to fight Origin in the next few games.
this game, their Ari pick for pick has really been punished by H2K. He had to blind pick it in this one here. Rio responded with the fizz, got the solo kill against him, and then at the same solo kill, I keep saying that Kasing was there too. The 2v1 kill against him.
Supports don't matter, or what,
The support shield really mattered. And then in these fights now, he's not able to find an opening because it's H2K who flash engages with this Maokai and just locks him down.
Despite the standard lane, Soaz on this Rumble has not had the greatest of impact. He's actually 5-0 coming into this game. If H2K closes it out, it'll be the first loss of summer on Rumble for Soaz.
And this was the last pick of this pick and ban phase. Complete counter pick with full information, and Origin could not find a way to make that Rumble pick deliver. See, not only due to Soaz, just teleport plays, team plays, way to set up the map. Even though Amazing had a fantastic snowball early, he was 4-0 and 1 at one point, I believe. He's now died 5 times, so aggression has been thwarted by H2K.
And that was really the weird thing. Origin had such a strong start. It looked like they were just going to start snowballing out of control, make sure the 1-3-1 would never happen from H2K, and then we just see all these random kills in the jungles where H2K look for them, look for the aggressive play, and it paid off.
Almost Unicorns of Love style, where you bring them down to the chaos and then you beat them by experience. A different approach by H2K, and it was needed. If they took the same approach they did game 1 and 2, it wasn't going to work.
Banner command minion.
It's in melee range though. Not easier to kill that way.
Yeah, does go down, but they get 50% of the turret HP. Ryu has been shoving in that middle lane as best as he can to pull the attention of Origin. And with Soaz peeling away from the tower, Odoam is going to tank up for a few more hits. H2K playing this by the numbers. They want another tower, another inhibitor, and then they will go for the Nexus.
So easy for H2K though, just to decide where do we want to go. Well, of course, the only tower left with super minions doing all the work for us, and then Ryu sitting next to these super minions, just being annoying, stopping anyone for Origin to move down and wave clear them before they hit the Nexus turret. Engage from Mythic.
Defense, let's see if it'll work. Hyun's managed to get away. Soaz will use the Hourglass to avoid Chum the Waters. Ryu finds another one as Niels is focused down. He does take Odoam there with him, but it will not be enough. Peke, defensive Spirit Rush. H2K, they will be picking up the game. They will get themselves a triple kill, and despite Soaz running away, he will be unable to defend the base. H2K take the Nexus turret 1, will be taking Nexus turret number 2, and they will be pushing us to game number 4. Eventually. As a reminder, the number 3 seed in the European LCS playoffs has never beaten the number 2 seed.
And Ryu was absolutely ecstatic about that win.
H2K
Ryu face no space.
and Prolly, they have one more chance, one more opportunity.
You quoting Eminem here, Trevor?
I'm not, I'm simply stating facts, Crepo.
Well, they still need 2 opportunities if they want to win this best of 5 series. They're now 1 game to 2 for Origin. Origin, they still have the room to adapt here. They obviously see a different style from H2K, different picks coming out. I feel like the Fizz pick was definitely the crux of this composition. Odoamne did well. Hyun eventually got to carry with a wave clear AD carry, but that could have been any AD carry almost. I really think the Fizz pick from Ryu and allowing Expected to be counterpicked by prioritizing his pick in the draft early, I think was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
Because Soaz did not deliver with that 5th pick Rumble.
I think that's what Origin will change up in this one. He's saying, okay, now we have seen Ryu have a few pocket picks. We cannot just blind pick an Ari anymore for Pekka and say that's going to be fine lane, no problem at all, because we haven't seen too much happening in that mid lane in the early stages, but the Fizz pick allows Ryu to be more aggressive, so I really like that adaptation. And we mentioned it, how this composition, if it starts to get going from H2K in terms of what they can in 1-3-1, also but how they can engage team fights, so strong. Ryu looked fantastic on the Fizz.
He really did. 5-1 and 8, leading from the front is the only place you can lead from. We're going to head to the analyst desk to take a look at how HTK fought back to stay alive in the semifinals.
Thank you so much. Well, we have a series on our hands. H2K is back in there. I'm going to let you have the floor first because they touched on it already. The Ari pick, obviously, and you were saying it for the last couple of games, but this is where, what, was the pick always faltered and did H2K just play it correctly this time around, or what was the deal?
Like, I'm going to sound like a one-string banjo, you know, ding, 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 but
like
the thing is, a one-string banjo.
Yeah, I know.
Nah, come on. But the thing is, Ari is not like a pick that you're supposed to blind pick. You can pick so many different champions that can farm safely against Ari. And with that in mind, I want them to pick Orianna there. Good blind pick, doesn't have a lot of counter matchups, is kind of weak to poke, but not that bad. And it would have been good against this Fizz that Mr. Ryu has showed off a lot in the split.
To be fair, I think the Ahri pick is just... They thought they have the series already, so they have no reason to show anything else. It's just the best of series strategy, basically, where they had, okay, Ahri was doing fine, so we're going to pick it again no matter what. We don't want to show everything, because they still have to play potentially Fnatic or Unicorns. And yeah, I think we might see a change of strategy for EG coming into this game. No more Ahri blind picks, 100%.
But the thing is, Dexter, Orianna is not like, ooh, damn, Orianna, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, but...
You know? Go on.
I agree with you, but...
Yeah. I agree with you too.
There are points why they would pick the Ahri, you know, so...
I think one of the biggest problems, though, is in-game. If you're playing with a champion like Ahri, who does rely on gold to snowball, and your jungler gets all of the gold early on, it works well on Elise, don't get me wrong. Elise getting extra damage, extra tankiness is fine, but with an Ahri that needs to snowball, I think that is a big pain point there, where you've got so many different options on the map that need gold. If you can't get it spread, it's very difficult to actually play that out.
Something that I would like to highlight as well in terms of the compositions is they had a full magic damage comp, similar to what we did against Unicorns of Love in the second game, where we had a full magic damage composition. And if you do not manage to get ahead simply because you pick these magic damage champions just to have stronger matchups, then the enemy team, even though you're even, their gold is going to have more value, because magic resistance is just so more valuable against that composition. And also, Fizz is one of the champions that scales the hardest out of any AP mid laners in the game.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah, I thought you wanted to jump in before he jumped in there.
He got my point already.
No problem. So looking at this game, then also the mental aspect, of course, you feel like OG might have more up their sleeves. They just think they had it. I feel like in-game, sometimes it became very solo queue-esque there in the early to mid-game. What do you think that is? Is that overconfidence from the side of OG?
I think it's overconfidence, for sure. I mean, I know the players, and I think they were in a position where they can say, yeah, we beat them at everything they have, so we're just going to play our game, we're going to try stuff, and then if it works, we're going to beat them 3-0. If not, we're just going to go back to our normal strategy and beat them 3-1 next game.
I think the most intriguing thing there is if it is overconfidence that's crept in, it seems to have even perhaps crept in to the rookie on the team of Niels, because that was the most deaths Niels has had in a single game all split with 5, which isn't a massive number, but previously he had only died 3 times maximum in other games. So I wonder whether, as you said, it is the overconfidence. Now, though, is the time where that experience on the rest of the team is going to be necessary to settle it down, because H2K have done this before. Against SK in the 3rd place game, they came back against SK from being 0-2 down, and they took 3rd spot in Madrid. So, I mean, it's not all over yet.
No, let's finally take a look at actually a replay that was very deciding in the game, and I think also exemplifies OG's. Well, they didn't pull off here. They could have just peeled off the dragon in this situation, but they decided not to.
They could have. This was a tough spot to be in, because there was a lot of back and forth before this, but Peke being off the map at this point is such a big factor here, because Amazing can't do enough on his own in this fight. That's where all of the gold was at this point in the game, and then H2K, Hyanan just absolutely going ham in this team fight, and the gold just not so useful on Elise in a team fight like that.
Especially like, if you keep in mind, like if you took a look at the Elise build, spell penetration, rumble, spell penetration. When the Aegis comes in, it is just too much value in it. And the thing that we need to highlight is, once again, like, so many trades in the early game. The first blood was a trade. Then we had some more trades at the raid camp. And trades are so good for the HK side in this game. And I would like to add that I said the previous game that I thought it was over for H2K, but I think this is the best game they've played in this series.
Yeah, I think we should keep our eyes on Lulex, because I think Lulex actually played really well this game. Like in terms of team fighting, his ability. His kicks were pretty much on point in that one team fight, which won them the game eventually. And I think we have to keep an eye on Xpeke too, to see what he will pick and if he can actually step up, because quite frankly, I think the Ahri pick is not doing anything in the games. And will he like step up and do something with like a different champion, like maybe Orianna pick it away, or will he pick the utility role on Lulu? But the Ahri is not really doing anything for the comp, I think. And if we can maybe see Xpeke on something else, then we might see OG take the next game, or H2K finally found that confidence that they needed, that Lulex needed, that he's gonna go off in the next game to actually finally match up Amazing's early game.
For us, that would be cool. Then we'd get 5 games if H2K manages to go off. We're going to have that game for after the break. Before that, though, we're going to check in on Twitter, where @Schmutzmiddel wants to know, oh, this is a tough one. Is the level in the European LCS higher compared to last year with all those new formal challenger teams at the top of the league? Whew, Yamato.
I would like to say that obviously season after season, the game is going to progress and every team is going to progress. So I think drawing that comparison is harder, but I do feel that there's more talent, like individual talent in the scene than there was before. We always had these names that everybody recognizes that have been there from the start, and I think this new talent is taking a good place in the LCS.
There was something very interesting you said when we selected this tweet. I don't know if you want to say it again.
I have no clue what I said.
You said EU is like NA with Fnatic.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's like EU is basically like NA with Fnatic. Let's be honest. It's like Rocket is like Team Impulse.
Who's CLG?
Elements is like CLG.
I am CLG. I was CLG.
Yeah.
You are CLG?
Yeah, I was.
God bless CLG.
All right, well, we'll see how it progresses. In any case, the pressure is on H2K still to come back in Game 4 to stay alive still in the summer playoffs. Before we go, we'll hear what it means to Lulex to play with a jungle sub waiting in the wings. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Having a jungle sub in the team, it puts a bit of pressure on me to perform. So I think it's really good, and I expect to see more Western team doing it in the future because they do it already in Korea, like even Faker as a sub. So, like I think Western team should pick up on this.
And welcome back to the European LCS Summer Playoffs, where H2K put their foot down and then proceeded to boot it up. Origin's behind. They pick up a win to force us into Game 4. You caught some photos there of the LCS fan wall. Be sure to share your tweets with us on Twitter. #LCS, #WeAreLCS. H2K back on the blue side. We saw some minor adaptation and pick some bans in terms of what was banned. The first pick, Shen, I felt was extremely important for Kasing, allowing them to get Ryu ahead with those 2-on-1 plays in the mid lane.
Yeah, and also because the Shen is a flex pick, so it made Origin save the last pick for Source because they didn't know where the Shen was going, and therefore they didn't want to pick anything blind, and that put put Peke in that bad position with the Orion or with the Ahri pick. Yamada Cannon really wants to see an Orianna. I think there would have been a safer pick as well for Origin. The whole combination just didn't really fit that well together.
I still don't like the Kog'Maw pick overall in that composition. If you're going to go 2 parts forward, make it 3 instead of 1 part backward, because otherwise you're relying on 2 picks to carry you through the mid game. With then an AD carry that will win you the late game, why not just bring a 3rd pick into that can manage to even out the mid game against a very mid game oriented composition? Yes, Fizz scales well into the late game. It's open again though this time, but now the flexing of that Shen has been removed by Origin, so they're telling themselves we're not afraid of Fizz because we will counter pick it later on.
And H2K have first picked Thresh quite a lot. It's not something they have to take away from Mythy. It's because Kasing is just so good on the champion. He's very comfortable on it. I don't think necessarily it has to be a first pick though for H2K compared to what other options we could see up there. I mean, getting an Alistar for Mythy is going to be more than fine.
Obviously, place yourself in the mind of Origin. If you've been preparing for H2K, what is one of the target bans you will be doing this entire series? Probably Thresh. That means Mythy probably hasn't even practiced the champion all too much. Also, his playstyle revolves around more of a disengage component in Alistar and Janna. So I do think they could have left it up longer should they have had a priority pick. But H2K right now, Lulu's out, Shen is out. They don't really have anything that they want to pick early other than the Corki.
And look how much you lose now on the side of H2K. But again, this support pick, Mythy's more than happy taking an Alistar from this one here. So you take the Fizz away, which I think is very key in this matchup now, because also flex pick.
Disagree though, because were you going to go pick that Fizz on the 2nd rotation already?
Why you would pick it?
Yeah, it was H2K, because last time they just waited until the last rotation until they saw the counter pick in the mid lane. They're like, we're not going to pick it early, so they kind of don't really lose it anyways, because I feel like they wouldn't have picked it on 2nd rotation anyways.
That might be true, they wouldn't have picked in 2nd rotation, even though, again, they could have very easily done it. We know Ramne can play top, we know Ryu can play mid. I feel like this for Origin is the safer option. You get the Alistar support, and you take away that annoying potential split pusher, potential assassin in the mid lane from Ryu. So Origin clearly high priority on it, and fine giving up a support pick. At least would have been the other one, but because we know Lulex is a Lee Sin player, Origin is going to get everything they want if they take.
That's true.
Lulex has been spamming Lee Sin throughout all of the playoffs. Every single game he's had a chance to, exception of one Gragas game. Maokai again for Oduwamne, so you've got engage, disengage, peel, but how do they round out their composition? We will find out once Origin lock in their next 2. Just as a quick note, Niels' most played champion in summer was Corki, and he had fantastic 28, 8, and 30, as well as denying it from Hyonin.
I definitely want to see where that Fizz ends up going and how much Origin is willing to reveal right now to keep that flex Fizz dream alive.
Soa's wanted into the Maokai up in that top lane. You get double
a good matchup, yeah.
Double Trinity Spike from Origin, insane mid game, which is where they started losing ground against H2K in the last match we just saw where they fell behind. Again, at least Alistar would be the expected ones, but they're changing it up from Origin.
However, a good lane swap by H2K. If they manage to get the lane swap off and they predict the way Origin has been playing so far, that Fizz can fall incredibly far behind in the top lane. Really hard to farm as a melee range champion, under-leveled, under pressure as well. If H2K can pick a safe AD carry that can survive on their own merit, but they've locked in Jinx.
Again, it's Hyonin's also 2nd most played, undefeated in some.
Into this matchup though, this is incredibly rough. This is
I mean, what he's
borderline ballsy.
He's got Thresh.
What he's basically seeing is, sure, he has the Lantern, first of all, but he sees, okay, the Braum is here, then the Corki and the Lee, so there is nothing that is gonna directly hard engage on me, and then, except for the Fizz, which is the one who can flank onto him, get the fish connected, and then you can take down the Jinx. But there's decent protection in the Maokai and the Thresh to keep him alive.
So the weakness is flanks on a team that H2K has not been able to defend their flanks particularly effectively this series. On Lulex, who's not buying Sightstone on Lee Sin this series.
I'm not quite sure if I agree with the only target being able to connect to the Jinx being that Fizz. Brown Q flash, Corki Valk in, offensive Cocoon can all connect on the Jinx enough to just immediately lock her down, but...
It's done.
Down, boys.
Okay. We will see Ryu expand his champion pool yet again.
I like it.
Tell me why.
Just a lack of wave clear though. But H2K have already signed the paperwork that says like if we fall behind we're dead anyways. So we're just gonna go all in, no wave clear. Yasuo, deadly combination. They have a lot of setup for it.
Okay, I like it into when it comes to like Corki Elise because the long range they're gonna provide the Cocoon coming in. Problem is again you're blind picking it first of all. And second, you have no Jinx, Yasuo is your 2 carry, so you're extremely low on magic damage. You do bring some armor penetration from the Yasuo's ulti, but as you said here, late game scaling wise, yeah, it looks great champions, but I'm more concerned about what's gonna happen in the mid game here, because Origin is looking very, very strong in this mid game already, and I'm not sure that Yasuo and Jinx will have time.
That's true, it does pose a bit of a question in terms of the magic damage department, especially when Fizz can now kind of get a free frozen heart too that will be ultra efficient as well. Fizz looks to be going mid with the top lane Gnar picked up. However, I do like the zone from the wind wall. They have triple knock-up setup. It's a bold blind pick. The only other option would have actually been that Orianna, really, that you could really blind pick in this scenario.
Which would also add wave clear for your team.
It would make it super meta game, standard composition, but H2K, I think they kind of realized we need to go all out and snowball our lead with some really, really oddball picks, because otherwise if we play on an even level playing field, Origin will just outsmart us.
Such a risky comp because now all you have is basically we're gonna hard engage onto you. So the Jinx is gonna be stuck in the backline on her own, or well, Kissing is gonna be next to it, but this AP Fizz, as you mentioned, if the flank is gonna basically one-shot it, unless you're playing around getting the reset on the passive and to try and clean up fights. So H2K running a super risky composition in that sense. But we can almost say the same for Origin over here. I mean, we got the Fizz in the mid lane. They're going to rely on the 1-3-1 setup on their side now, this game here. So a lot of changes in the pick and ban phase.
And talking about Origin in terms of the changes, first time Fizz in the mid lane. First time Gnar up top for Soaz. We need to see how well Origin are going to play around the Gnar bar. How do they handle the ultimate? Can they use the teleports effectively, and will Gnar be able to split push? What we've actually seen last week in the quarterfinals, what we've seen from the Challenger finals, when a Gnar gets ahead of Maokai, they just go full split push and are nearly unstoppable.
Definitely with that Black Cleaver armor penetration build. However, it does make it very weak in team fights, so we'll have to see what approach Origin is about to take.
As we jump into game 4, this could be the game that sends Origin to the finals, or one last chance for H2K to push this series all the way. And H2K have picked an all-or-nothing team composition. What better way to set a stand?
I do think Origin can also split away from that 1-3-1 composition and run a simple 4-1. With Fizz split pushing later on, yes, he won't have teleport, but then you have a really good setup where you have Poke coming out from the Gnar and Niels on Corki. And if a Brown Q ever gets connected, it makes it so easy to follow up on any damage. So you can really have good control around objectives and have a flank from Expected come in.
The problem is, if you have your Gnar sitting with your team, playing around Mega Gnar becomes way too easy for H2K because you have full vision of the Gnar all the time. So that's one of the reasons we want to see him normally sitting in that side lane, stack it up, and then he TPs in, gets the Mega Gnar going when the teamfight starts. But Origin, in terms of engaging, this is what I highlighted with the Jinx pick for H2K is if you look at it, you mentioned how they can flash Q from the Braum as a potential way of engaging. Otherwise, you're looking at the flash Cocoon. Not reliable ways to start the fights. And that's why the Jinx pick, I can understand it from Yanin saying, you know what, I'm looking at what they have to start fights here. As long as I have flash ready and I can position properly, I can dodge around this and then be a bit more a cleanup tool and a tower pusher.
I am a big fan, however, in 5v5 scenarios of Boomerang, Winter's Bite, and Cocoon. Throwing all three out, if one connects, facilitates the other. And with so many skill shots, somebody is bound to get hit by at least one of them. That is the rule in my solo queue game.
You can hit the Maokai though, he's gonna be like, well...
well, yeah. See how good Odoamne is at eating skill shots.
As long as Yanin keeps up his normally very strong positioning, it's gonna be Peke and Soaz coming with flanks. That's gonna get to him. Otherwise, he should be okay, because H2K is turning on the power the other way. They're gonna go towards the Nils here with the knockups from this Yasuo here and try and turn it around on Origin.
So the first 2 games of the series, we had lane swaps. The next 2, we have Standard lanes, albeit this time it's Australia. They've swapped. The duo's up top, and eventually the top laners will head their way down bottom. Looks like Soaz is already in lane, whereas Oduwamne is still holding Lulex's hand for the time being.
And this is also why I think their early rotation Fizz from Origin was fairly smart in the sense we know it can be a flex pick. So what they did was they saw first the Maokai and said, okay, we could take Fizz top now and just run double Trinity Force, Bruiser, Fizz. Then they see the Yasuo get locked in the mid lane as a blind pick. They're like, okay, we're gonna change it now. We still have that option to swap it down mid and clearly want to take that skill matchup to Assassins once again and then pick the Gnar instead as the also a split pusher we can say against the Maokai.
Couple nice trades here from H2K, really using that double range advantage against the melee range support on the side of Origin in that Brow. So they get a bit of a sustain lead. Now the lane stays even though, a bit of a difference in the start as well. Soaz went down immediately. Oduwamne was dual jungling, giving his jungle a little bit more momentum, but then sacrificing his teleport in the process. However, this should mean that Lulex now stays on even footing. Hang on, hook into Flay.
Double Flay. Concussive blows about to get procced on Hyanin. And it's actually Hyanin that's forced to blow his flash.
If you get connect on Winter's Bite, AD carry almost always has to flash. Now, as I was talking about, at least super sustain in the jungle. Lulex should be sustained enough. This opens up for early ganks.
Wow, that was a flash playful Trickster. The Venomous Fang is going to come out. First blood, amazing.
That dash from Ryu secured the kill for Origin. Great early gank. Snowball the assassin in the mid lane. How is a Yasuo going to farm if he falls behind versus Fizz? He can always get engaged on another. Hooked on to Nils. Good trades.
That's a flash and ignite.
No heal?
So many heals been used. I don't know. Potion burning. Niels survives. Now you can see why Kasing has had Thresh banned from him 3 games in a row.
And just the setup they have with the Jinx, you have the Lantern. That gives her some mobility. It gives her almost a gap close at least to escape. And then at the same time, the hooks into the traps. And now amazing. He's looking for more. TP as well.
Death Sentence connects onto Mythy. TP's being channeled from Soaz. Defensive flash. There's the Lantern, but it's a 2-man boomerang. Soaz is trying to get hyper. He's got it once. The repel, not going to follow for a target. And H2K get away.
I like how Hyanin was waiting, trying to kill Miffy there before he took the Lantern out. Good control though by Kasing, standing on max Lantern Rage. Gets Hyanin out. Summoners are blown though, so you can see a lot of volatile ganks coming out when these junglers revisit these lanes that previously blown their flashes.
Really the key thing for Kasing. Didn't want to try and join in and killing Mythy. He's like, no, I'm instantly just going to back away. I am the guy who gives you the cap closer. I'm the guy who's going to save you. Gets the Lantern back. Mid lane though, Pekka got that early kill. But keep trading.
Now last game, we saw a very good performance from Ryu on that Fizz. I just want to highlight how Pekka managed to get that first blood. He got into Playful and Tricksters, and as he was landing, he flashed forward, carrying on the damage. This surprised Ryu and actually facilitated that gank, so really showing that he mastered his champion, is not afraid to use his flash offensively.
Crepo, it surprised me as well. And we're going to see the supports, this time both roaming to the mid lane. Mythy, not going to connect with that Death Sentence. Sorry, Kasing not going to connect with the Death Sentence. Mythy is in the middle lane, both with Relic Shield and Tier 1 boots. And both already moving down to join their AD carries. Hyanin and Niels, they've swapped, headed down to their regular lane of choice.
We might just see later on in this game here how both teams once again swap the AD carries to the mid lane, sit and face each other, and then we're gonna have these split push wars, the Yasuo into the Fizz. Late game wise though, once Fizz gets the Hourglass especially, I really want to put it heavily in his favor. As long as the Yasuo doesn't get to go one-on-one against Soaz, Origin is going to be fine doing that. And then we get these big team fights later on where the flanks needs to happen from Origin.
And this is something we haven't even seen this entire series. Very early grouping up from Kasing and Lulex, working on their vision together, was lacking the past 2 games so far. Deep pink ward gets placed. It's very hard for people to spot that. That pink ward very often survives more than 5 minutes. Could be crucial into spotting Amazing. Amazing right now is on the left side of the map, so Oduwamne will have to be careful, because Lulex is controlling the right side of the map. By process of elimination, they know that he's not on the right side, therefore he has to be top lane.
Amazing is top lane. And not going to find anything. And we need to see whether or not Lulex and Kasing can keep up that level of deep vision. Lulex going to steal some of those Gromps away and maybe look for a play down bottom.
If he could get level 6 there, he can actually dash into the lane from behind and kick Nils or Mythy forward, open up a very, very unpredictable gank. We'll have to see if Amazing can recontrol his jungle, but it seems like they're dividing the map up left side and right side.
And now with Amazing invading on top side, he knows he's not there. Instead,
it connects! Kasing forces the flash from Niels.
That was so close.
Lulix didn't connect the Sonic Wave though.
He flashed through the flay actually. Very, very good, well-timed flash by Niels. Any second later or earlier, probably would have resulted into a kill.
Give me the instant vouch though from Corki instead when the hook is flying in the air.
Yep.
To just dodge it and obviously save your flash. Not sure if he was expecting Mythy to take it, but obviously he has no flash, so that would have resulted in a death. Instead though, top lane, we know how well Nard is doing into Maokai. Soaz is going to be a bully in this lane. He's going to keep doing it over and over. And look who's here. One of the best junglers in the game at tower diving. Odo Amne, you are in big, big trouble.
Here comes the amazing Spider-Man! And they get themselves a kill. Just so well executed.
And obviously they saw Lulix commit for a play earlier on the bottom right side of the map. This leaves top left side exposed. Odo Amne should have been expecting that gank. So it was wiser to base or even teleport out. Lulix needs a fish in the mid lane.
Sonic Wave's a minion, not going to get in range for the Dragon's Rage kick, and Peke makes it out.
Let's look though at how Origin has played for the last 1 or 2 minutes where they didn't have vision of Lulix. Once Amazing invaded into the top side jungle and saw there was no Lee Sin here, the camps were alive, he knew he hadn't been top side for a while. He called it, the bottom lane stayed very, very far back. And instead, it also allowed Soaz to play the bully, play aggressive top. You saw him jump forward because Amazing was nearby and they knew Lulix was on the bottom side. They used that information so well, and in the end, they're the ones getting the kill for it.
Now previously, the jungles divided the map left to right, but right now Lulix was the first one to get that blue buff on the side of Origin. If he returns to Blaze, hands off his blue buff, potentially even to Maokai right there, since Yasuo obviously doesn't need it that badly. We could get a big buff advantage here on the side of H2K on the second round of buffs.
Yeah, we did see Lulix stealing Origin's blue a few seconds ago. Armed himself up again, a CS lead over Amazing this particular match. Ryu also with the CS advantage in the mid lane again versus Peke. We know that Peke now has access to Chumla Waters, and assuming it doesn't get wind walled, has the ability to all in.
Braum Corki spikes pretty hard actually at level 6. If they can connect Winter's Bite, there's the immediate follow-up from the Glacial Fissure. Also, Corki puts out tremendous amount of damage when targets are CC'd because it's so easy to land Phosphor Bomb, get a proc from Sheen if he ever bases and buys that, get a couple rockets in the face, and you can straight up just focus Thresh here as well because Jinx doesn't have the counter damage to really finish you off because you can always put up the shield from Braum as the ulti connects and negate most of the damage.
I want to see what else Mythy wants to do on Braum though, because Alistar was open. Would have fit in extremely well when it comes to trying to dive onto H2K here and enable the Fizz and the Gnar. Mass amounts of CC coming in, fantastic dive potential with at least Alistar. Up for the Braum instead. Not against any poke really on the side of H2K where we've normally seen the pick come in, or in compositions where you really want to protect your backline, which is not the case for Origin either, because Niels is going to handle himself. 4 people coming bot lane now.
If we drag the mana bars, Niels probably just had to Valkyrie out, so you know Valkyrie available for him.
That's a 2-man last breath, and Niels is already down. Teleport started from Soaz, he's opted to cancel it. Ryu is looking for more. Glacial Fissure defensively from Mythy, and Ryu grabs himself a kill. Oduamne looks like he's going to get run down. Soaz is going to go Mega Gnar, and he wants to, doesn't even need to. He's shut down Oduamne.
Yeah, just double-checked, and pre-facing that play was a zap into hook that forced the Valkyrie. That put Niels under his tower with no flash. Lulix kicks immediately, because it doesn't matter what direction you kick him in. Anyways, because Yasuo will take over that knockup with his ultimate. Very straightforward dive. Mythy drops 2, so really nice play. However, this leaves the mid lane tower exposed, and Origin open up the map.
And really the big problem here for H2K, despite having such a good dive on the bottom lane. Soaz gets another kill top. Last pick in that Gnar. Odo Amne saying, you know what, I'm expecting to be a Fizz top lane. I should be able to handle this matchup a lot better. Instead, he's in so much trouble in this game. He's been shut down completely. He has to delay going Righteous Glory just to build up some more defensive stats.
And yeah, as we see Origin pushing that map lead even further by picking up a dragon. I just want to touch on that point on Odo Amne yet again, because H2K does not play well from behind, because Odo Amne is a player, when he's put behind, he seems to fall deeper into the pit instead of crawling out. We've seen a couple of games where he just kept overextending and just kept getting ganked, and Soaz should be a player that can punish that very hard. So we'll have to see if H2K have fixed that somehow, get him back into the game, because else he'll keep getting bullied on these side lanes.
Good move from Origin here, taking down the bot lane. They have multiple members on the bottom side, even Soaz without teleport. Instead of him staying top, he moves down to another lane, so you have the potential of 5 members nearby, and also you start taking over the jungle and push in a bit further. So tower will be traded though. Rio's gonna get the top lane.
HTK need to get a tier 2 tower somewhere, or the tier 1 in mid, or potentially the top lane tower, but even more vision control in the enemy jungle. They need to get something out of this play, because otherwise they're simply getting out-rotated by Origin. Origin's already knocking at a tier 2 tower. 4 people here. Odoamne had to flash.
Maybe another tower for Origin. The rest of H2K still somewhat stuck in odd places on the map. Kasing and Hyanin are there. We do see the Super Mega Death Rocket goes out. It doesn't do a lot. Flame Chompers are splitting them up. Odoamne's in the middle of the fight, but Hyanin's now being focused. Glacial Fissure comes out from Miffy. That knocks Hyanin out before he gets knocked down. Odoamne will get stunned by the concussive blows, but here comes Lulex. He needs to find a target. He's going to look for Amazing. Ryu will find himself a kill. It's a 1 for 3, and Origin got a tower. With Soaz joining the fray, it's an easy win for Origin.
And we were wondering why Braum over Alistar, but it paid off that fight. He put up the shield as the Jinx ultimate came in. 0 damage, then applied passive on 2 different people. They got stunned at the same time. That is the power of Braum. You can apply your passive on multiple targets at once. Glacial Fissure, once Hyanin is trying to reach the backline of the fight, he got knocked up and popped immediately. Miffy single-handedly won that team fight for Origin. Fantastic play and really, really big lead already for Origin. Only 14 minutes in.
The only saving grace for H2K is Ryu on this Yasuo. He took that tower up top. He's got a 40 CS advantage and nearly 1,300 gold, which we'll talk about in a moment. Here's that fight.
Watch it again. First flash blow. Now keep your eyes on Miffy. He's going to put up the shield to connect the Jinx ulti with it. It obviously does 0 damage. It still does the AoE, but 0 damage on Miffy. Puts it up, does nothing. Now he's going to walk in zone Hyanin. He's applying passive on multiple targets in the fight too. 1 on Odoamne, 1 on Hyanin. Hyanin is face checking into Miffy, gets Glacial Fissure. Kasing still has a passive of him. Odoamne still has a passive of him. Double stun here from Braum. Lulex comes in, can't connect with anyone because Yasuo's not here. They find Amazing. But yeah, that pick is definitely paying off for them.
Melee range ADC is the deadest.
Yeah, Jan not really making it very tough there. Moving straight into it.
Take a second to Fissure.
Man, I was wondering why he was moving around like that. Instead, the Origin is still full control. Odoamne, he should keep getting ganked, taken down.
He's going to go down. Lulex, no, he's still alive. He manages to walk away. Odoamne survives. Death Sentence doesn't find a target as Soaz teleports onto a Flame Chomper. I'm sure I saw a smiley there from Jinx. H2K, they hold their inner turret, but they lost their blue. Sniped! That's a dead spider. Someone get the bug spray. Hyanin's on the board. H2K now looking to fight. Ryu forced to flash defensively. Glacial Fissure's going to come up and slow Hyanin as the Narar stuns Ryu against the wall. Zap comes out. Kasing gets a death sentence, but it simply does not matter because in the end, Origin look like they will get this tower. Minion Wave is conga lining in. And unfortunately for OG, the wave clear from H2K is good enough.
H2K needs to realize that you just had a 4v4 fight down bottom lane without Soaz. Now you have one with Soaz. This guy is extremely fed, so you cannot just dive onto him normally. These fights would go in favor of Origin. First, they're trying to get Odoamne down, stays alive. Lulex with a nice kickback on Amazing to get in the last execute. And then we get the snipe, yes, but then it's H2K trying. See if they get more kills and then realizing how strong the rest of Origin still are.
Basically, you have to keep using that kick defensively, though. That eliminates a very big part.
Small Spilings could have caught that one, come on.
Part of their combination, which is the kick from Lee Sin into the Yasuo ultimate, and that's what they were going to be looking for. Lulex has to work on his bowling skills, knock a couple pins up at the same time, AoE ulti from Yasuo, followed by Windwall, and in that time, Hyanin should be able to deal damage untouched, but then he has to stop face checking.
That's the fancy one, then there's the boring one where your marker points on click on a target and presses Q. And then you knock them up, and hopefully that could be enough for H2K.
True.
Yeah, but he's not going to survive long enough because in 16 minutes,
That's one job.
Odoamne's only got
knock someone up, please.
A Catalyst and a Ruby Crystal. Lulex is still farming up the necessary minerals. He's one Ruby Crystal away from a very famous song. But for H2K, they're down in gold, they're down in kills, they're down in towers. Like, they need to get some power. Maybe from Ryu finding a pick. Maybe from stalling until Odoamne can become a frontline.
Well, we're gonna have a dragon fight incoming here. Source is no TP, that's why he's not in a side lane. Early Sunfire for him, so full focus on getting split pushing power and also a cheap early item to make him a bit stronger, spike a little bit earlier.
And no magic damage for the side of H2K.
Different approach in itemization though. When we see Nars fully spec into offensive split push, we've even seen Blade of the Ruined King over at LCK, but didn't really work out all that well. But usually they go Black Cleaver, but Soa's saying, okay, I'm building more for teamfights. I'm already winning my split push. Why spec into offense when I can just make it so hard for people to kill me? Still push with that Sunfire Cape, so good adaptation there in terms of item builds.
Yeah, and we've seen other adaptations as well, where you have like 1 or 2 tank items first, and then maybe as a third item, we've seen Chachi do it in the quarterfinals. If you want to then go back to your 1-3-1 setup. But definitely with the fact he's been winning his lane so hard, no need for that Black Cleaver. Easy Dragon for Origin.
And if he built a Glacial Shroud, it could go into the Harbinger, but I think it's more going to a Frozen Heart because it's just ultra efficient to build it. As a Braum, when you're dealing with that Yasuo, who can then slow down in terms of attack speed, also just build raw armor and you can peel the Jinx. It takes Jinx an incredibly large amount of time to peel through a Frozen Heart shielded up Braum. It's pretty much impossible.
Just another great reason for Soas to rush early armor items. Instead of going Black Cleaver, don't go Blade of the Rune King or anything. No, if you just become nearly unkillable for Yanin in these fights here, you're just going to zone him one-on-one so easily, and it's going to be all about can you avoid Ryu one-shotting Nils basically in the fights.
Traditionally, in League of Legends history, when a team that has a single damage type with relatively limited wave clear falls behind, it becomes exceptionally difficult to pull it back. You then put that exact team with that exact team comp down 2-1 in a best of 5. H2K have one hell of an uphill fight ahead of them.
Gotta worry about potential dragons coming in. Origin got them at an okay time. Should be about 4 or 5 minutes for the next one. That's gonna be the third.
Now the last mid-game though, devolved a bit into a solo queue-esque situation. If you played enough solo queue, you know that 2,000 gold is not enough to net you to have victory. Nor is
Watch enough LCS to know that, Crepo.
Or 5k or 10k. So with a good Yasuo play here and there, Ryu can definitely swing this game back into his favor. Because obviously there's armor penetration on that ultimate. So you can never really out-armor Yasuo because eventually he can deal a whole lot of damage. But then he needs to find its opening and dodge the CC.
And his target's going to be the AD carry, who's hopefully not stacking armor later on. We have seen Brandon Tillman a few times.
Tribute to Genja.
Other AD carries. Genja is so the Time Lord. He knew what was going to happen, but
he was waiting for this game. Game 4 in the playoffs, semi-final.
So we're hitting 20 minutes now, and Origin has slowed down the tempo. They did get the previous dragon. They are doing the 1-3-1. Doing to H2K what H2K did to them in the previous game. And Ryu's going to go all in on Pekka. He will find it with the help of Lulex. Soaz starts the teleport, then cancels it. That means Oduwamne has teleports available. Origin lose the mid lane and back away.
A big mistake from Pekka.
Flash up, didn't use E, I presume. Probably just got connected by Yasuo and didn't expect the ulti. Lulex came in and followed up with some heavy damage.
And the worst thing was his teammate just moved over to try and secure the rest of the jungle because they were timing the wave he was pushing down, and then he gets caught out and dies. This is going to delay everything for Origin because now it buys time for H2K at least to shove out the lanes. You can see top lane Ryu. Someone needs to go back and worry about him. It's going to be Soaz on the way up there.
Good sidestepping from H2K not to get caught by that Winter's Bite. But with teleport on Oduwamne and on cooldown for Soaz, H2K have an opportunity to make a play in a side lane.
And there's a couple of deep pink wards hidden well inside the jungle of Origin. Origin actually haven't been in that jungle too much lately because they've been counter-invading. That initial pink ward is still alive, so we might actually see later on teleport from Oduwamne. Perhaps even with home guards.
Need the home guards. Very early for him. If he's going to guarantee getting in that backline, setting up Ryu for the perfect ulti onto someone like Nils.
Finally though, that one pink ward is about to be spotted by Mithy. He actually cleans it out. So that pink ward survived for a very long time.
I've asked the observers to confirm how many minutes, Crepo. We will give the important updates shortly.
Gotta love those vision wards.
Talking about the time and talking about the slowdown in tempo, Oduwamne has been able to finish that Righteous Glory. It's not the greatest of tanky items.
Actually,
Mithy is an initiation tool.
Mithy told Amazing, he's like, guys, I found a deep pink ward. Can we check out brushes, please? Amazing immediately turns around. Does find it too, so teleport plays from behind. Severely limited right now. H2K stuck in their base. Keep your eyes on Ryu. He has to make the play.
We're most likely just going to see Origin say we don't have to risk any tower dives. We don't have to overcommit in our split pushing. We have 2 dragons early on. Wait for the next one to spawn, secure that one, then move all the vision over to the Baron. Or you can do the Baron first. Now there's 1 min 40 on this dragon here. Play around those objectives. Force the face check instead.
Ryu does not get caught by the Chum the Waters. He's looking for the knockup. does decide to engage with the last breath as Oduwamne used his teleport advantage to come in. Soaz will go Mega Gnar shortly. The focus is Xpeka, but in a 2v3, it's H2K that are running for their lives. Ryu says, peace out, bro. Do not want. Glacial Fisher comes down from Mithy as all of H2K have started to group up. The death sentence connects, but it's H2K that are sentenced to death. They've lost 2 at the cost of none. Kasing will be the next to fall as the Cocoon from Spider-Man connects. Amazing 4-2-2.
Soaz basically just unkillable, stacking so much armor. We saw the damage from H2K barely touched him. He gets the Mega Gnar. They turn the fight around 2 versus 3 from Origin. They didn't have to go for any plays there, but still feel like they could maybe catch out Rio. And even when multiple members showed up, they were still strong enough to win it.
And that was an insane win wall from Ryu too. He played that fight almost perfectly, hesitated a little bit whether he should go in for that potential knockup. Now we have Luix, he has to go for the Hail Mary, steal blind.
Niels catches the Sonic Wave and then catches the kill. 2000 HP, Flame Chompers are up. Ionin gonna decide to back away. Baron should be secured here by Origin. Will there be any exit kills? Ionin forced to flash over the wall and OG get out.
Let's see it again. Origin with small trap, Soaz waiting in the bush, and then now you see 3 guys for H2K. Look at how tanky Soaz is. It's pure physical damage, and then a Maokai who's underfarmed, under level, dealing a little bit of magic damage, and that's not enough. And once you can start taking these fights on the side of Origin, you buy so much time for rest of your team. Beautiful ulti from Mithy. That's 2 kills, 3 even in the end, into a Baron. Like, Origin, composition-wise, have so many ways they can play out this game now.
And the amount of time that Soaz managed to buy cannot be understated, because if you watched your minimap at the start of that play, they were coming all the way from the mid lane. Mithy even managed to path super aggressively because of how well Soaz was keeping them busy with his one-dimensional item build on Gnar. Didn't have to go for the fancy Black Cleaver. I will 1v1 you, bro. No, I will just simply win the team fight for my team. Honestly, barring the game 3, Soaz has been performing fantastically throughout the series and definitely has been carrying the early to mid game for Origin.
Even more impressive when you consider this is his first Gnar of summer.
And he will need to do that if Fnatic expectedly win. He'll be facing up against potentially Huni in the finals. Definitely need to have his top lane game on point.
Definitely the case for Origin, because with the lead they've accrued and the advantages they've built up, they look to close this series out 3-1. We're getting nearer the time the NA LCS semifinals was going to start, so welcome to all our NA viewers. You've missed a few fantastic games. And Origin now need to demonstrate their ability to close and not run the risk of getting cornered by Ryu, because a Ryu Hail Mary is the only thing I see that can pull him back into this.
It becomes very telegraphed though at this point.
And you need to burn through like
Rom, Gnar. You can even sacrifice one of your members to the Blood Gods and you will still win this siege.
I just wonder what happened in the pick and ban phase for H2K when they decided we need to blind pick this Yasuo. It's going to be the best option for us with the setup we have. Again, we mentioned how the Jinx, there were so many things that could flank, but then we could see how Yannick could maybe decide to stay alive and therefore you could pick it. But then you don't pick in the Yasuo with it, because then you just, again, you're just stacking physical damage. You have a composition that can only do one thing, and that is jump in, assassinate a target and get a reset, and you need to have the lead to do it, because you're no proper wave clear, you have really no ways of getting back into a game.
Origin, however, do have a way to get out of this game, and it's with the Baron-empowered minions, it's with a top lane inhibitor, and a 9,000 gold lead.
Miffy's so far ahead that he actually doesn't have to finish that Frozen Heart. He says, okay, I'll just go Harbinger. Braum doesn't really value too much from AP, so the Amptome's in that build completely wasted, but he just wants to buff up Niels even more because he's just too hard to kill. And even if they get through him, eventually, then the fight's probably already won, so bit of an adaptation in his build there.
We also saw Origin securing another blue buff on their way out. I believe that's the 3rd blue in a row they've stolen from H2K. Reuse Yasuo, reuse last breath in this series is simply not enough. And this could be it. This could be the final minutes of our first semi-final of the summer split. And Origin, despite the veteran players in their roster, this is their inaugural team debut in the LCS, and it would be a final for them as well. So as it's teleported in take the inhibitor turret. Here's the fight. The Flay will interrupt the hop. Soaz is going to go Mega Gnar shortly, and he's tanking up H2K. Niels and Mithy trading a couple blows on him in here before they back out.
So tanking that front line from Soaz. Jumping in aggressively, zoning people away. Not gonna threaten Odoamne. Instead, he's going for Jinx.
Oh, Hyunen's going to go down. The Lantern's not enough. Soaz is on a rampage. 4-0-3. Chum the Waters gets blocked by the wind wall once more as we see Ryu trying to get on the back line. It's actually Odoamne that picks up the kill on Mithy, but it will not matter. The damage dealers for H2K are down. Origin have super minions almost on the steps of the top lane, and this could be the final push. The Cocoon connects onto Lulex. Amazing. Does get caught by the death sentence, but he's simply too tanky. Odoamne takes a Lantern out, so it's going to go Mega Gnar for the second time this trade, and Origin realize they do not want to give up the lead they've built. They back away after a Nexus turret.
Well, you still got 3 dragons for yourself. Wait 2 minutes for the next one. And a rocket flies by.
Yeah, there it is again.
Gotta see it twice.
I'm having deja vu, guys.
At least it's not a Black Cat. It's a Jinx rocket. Right now, Origin, yeah. 7,000 gold in the lead, 8,000 gold in the lead, comfortable position. They haven't made those closing errors so far in the series that they were kinda being talked about in the earlier stages of the split. Perhaps they were just toying with their food, perhaps they just actually had legit closing issues, but so far it's been pretty textbook. Game 3 they fell behind to a skirmish composition, so they may want to be careful a little bit in that regard, but other than that, pretty well played, and yeah, some members stepping up as we always joke around, you know. So wasn't expected stepping up in playoffs. They did.
Historically been the case, and Crepa, you said it at the beginning of game 1. And we all reiterated it. Origin in playoffs, a lot more focused, a lot more objective-based. And it's built them this, honestly, massive lead.
Now the good thing for H2K, however, is, as we see Odoamne here being engaged upon, he's gonna drop. Lulex is watching that. Watching his teammate go down. He's flanking for a kick, but not even a super good pinball, I think, can save this game at this point.
I'm gonna need to see whether or not Ryu can play bowling.
Oh,
Hyunen gets nod! The stun doesn't connect, but he will be able to escape. That is a massive flame chomper. Soaz is gonna go to Mini Gnar shortly. Aggressive Valk forward into the Glacial Fissure. A 3-man last breath. It does not do anything. We do see Origin grabbing 1, grabbing 2. The Nexus turrets are being focused by the super minions. Amazing is trying to push them down as well, and Hyunen will not be able to get more kills. H2K get aced. Origin, they were going to Stockholm, now they're going to Stockholm in the finals. They will be facing the winner of Fnatic or UOL. 3-1 in their first LCS split.
Yeah, fantastic performance. Team seems to be a little bit relieved, but overall very calm, collected, closing out of these games. Dropped 1 map, but a lot of people expected this overall. 3-1, superior seed coming into the playoffs. They had the bye, they had many weeks to prepare. Perhaps even just relax, get rid of the stress a little bit, you know, come without burning out into these playoffs, which is important if you're thinking about Worlds, because now the grind begins. Origin is this close. They haven't secured any seed. In the finals, they have to win to get that seed, otherwise they're going into the regional qualifier as they don't have sufficient points gathered so far in the split, but they're looking strong.
And they showed they can adapt after losing a game. They lost to some solo queue mistakes almost in the last game, then they start falling behind to the 1-3-1 setup, but also the pick and ban phase. Realizing what were some of the problems in terms of the picks here. The Fizz was annoying as a flex pick, so we take it away from them. And then also just H2K with this Jinx Yasuo combo, which was super strange, honestly. Just the synergy, what made it so hard for H2K, especially once they start falling behind.
Now it speaks in favor of H2K. They won their 1 single game in this best of 5 due to a skirmish composition. Very solo queue-esque. If there's anything you want to have ready in case you face UOL in that potential third match, should UOL lose, that's the assumption we're going with, then it's obviously solo queue skirmish style. Good proof for a very interesting, chaotic match there. However, wasn't the case this time. Was only the case 1 game. Yeah, Origin close out 3-1.
And I think it's important to note as well the 3 different ways to get to Worlds, because that's what everybody's eyesight is on. Win the summer split, have the most championship points, or win the regional qualifier. Origin either have to win the summer splits or win the regional qualifier, because H2K, despite their loss here, they will go into the regional qualifier depending on the seed, will depend on tomorrow's semi-final. So there are options and there are possibilities here for actually surprises if Unicorns can pull a major upset.
Through the split, though, however, they have been having hard times against Rocket. Rocket is still in that regional qualifier, facing off against Giants round 1. Wouldn't be unheard of. Could
Flirting
be
with Yamato Cannon on the desk already.
He's obviously rooting for that, but yeah. Origin do look a lot stronger than the games they have dropped against Rocket in the past. But nothing is certain, and they definitely will prepare hard for that final, whether it will be Unicorns of Love or Fnatic. Definitely took a good first step. We'll still need to perfect something, so some holes of strategy. That lane swap, especially game 1 and 2, was a reaction to a very predictable lane swap, but is predictable in itself.
Fnatic should punish it.
And can easily get punished. Yeah.
We'll find out if Fnatic can win, of course. We're going to head over to Pulse on stage, who is joined by 2 of our summer finalists.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast. And I'm joined by Peke and Niels to talk about that incredible 3-1 win in that series. First off, guys, I was talking to Ducky earlier, and he was saying how you were focusing on your own play. How was that working as a team, and how did that translate into this game?
Well, we had a plan prepared that mostly we focus in the champs we play and the comps we play, and I think that's what we did, kind of. We had an idea of what they would play, but pretty much what we wanted to end up is running something that we're comfortable with. We didn't want to end up letting them have good picks and us running something to counter it that we never play, so we tried to ban what could be annoying for us because we'll have to adapt and just play what we like to play.
Oh yeah, well, it definitely worked out in this series, 3-1. So Niels, you were the rookie of the split, and you were, quote-unquote, the new guy to the team in this bunch of veterans. This team worked out really well. Has this team met your expectations when you joined it?
I think it has already exceeded the expectations, to be honest. I didn't have any expectations for like winning the split or going second in the final already, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it definitely worked out for you. So you're now in the finals, Peke. I know you built this team to reach the LCS, and now you've gone one step further and made it to the finals of Summer. What does that mean to you?
Well, pretty much like Neil said. I never thought we would be like enough to make it to the finals. I thought we would be good, make it to playoffs. But after playoffs, I was unsure of how good we would play. I thought like a game against a team like H2K would be really close and really hard. We could win, but I never thought we would be like this good to actually be in the final and have a chance of winning it. So
yeah, almost got a chance of winning it. And now, last question, Niels. You're going to be facing Fnatic to try and win it all. How do you think that matchup is going to go? Do you have any predictions?
I mean, I guess you're assuming that they already won against UL in the semifinals, then.
No, it could be you, either of those teams, any of those teams, Niels. How do you think you're going to perform against them?
I mean, I think that we will face Fnatic, but it's same as this. I'm not scared of them, but I think they're going to be a tough opponent, just like HK will. I mean, HK was a tough opponent. They're good, and so is Fnatic, and you will if they win.
Yeah, well, definitely. Anyway, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Pulse. That wraps up the series. Let's dial in a little bit on the last game, though, because this was the game that H2K had to win if they wanted to stay in this. Let's take a look at what they decided to go for in picks and bans, because on the side of OG, we have the graphic as well to remind us of that. Some cool adaptations. What do you think was behind this, Yamato, for H2K?
I feel the biggest flaw, like when I look at H2K's team comp, this is the type of, like, I know they're recognized for these champions. I haven't seen Rio on Yasuo though, but it feels like this is the type of composition you run to, like if you win Worlds, you want to have these skins like as champions, you know? Because these are champions, they play a lot, but they got severely punished. You don't blind pick Maokai into Flex Fizz. Even though they didn't send the Fizz top, they even picked the Yasuo into Flex Fizz. 2 champions that are bad against Fizz. It's lost already there.
It was really strange looking the picks and bans, especially with the Fizz point, as you said. And, you know, I think towards the end of the picks and bans phase, Origin just said, okay, well, we know we're going to, you know, pick our second solo lane last. Let's just pick something that they're never going to be able to kill. And that's exactly how it turned out. Soaz became unkillable on basically 2 items when Maokai had 1 and bits of other items and just kept dying just again and again. So painful to be in that position for Odo.
That was a budget Maokai. That's the Maokai you buy at the dollar store or something.
It's a twig instead of a tree.
Yeah.
At times. And with that, because Soaz became unkillable and that Fizz is so slippery, we have one of the replays where they're able to bait out a fight in the bottom lane and stay alive, honestly, for so damn long that it's set up to play for OG. Because I thought this was a bad move, actually, looking at the beginning of it.
All right, so you can see clearly here, Soaz, he built 2 armor items straight up. They realized they cannot kill him, so they just jumped on top of Peke, but they burnt everything they have in their arsenal. No Ryu ultimate, and that's kind of needed to bring them down. And you can see the kind of fortitude that Soaz provides with his build is just unparalleled with the damage that HUK does. It's just, they cannot go through him.
Absolutely. One of the team-winning fights, just building up gold there, OG, and eventually closing it out. What does this tell you for both of the teams? Let's start with H2K, obviously. Although you guys both called it in favor of OG, has this 3-1 surprised you in any way from the side of H2K, or some things that you expected that they didn't turn up on and some things maybe unexpected?
I mean, coming to this game, I thought OG has the upper hand, for sure. I wasn't sure if it's gonna be as close, but I thought like in every area they have like a stronger, if not equal, player. So coming into the next games for H2K, I think they will match up much better against Unicorns of Love, because I think Unicorns of Love is a weaker opponent on paper.
You're doing the same as Paul.
Oh yeah.
What if they win?
What if they win? Okay, let's assume they win. But
I think they will win.
H2K has to win the 3rd place game now to qualify directly through Worlds. So that's going to be a really important game for them. And I think they should be prepared for that right now. And maybe even let Betong Yoke play it or something. Because we have shown that Lulex is not able to play Elise in that series for whatever reason still. And yeah, I think they just have to prepare and see which player they will go. Maybe change a bit of in picks and bans, because right now I'm not really too convinced of their strategy. Readjust small things, and then they should be able to actually still manage to go through Worlds through qualifying with the most points.
Like, I want to elaborate a bit on the point you made with the Elise. Like, Shen was banned from red side.
Yeah.
So that is considered the biggest counter to Fizz top lane. And we had Fizz, a very, very contested pick when Shen is out of the game and Rumble has been nerfed. So with that in mind, Elise and Fizz were the 2 priorities. They picked Thresh. Thresh has counters. I thought Origin would pick Alistar or Annie into the Thresh, which are like considered bigger counters in the lane phase and also really good champions later on in the game. But they didn't. They opted in for the Braum. But still, they were allowed to get Fizz Elise in this draft. I think it was Dunzo already there.
Yeah. It seemed tough from there. I mean, speaking about both teams, Origin, it was business as usual, which for Origin fans is great. They put on a performance. For H2K, it also seemed like business as usual because you didn't know which H2K was turning up. In the first 2 games, it was the H2K that just have not been looking impressive. They fixed a couple of problems, but overall, inconsistent, which is not something that coming into this split we thought we'd be saying about H2K.
No, but OG, we didn't know what to expect. Got all the way to the semifinals, to the finals, actually. And in this one, we have to crown someone who went above and beyond in this series. And there was some amazing play from Mithy. He set up the kills that brought the team to the summer finals. And it wasn't an easy decision, obviously, because Amazing was doing very, very well and all the players. But I think we can all agree that Mithy was instrumental in this one.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Mithy's Janna play, especially in game 2, was just extremely good. Like, his roams were on point, his team fighting abilities on all champions were really good. His Braum, he knew how to use all the 3 champions he played in the series. And yeah, I think Mithy deserved the MVP.
Mithy is a god. But I also,
god, yeah.
I would also add that Amazing was a close second. Really impressive series by him.
Yep.
Yep, definitely every single player on that team stepping up and bringing them to the finals. And with that win, Origin is the first team to secure a spot in the summer finals. Let's take a look at the bracket, because of course they'll be facing the winner of tomorrow's bout between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love for the League Championship Series title and the first European seed at Worlds 2015. As said, H2K, they didn't win here, so they are into the 3rd place match, which will be if UOL loses versus Fnatic, which I don't want to put as a definite. You never know what's going to happen, so we'll see what happens there. What is your opinion on this bracket as this completed up to now? Everything as expected?
I think... actually,
well, yeah, for you.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to be in playoffs too, but yeah, we can't choose, you know.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah,
that's what we say.
On the side of Origin, though, do they have what it takes to win the entire thing? I mean, if you look at the things where Fnatic might falter, do they have the right counterparts?
Okay, I think Fnatic definitely has a better pick and ban phase than any other team right now. They play all the meta picks. They are better than probably Origin right now in certain positions. I mean, Reckless and Fib are the two most consistent players in their role probably right now. So I think they are strategically also a lot better than H2K. So I'm not sure how Origin will stack up against Fnatic if they win 1 or 2 games, but I don't see them winning against Fnatic, to be honest, because I think Fnatic is just overall too well-rounded. Very few weaknesses actually that are has shown in the split. So I don't see them actually winning against Fnatic.
Well, I think one of the only areas they may be able to, if Amazing plays like he did today, if they can punish Rain over in the jungle, it's a similar thing for tomorrow with Unicorns. It's a very small window on Fnatic, but that is going to be the area that teams are going to have to exploit if they want to go past Fnatic.
Yeah, we'll see how strong Fnatic is once again tomorrow, because we're going to fill out the rest of that bracket when they will be going up against the Unicorns of Love. That's a rematch of the Spring Split Finals. Will be nice to see those up against each other in a best-of-5 once again, and after that wraps up here in Berlin, we'll send it over to LA for the NA LCS clash between Team Liquid and TSM. Team Liquid versus TSM tomorrow. Of course, CLG versus Team Impulse coming up right after we lock up here. What are your who will be in the final there in NA? You guys
CLG.
CLG.
I'm thinking Team Impulse.
Really?
Simply because of one reason. Xmithy has shown when Gragas is banned, he has a very weak jungle champion pool.
They had 3 weeks to prepare.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've had the entire split to prepare. And nothing has changed. Maybe the weaknesses have been more highlighted. But I feel Rush, he's a carnivore. And I feel like Xmithy is a vegan in a way, the way he jungles. Nautilus, Gragas, they don't want to battle. And with that in mind, I think Rush will eat him alive.
All right, rawr, we will see. Our coverage begins at 5 p.m. Central European Time, 8 a.m. Pacific, so don't be late until then. It's time for us to log off as the North American LCS team takes over for CLG versus Team Impulse. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll meet you right back here for another day of playoff action tomorrow.
Without further ado, it is time to hit the rift and find out which team will advance to the Summer Playoff Finals. Red buff connects, as does the Undertow. Amazing Insights turn back in. First blood may be secured by Origin, and it will.
Combo in 5. Combo in 5. Don't come to me. We can dash already. I combo.
Yes!
Good job.
And in 35 minutes, explosively dismantle H2K. Amazing gets in a knockup. That's a 4-man off to the tunnel. Niels is in trouble. He's low, but he's hopping backwards. He's kiting. He's surviving.
Engage coming in.
Peel and fight. Niels is taunted. The shockwave is on Niels. He gets knocked up as well as the wild growth, but Pickett was able to solo Hyonin. Origin go 2-0 in their first semi-final of the Summer Splits.
Lulak, Yoma.
Maima?
Yoma.
Yoma to canon.
Oh, lol.
LMO, guys. Lol.
FMO.
Oh, wanna dance with somebody.
Come on and dance.
I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
That does count. Kill credit goes to Amazing. Cocoon into knockup.
Go, Elisa Rumble. Rumble. Connection.
Kill this. H2K will be pushing us to game number 4. One last chance for H2K. Ryu says, peace out, bro. Do not want. Glacial Fisher comes down from Miffy as all of H2K have started to group up. Origin, they were going to Stockholm. Now they're going to Stockholm in the finals.